Yo. Hello, gamers. Hopefully you can hear me, and hopefully you can also hear some music in the background. Because when I turned on OBS, neither of my audio devices were being detected. Hopefully they are now detected. I'm not really sure why, because I didn't change anything. Hopefully it's the correct microphone and the correct desktop audio. What up? Welcome back. We're live after a nice 3-day weekend where I was just recharging, rejuvenating, powering up. Decided to take an extra day yesterday, and I was just chilling, man. I was just chilling for 3 straight days. I did leave the house once. I made a devastating and dangerous discovery. I have uncovered the fact that I can comfortably play out-of-the-park baseball on my Steam Deck. And that has opened up a new wealth of possibilities for destroying my free time and being unproductive. I have solved the riddle of how to get it on the TV with a mouse and keyboard on the couch. I have solved the riddle of laying on a bedroom couch as if it were a Switch. It can go anywhere. I had to buy a thumb drive because I lost my thumb drive years ago and haven't had to use one, so I could transfer data back and forth between the PC because there's no Steam cloud saves for that game. I had to figure out how to go into Proton and find like a saves folder in there. I've also uncovered the fact that the Steam Deck is finicky as hell, and it is so particular. It has many flaws. It is a really cool device. It is honestly like a really neat handheld gaming device, but it is quirky in some bad ways. But yeah, the reason they don't have Steam Cloud is because the files are huge, and I assume they have to foot the bill. There is some like free data, I think, with Steam Cloud, but it would exceed that pretty easily. Out-of-the-park files are really big for some reason. After years pass, saving every single log and file from every single game across decades. So they're like, nope, we're not going to deal with that. You do it yourself. This guy casually games. Yeah, I started my own save. And I just wanted to sit and not have to, like, talk. Which is exactly what I did. I just sat. I didn't talk. I took 3 days off of talking. And I created a Korean baseball organization team save, which I kind of talked about before already. But we have finally gotten to the beginning of our first season, past spring training, and we're off to a pretty good start, actually. For some reason, I took the last place team with the lowest budget in the entire league of 10 teams, and we're on a 9-5 record to start the season. So not bad. I don't think it's going to continue. I think we've been exceedingly lucky, but it's been pretty cool. But yes, I've unlocked the Steam Deck, and I figured out how to customize it. That took some research. I figured out how to make my own action layers on the Steam Deck. So you can make the trackpads do multiple things. It can turn the trackpad into a mouse wheel that scrolls up and down. It's so convenient. And then you can push a button that changes the function of the trackpad to making a custom shortcut hotkey menu. So I can bind F1 through F12 to something in the game via the bookmark system and out of the park, and make different pages, different F1 keys, and then bind that to a touchpad radial menu that I created myself. So like I'm in the Steam Deck customization game now. Steam Deck's pretty cool, but man, it kind of sucks too. It does this thing. If you, okay, the Steam Deck, if you shut it down instead of sleep it, my Steam Deck will not turn back on if it shuts down. And so I had to Google, like I knew it wasn't completely bricked. I knew it wasn't bricked because I was just on it. It would have been super weird if it bricked, so I had to Google it. Always look for my Reddit tech support. And other people have had this problem too. It's pretty widespread, actually. Apparently what you have to do is not just hold the power button down for like 15 seconds on the Steam Deck if it doesn't turn on. You have to like hold the power button down, simultaneously hold the volume minus button, and then after a few seconds, it will hard boot into the BIOS, where you then choose whether you want to load into desktop mode or not. And that's the only way I can turn the Steam Deck back on, if I shut it down instead of sleep it. But what's funny is, in searching for the solution to this answer, and why it does this, and how to fix it, a significant number of people have RMA'd their Steam Deck thinking it was bricked, not searching for or finding the information on how to get it to boot into the BIOS mode. So now I'm thinking, how many have been returned under false premises? Like, how many Steam Decks has Steam seen returned to them that were perfectly functional? They worked just fine, but nobody knew to hold like power button and minus on the volume at the same time to get it to hard boot. Because a bunch of people were like, yeah, I sent mine in and got a new one and it seems to be working. More refurbished Steam Decks for me, maybe. But yeah, it's very finicky, but it's very customizable. That's like, I'm not really the Proton Linux kind of guy, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like getting in there and having to figure out. I was trying to figure out how to do my own cloud saves through some kind of like, what is it called, sync thing or something like that. I'm like, man, this is over my head, man. I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I'm just gonna get me a thumb drive and transfer data the old-fashioned way. But it's crazy how much you can customize it and get it to do whatever you want in the desktop mode. But at the same time, man, I had to spend 45 minutes trying to troubleshoot why it won't turn on the TV with the official dock. Okay, so if you plug it in, then sometimes it'll start flickering static noise on the TV rapidly. And if you don't want that to happen, then you need to unplug the dongle that connects the Steam Deck to the dock. Okay, and now that you've done that, make sure that you pull the HDMI out. Okay, then plug the USB-C back into the Steam Deck, then plug the HDMI into the dock. And if that doesn't work, then you need to pull the power out of the back of the Steam Deck dock, okay? And then wait for a few seconds, then also unplug the USB-C from the Steam Deck from the dock, and then plug the power back into the dock, and then plug the Steam Deck in, and hopefully then it works. It's just like, Jesus, man. How hard is it to make a dock? It really does illuminate the difference between like Steam and like Nintendo. The fact that Nintendo's just works flawlessly every single time with their dock, and you just have to like, you just boop, set it in there, and it's on the TV, is crazy. Like I didn't appreciate that enough until I tried to use the official Valve Steam Deck dock. It barely functions. Got to go through a 5-step process anytime you want to see it on the TV. And then now that it's on the TV, guess what? It's not a very powerful device. Are you going to be playing games at the native like 600, 1200 by 800 resolution or whatever? Because I think that's the native resolution. Oh, you want to use 1080p? Well, you need to go into the properties of each game individually and decide what resolution you want it to display at. And don't forget to change the performance settings so it's not capped to 30 FPS. But anyway, the nice thing is, for Out of the Park, it's a spreadsheet game, so there's no graphics. So I don't have to worry about getting good frame rate and high graphics settings, which the Steam Deck obviously can't produce, especially at 1080p. And then the other benefit of spreadsheets is the battery lasts forever. When I've tried to play like Hearts of Iron on it in the past, or like briefly I got Diablo 4 before it was on Steam, installed on the Steam Deck, that would drain the battery, man, in like an hour and 20 minutes, you know? Diablo 4 going at 60 FPS or 40, it was like 40 FPS, would drain that battery in like an hour and 20 minutes. But spreadsheets and out of the park, we're talking like 5 hours. That's got like a 5-hour battery life, 6 hours maybe. It's crazy. So it's like the perfect game for the Steam Deck. Anyway, I've rambled enough. Steam Deck is cool. It's just, make sure you have another device next to you at all times so you can Google Steam Deck issue Reddit, which I had to do a dozen times over the weekend, as Alice would be happy to attest to, because it took me, just to get it set up where it could display on the TV normally, at least 4 hours. I'm not joking, like at least 4 hours just to get it to work and display everything properly from scratch and get the save files over and everything else. It was crazy. Now, probably like 2.5 hours of that was just fine-tuning things. Like, it was probably working after an hour and a half, but like just making sure that, the resolution looks a little weird. Oh, how do I fix that? Oh, wait, how come when I plug in the Steam dock, my TV changes its black levels and everything is crushed and oversaturated now? My TV is messed up. It was just like, I would like hammer one issue and then 2 more would pop up for some reason. It was actually a puzzle minigame. Mouse was like, are you playing Blueprints right now? In real life? This is like Blueprints in real life. Malcolm in the Middle gif. Yes, exactly. Just like that. Anyway, someone said, I'm surprised. I thought you were going to play Roadcraft today. And I wanted to, but then I tuned into EJ playing it for a while I was getting ready. And he did not look like he was having a fun time. And then when Steam went down for maintenance or crashed and he got dropped from his multiplayer server, he looked like he was ready to give up. So I was just watching him try to smooth sand out and just looked extremely disappointed with what he was doing. So that was enough for me to be like, well, I kind of was having some reservations myself because I did play the demo and then I played SnowRunner and I was like, why is SnowRunner so much more fun? And then I saw the reviews today and then I watched the stream and then I was like, interesting. So I decided to play something that I know I'm gonna have a fun time doing, because I was enjoying this campaign when we last left off a few days ago. But I'm not saying I won't check out Roadcraft. I'm not sold yet. I don't need it. If I need it, I'll play it. I don't need it yet. I think it's kind of where I'm at. I'm a very like whimsical person. If the whim grabs me, then I'll do it, and if it doesn't, then I won't. Pretty simple person in that way. I'm like a video game dowsing rod, you know? I just point in different directions of games, and then like there's a feeling, and I look at that game and I get a special feeling, and then I just hone in on that. So right now, Star Sector is fun, and I think we just left off post-battle, if I'm not mistaken. Everybody is okay. We just need to rebuild some combat readiness. I believe we are in a hostile territory right now. We are in a scary space. And I don't know if anybody's chasing me. I could probably just go kill this guy real quick, since he's retreating. I wanted to take my Tempest, which is very low combat readiness. I don't know if the brawler would be able to catch him. The Omen would probably be able to mess him up. I'll try and take control. There's my little command pod. Since this is not my flagship, my command pod has to go catch up to the frigate so I can pilot it. And we're landing. Yes. The captain has taken command of your vessel. I am here to zap you with electricity. And disable all of your ship functions with EMP. I love the EMP, it's so cool. Oh, he's spinning out. His engines are dead, his guns are dead. The Omen is a sweet little frigate. Just go zappy, zappy, zappy. We hunted them down while they were retreating. There's no war crimes this far out in space. Does the Omen always have that? It does. It's built in. So, with ships, always check to see what their hull mods are. So this is a hull mod. Or sorry, it's a system. So its system is the EMP emitter, so it's native to all Omens. Generate lightning arcs that quickly knock out enemy missiles, weapons, and engines within range, mostly negated by shields. It's a very powerful EMP. The shields can block, but it still does some damage to shields. And then the EMP, if I'm not mistaken, has a little bit of seepage. Doesn't like a teeny bit of it go through shields? Onboard weapon systems must be shut down to provide power for this device. The EMP pulses are not very effective against enemy shields. Deals 100 energy and 500 EMP damage per arc. Most missiles will have their guidance system knocked out even if they are not destroyed outright. Yeah, I like the new sort of decks. I don't know what you want to call it. The glossary. It's pretty cool. It also has some nice hull mods. Because it's got high-res sensor... Wait, what did I put on this? No, yeah, those are all just features. Because ECCM package reduced the chance for missiles launched by the ship to be affected by countermeasures and flares by 50%. Missile top speed is up by 25%, maneuverability up by 50%, and improves the guidance algorithm. Yeah, but the Omen always has that tight note in. Always. AI uses it, everybody uses it. The Sectorpedia? Sure, why not? Well, deployed in combat gives bonus 1% ECM rating. Doesn't sound like much, but it is. You just need to have... It's not a... ECM rating is not... a percent out, it's not 1% out of 100. It's like a cumulative additive number that starts from 0. So if my team has plus 10% and their team has plus 5% ECM, then my team will have the ECM electronic countermeasure advantage. Enemy weapon range is reduced by the total ECM rating of your deployed ships up to a max of 10%. This penalty is reduced by the ratio of the enemy ECM rating compared to yours. So if I understand it correctly, if I have 10% ECM and they have 5, then I have a net 5% ECM, which will reduce their weapon range by 5%, up to 10%, if we have 10% more ECM rating than they have. Also, high-res sensors are really nice. Just sensor range up by an extra 50. Super good. Downsides of the Omen, it's relatively expensive maintenance cost for its small size. And it doesn't have the best sort of shield. Like, the shield is good in that it is big and covers the entire ship. But when you use the EMP and you're getting hit from all sides, I find that the flux increases relatively quickly. I just put missile autoloader on here so that it could spam Swarmer anti-fighter missiles forever. It's not my first choice. Hardened subsystems is another thing that's good on it, because without hardened subsystems, its peak operating time is like 180 seconds. 3 minutes is not very long. So I think hardened subsystems is really nice for it. Keep it combat ready for a longer period. And we are out here. I have too much fuel? By just a little bit? We are way out here. Here are the core systems, and then here's us. We were in the process of doing some deep space exploration with our fleet. While we still have money, we got 865,000 credits left. With the next Relin mod, I have to pay a monthly fee. It's like a reverse stipend, and it ain't cheap. It's costing me a lot of money, actually. So we can stay out here for as long as we have money. But we're doing great on fuel, and we're doing great on supplies out here for now. However, that will go down as well the more you explore. Right? So every time we go through one of these systems, we're effectively cleaning it. There's a couple that still have some probes in them that we could salvage for parts. But every time we go through, you really can't go back for more resources. Now, there are a lot of stars. Don't get me wrong. But you gotta be careful not to, you know, keep going back to the same ones necessarily. That's why I like to start out on the edges. Oops. I like to start on the edges, because if we end up doing bounties, a lot of the bounties are gonna be in this kind of area. And then we do a bounty, we fly out there, maybe we kill somebody, get paid some money, and then we can stick around and salvage whatever's in that system. But once we salvaged it, it's gone. So it kind of starts to create a burden long term. If you decide to go do more bounties somewhere or come back or what have you. All right, someone is here. Something is here. There was a very large fleet from what I can remember. Salvage this tiny little kite. Don't need that. We've also got a hefty assortment of goodies in here, including a beta core, a gamma core. Those are the only 2 cores we've found so far. 253 heavy machinery that we've just been picking up, and a host of blueprints that we could learn, as well as 2 cryo-arithmetic engines that are colony buildings that upgrade specific, like either patrol HQ, military base, or a high command building that you might construct in a colony to produce very large fleet size, but assuming that you fulfill the restrictions. And then we got the autonomous mantle borer, which will help with mining, if we can get a mining colony set up. And then we've got a corrupted nanoforge. So we found a nanoforge to help with ship production in the future. Not using the Janus device for reasons. Lots of BPs. I think the best BP we found is probably the Astral class carrier BP. Make our own Astrals would be kind of insane. The rest of it is mostly just some scant weapons and a handful of fighters. And then we got some LPCs that we can use if we ever get a carrier of our own to produce these fighters. So, in the universe, LPCs are basically like manufacturing fighters via, if you think about it, like a very large 3D printer that you have to have the DRM handshake for. So these like LPCs are like big floppy disk drives that tell a carrier how to manufacture various types of fighters so that you can field those fighter wings. And one of them, we got the Lux LPC, which is a remnant design, or redacted. What's up, Fargman? Also, thank you for the beginning stream subs. Hello, subs from like 25 minutes ago. KXZ, thank you for the 56 months. What's up? Are we fully combat ready? Almost. Keith Love pumping it for 63 months. I think someone's hovering around us. So I'll pause so I don't bump into that. Thanks again, KXZ, Keith Love, Xenophanes, wave in the chat. Happy 74 months. Thank you for dropping the prime. Sidge Leggy for the Baker's Dozen. Howdy. What's up, Night XD? We're going to the stars. We are. Dandy Donuts, welcome back. Over 5 years and change. Thanks for another sub. Driblet, howdy. Appreciate the half a year. Thixel says, hey, what's up, Thixel? And thanks, Blue Adder, for 74 months. Oh, those are not, yeah, we know what those are. I just dropped those. All right, let's go investigate deeper in here. We've got a good amount of supplies. We got a good amount of fuel. I remember there was a very large fleet in here that I might want to poke in and see what we can do. And then I don't know what this is. It is a weapons cache. Your fleet approaches a minor weapons cache. The drifting cargo pods give peculiar readings unique to the spacecraft armaments. Salvage crews report a ship floating near the cache. It is a Kite D class. Standard shuttle. Salvage it, please. And a Dragonfire DEM torpedo blueprint, which we already have, as well as a Perdition wing blueprint, which we already have. I'll take the Harpoon MRM and the Burst PD, though. I like that system jump point right next to the star. In a very dangerous place. All right, this might reveal our location to the big bad scary fleet by doing a little ping. Can't tell if they're actively heading toward me or if this is just something else that is just up ahead that I got a quick signal of, and now it's gone. Huh, there was something right in here, and now maybe it's over here. I'm kind of hiding because the fleet that I saw out here last stream was very dangerous. $32,000 in monthly expenses, boys. Whoa, whatever was out here is gone. That's crazy. It was just here. Now it's not on the scopes at all. I think I've surveyed both the worlds, so we could leave. Alternatively, I could try to find these pirates. They shouldn't be difficult to detect. I just saw an explosion right there. What? What is going on? Multiple parties? People coming into the jump point. What is happening? Multiple contacts. Multiple contacts. Oh, there's some salvage and scrap here as well. That looks like we could probably come in and help. A scavenger. Let's just get in on this. This is gonna be chaotic. Scavenger v scavenger. Wait, neither side trusts you enough to share IFF codes. If you come back with your transponder turned on, that could change. All right, well, I was too late. Because it looks like a significant number of ships just blew up. I'm getting in on this nonetheless because I want some claim to this Atlas super freighter. All right, you know what? We've got enough supplies. Let's send a Griffin in. We could send our new salvage. We don't have that many crews, so I can't afford to lose that many people, but we also have plenty of supplies. So sure, let's send the Manticore. These things are not well armed because I had to arm them based on the weapons that I had collected since we found them. We found both the Manticore and the Enforcer, decided to put them together so we could actually have a couple destroyers in this fleet. So they might be dead by the time we get there. But that's okay. All right, I want the Omen with the Manticore. I want the Brawler with the Enforcer. I don't trust the Wolf with no AI pilot. You go with the Griffin. And then I'm gonna be chilling inside my frigate. But thanks again, Blue Adder, for the sub. Appreciate you, dude. Let's see what happens here. If they're all dead by the time we get up there. This scavenger little fleet here's kind of hurting, actually. They got combat mules. All right, I would say set their destroyer to be engaged. Get in there, boys. I don't want to overcommit too much, though. They've got an Omen of their own. He wants a bite. We got some support coming in. And he's overloaded. That's what the Griffin is good for, just taking some pressure off. Nicely done. Thanks for the assist. Looks like we're just on cleanup duty now.
He's hardening.
Well, were we really needed to commit all these ships? No, but that's okay. I've been leaving supplies by the wayside. I want to force a pursuit of their freighters and their tankers. But this time we leave the slow ships and we just deploy the frigates. What's up, Gilmadesh? There's the big chungus. That's the super freighter. I don't know how we're probably not gonna get much of this cargo split from the other scavengers. All right, we also want to tell our remaining frigates to just eliminate these nerds. Little heavy blaster up the tailpipe. Everybody's crowding me. Everyone wants pole position here. These are all fuel tankers. Chill, Wolf. Get in too close, man. I think that's everybody. Retreated from the last engagement. I don't care about... These are the small potatoes. They can go. Well, well, well. I don't think I'm gonna want this. An Atlas super freighter with compromised storage kind of sounds like bit rough. Degraded drive field as well. The sensor profile is massive. It's gonna make it hard for us to sneak. I don't think we want any of these, probably. I don't have the crew for them anyway. Relationship with pirates reduced by 5. Oh no, the pirates might be hostile with me. And independence improved by 3. Get a little rep out of that. Get a random Mjolnir and a burst PD. So there really wasn't much salvage, but hey, we got some XP, I guess. And then the rest of them will flee. We could do a little scavenging of the battlefield. Try to clean up a little more. Well done. Now let's go get these like remaining ships that are just floating around here. I don't really like the Centurion. So I think I'll just scrap it. Not my favorite sheep. There's a Colossus. Heavy freighter with 3D mods. We'll salvage that one too. And then there was some more stuff floating around down here, like a Buffalo class freighter. Can I help you? Why are you stalking me, man? Do you want me to come back and finish the job? And then a shepherd. I don't think I'll spend a story point on a shepherd, but thank you. All right, I think we're done here. It's time to go to another jump point. Hello, Shaq Genie, how's it going? Can you board ships rather than blowing them up? No. You cannot. Did we explore all 3 of these? See, now I don't remember. I think we did this one, but I don't know if we did that one. Don't scare me like that. That is an interesting... Oh boy. That is an interesting... That's a real fleet. I don't think we want them to catch us. That's for sure. Woo! Mini fighters. 5 fighter wings. Well, the good news is that we should be faster than them. The bad news is they are much larger than us. Battle cruiser operational. Yeah, they just got too much going on there. We got plenty of fuel, so I'm just gonna go dark in hyperspace and try to navigate around these nerds. They'll never even know. Oh, Well, they turned around at the exact same time as well. We're shadowing them. I've got sensors tech plus minus 25% detected at range, plus 25% to my sensor range. And we move faster while going slowly. So I'm able to sit here in go dark mode without them even knowing that I'm here. Colony Expedition, Delta Novi Teve. Oh boy, they're the Sindrian Dictas, or sorry, the Persian League is thinking about expanding. They're gonna start settling new worlds. I don't know where you guys came from, but you just mosey up on out of here, please, so I can go inside here and see if I've been here before. Hi, Kieran Kylo. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, there's planets in here that we haven't surveyed. But thank you for the 65-monther. It's Tuesday. Feels like a Sunday to me. I don't know what day it feels like. It doesn't feel like a Tuesday, though. All right, hopefully we don't bump into anybody that we're not supposed to out here. Just gonna do some scans. Something's coming up next to one of the planets above us. Should still have plenty of supplies and plenty of fuel to do some surveys. A barren, bombarded world with no atmosphere and hot. Not much. Haven't really found anything that's like, get really excited, you know what I mean? We haven't found anything that's like, whoa, this is insane. Hey, that's not bad. A Revenant class phase tender just sitting out here. What are you doing? Chief Engineer says it's got 2D mods, erratic fuel injector, and increased maintenance. Increased maintenance is kind of tough. Like, the ship is very functional, but it's going to cost us more supplies and more fuel to maintain. It's a stealth freighter which audaciously employs phase tech to support covert fleet ops. The Revenant is not cheap or efficient, so it's already not cheap or efficient, and then those two will make it way more. Raised up from a dusty set of databanks hidden in an unnamed rock orbiting a nondescript star for 100 cycles after the first AI war, the Revenant schematic provided an immense boon to the logistics of the Tritakian raiders during the second AI war. I could take it and just mothball it. And then just hold on to it for now. So they won't provide any fuel, cargo, or personnel capacity. It's a cool ship. Toxic atmosphere, extreme tectonic activity, and extreme heat. Ultra-rich ore, abundant rare ore. Man, if that had ultra-rich both, it might be worth actually trying to settle this in the future. With the cryo-arithmetic engine. No, sorry, wait. Yeah, we need an extreme heat world for cryo-arithmetic engine at some point. Do we have a blueprint? I actually have a Revenant class phase tender BP, so we'll eventually be able to make it. So I don't know if I need to mothball one right now, but the upside of it is it's pretty big. 600, it'll have like almost 1,000 cargo capacity, and then it'll also have that phase field hull mod. which makes the fleets detected at range reduced by a multiplier based on the total sensor profile of the 5 highest profile ships in the fleet. And your fleet-wide sensor strength increases. They don't factor into this calculation. Okay. That's a lot of text to say it makes you more sneaky. Much text to say you are now sneakier. Which I consider a win. Dude, it's already been another month in game. I'm down to 800K, brother. From like 1.1 mil. Here's the thing. I'm fairly confident that I've already explored this north system, but I have to double check. Or is that where we started? Yeah, it's fully surveyed. Okay, let's go this way then. Hi, Apatos. Good afternoon. We're out on the fringe of space. Looking for danger, but not too much danger. Just enough. Just enough danger that we can handle with our ragtag fleet. Because we don't exactly have the strongest distress call. Oh boy. Is it gonna be me that's in distress? Am I the distressed one? I died in the tutorial battle and stopped playing. Sucks to suck, John. I don't know what to tell you. If you rage quit in the tutorial, then got nothing else for you, brother. You're the one that has to wake up and look yourself in the mirror every day knowing what you've done. You've got to face that. All right, I don't think there's anything here. It was worth checking though. That system sucked. Let's go check out the one that's gonna get us killed. Hey, it's a prospector. I'm responding to your distress call. What's up? The independent fleet carefully maintains distance, keeping ready to disengage in the event of hostility. It doesn't appear to be certain of your identity. Any hostilities will have reduced impact on your reputation. Accept the comm request. Thank the stars you showed up. Our tanker had an accident and we don't have enough fuel left to get back to the core worlds. We need 130 fuel and we'll gladly pay you 19,500 credits for it. You have 2,567 fuel available. Sounds reasonable. No need for payment. Not one to gouge someone when they're down. How about I take on some of your crew instead? I'm sorry, we don't have enough to spare right now. All right, here, I'll just give you the straight up. Just give me the money. Lost 130 fuel, gained 19,000 credits. Thanks. I owe you one. Now kill him. Just kidding. This is supposed to be unexplored space, prospectors. Give me your claims to all these planets, and then we'll talk. Renaissance Brotherhood, Luddic Church, Hegemony. They're in an alliance now? The Luddic Church and the Hegemony are joining together in a war against the Tritachian. They named themselves the Renaissance Brotherhood. I was reading that. An influential private figure in the Ludic Church has made a generous donation on Hadon Veliset. This has improved relations with the Sindrian Dicta. Alliance vote. War with the Outland Empire. Oh, it's Tritakian and Sindrian Dicta. An alliance war. So that's spicy. But the hegemony is allied with the Sindrian Dicta, but the Sindrian Dicta is allied with the Tritakians, and the Persian League is also allied with the Tritakians. It's all muddled and confusing now. So the Tritakians got declared on by the hegemony and the Ludic Church. So the Sindrian Dicta is favorable to them, but not straight up in the alliance with them. Is my understanding? Average Nexarellan game. Kinda, yeah. What's up, Bucky? Hello? Domain era survey ship. That could be big juice. But let's check this gas giant first. Extreme weather, hot, high gravity. I don't love high gravity gas giants, but that's usually how they go. Trace volatiles. Well, not much. Yes, hello. An automated survey ship from a long past wave of domain exploration. Thousands of ships like this were sent in waves. This apparently unresponsive hulk has been ravaged by centuries of exposure to charged particles and high-velocity impacts from interstellar dust. Engage the automated defenses. They've got a assault drone, defender drone, warden drone, assault drone, a sentry support, and a defender PD. So we don't want to underman this. I don't think we need the Griffin, but we definitely want both destroyers and all of the little frigate boys. All right, just get the wolf attached and then everyone else can just go, because we have a lot of pilots, actually. All right, boys. Do your thing. My shields, my flux. Go! Go, my little missiles! God, I love being able to send the PDs in as like a missile while we're picking them apart. Easy. Easy. All right, send another one. That's honestly the most satisfying bit. Get him! Zap him! I don't know what music is playing right now. You can't listen to it, whatever it is. Okay, let's go with this. Those four little frigate boys are a neat package team. Yeah, they're working out. The wolf is probably the least staffed one, just because the no pilot. He's a little fragile. But the Omen and the Brawler, and I enjoy just piloting the Tempest. I think the Tempest is just fun to be in the driver's seat of. Okay, so they were guarding the survey ship, so that was not the loot. The loot is after. But hey, we gained a story point. As your fleet finishes mopping up the automated defenses, a weak hyperwave ping is detected coming from the survey ship. It's unclear if this is a random noise from a dying subsystem or some kind of encrypted signal. You approach the domain era survey ship without incident. Salvage it. Pick it apart. That's it? A gamma core? Man. I guess if they fed you everything on a silver platter, it wouldn't be nearly as fun when you finally get some juice. Well, we'll take our little small AI core and some transmutonics, I guess, and be on our way. I can still salvage. We could take some fuel, and then we can salvage the debris of the survey ship that we just broke apart for a little bit more. Didn't overlook anything, apparently. And then there's a domain error probe, which I'm hesitant to break apart because we don't really have storage space. It seems to me that domain error probes are entirely supplies plus fuel. I guess there could be a chance at something else that rare spawns in them, but it's just gonna be me leaving a bunch of supplies out here and not picking them up. What's up, Nutaruk? Welcome to the stream. But yeah, the fight was fun at least. Hyperspace topography going up still from our exploration. Get some perks and power-ups. Also, the ad's gonna start in like 30 seconds before I forget. Because you know I'm gonna forget. So I'll just say it out loud now. We're gonna do a quick little scan around the asteroid belt here. Saturation bombardment. Their Ludic Church is bombarding the Tritachian worlds. Well, they will in 59 days anyway. All right, the ad should be starting. For ad watchers, turn your volume down. If you are one such person. All right, I really don't think there's a reason to go all the way around this. So I'm just gonna leave. While my money drains away. My money! And head to the next system over. Something on the map. And a planet. Unidentified market captured Sorpin, now under Persian League control. Oh, Mance is a hotbed of activity. All right, ads, there it goes. There it goes. It's just a probe. All right, while that ad is running, I'm gonna get a coffee refill real quick. What's up, Brain Fist? Hello, gamers. I'm gonna get a quick little coffee refill. I'll be right back in 1 sec. Okay. Hi. Now, where was I? Finding another probe in a different section of space. I guess I'll break this one up. I guess there is the upside of maybe we get to fight some dudes. Berserker assault drone. Okay. Well, let's just do... I don't know which of my two destroyers is stronger. Probably the Enforcer. But the Enforcer just has torpedoes. 2 Sabo SRMs, a hypervelocity driver, 2 hammer-class torpedoes, and a heavy mauler and heavy machine gun. Very, very confusing loadout. This is probably the Manticore, but the Manticore is a little more expensive. This should be good. How's the fleet looking? Pretty basic still. It's like a little more coherent now that we have 2 destroyers to at least like give some fire support. They're not good destroyers though, or at least they're not my first choice. But it is fun to watch them go to work, you know what I mean? It's fun to watch them do their thing. Is that not everybody? Oh, that's not everybody. Oh, what? I'm just sitting here chilling. Meanwhile, my brawler's brawling. Get him! I didn't know there was still danger. He's going. Dive, dive, dive. Whoops. Are we done now? Okay, now we're done. My bad, boys. I kind of didn't hustle as much as I should have. Thank you for the extra fuel and supplies. As your fleet finishes mopping up the automated defenses, a weak hyperwave ping is detected. The probe's memory banks have been scrubbed clean by hard radiation, and the systems are largely inert and non-functional. Well, thanks anyways. Appreciate you. Anywho. Always fun to watch the fleet evolve. Yeah, so the fleet, there's a few things that I'm very happy about and a few things that I'm not. The things that I'm very happy about are the fact that we were able to come prepared with a salvage rig. I know that you can have more than one salvage rig, but generally speaking, I usually just cap out at one, because I think that if you are building industry anyways, which I feel like I always do, you don't really need that many if you've already got salvaging perk in one salvage rig is like a lot of resources. However, if you were building more combat focused, you'd probably want a second salvage rig. I might respec in the future. But yeah, getting 2 salvage rigs going up early is kind of annoying, but it's not so bad. I guess it's the biggest problem is the 80 extra crew that you would need to man 2. Because otherwise, they're not so bad. But the other thing I'm really happy about, besides getting a salvage rig, was picking up this Phaeton tanker and making sure that we got plenty of fuel out here while we're doing some fringe space exploration. And then on top of that, we got 3 mules, which I'm not normally a mule kind of guy, but we got 2 pirate mules and a regular mule, which we have decked out with expanded cargo holds, and they have about 600 cargo capacity each. So I could think the upside of the mule is that if we did need a little extra firepower, even though it would suck, we could send them in. Well, you know, I guess like 3 extra medium universal hardpoints is better than not if the fight was drastic enough against us. But I like having kind of, I don't really love having one giant, I do love having one giant storage platform, but I like the sensor profile being relatively small. And the skeleton crew required for the mule, relatively small, just 40 crew per mule isn't so bad. For I think a reasonable cargo capacity and the potential to bring some extra missiles to bear if you needed them in a fight. But I'm pretty happy. I think the thing that we're the strongest in right now is actually our frigate complement. I think having a Tempest, an Omen. I think the Brawler definitely does have a place, though it does have some big weaknesses as well, but it's a pretty good ship. The no point defense is rough, so you need to put a pilot in there who can do what they're supposed to do. I always forget to level up my commanders in this. Nice backseating, Giso. I like the like pretending like you're not backseating, like silly me. Oh, I always pros of nothing. I always forget to level up my commander. Anyway, the reason why you don't necessarily want to level up your commanders is because they cost more money every time you level them up. So having these 2 level 5 commanders is already costing me an arm and a leg. And I'm probably going to have to dismiss the weaker of the 2. Because having 8 officers all level 5 is an 8 times 2,500 cost, which is quite expensive. It's like 20,000 credits a month. Something like that. No atmosphere. Barren world. It is mostly barren, but not completely barren, but mostly barren. Okay, man, these, I feel like I'm getting so many systems that just have like 1 planet in them and like a probe, and then that's it. So I'm out. But yeah, I think my goals for today, there's one, I think I missed a planet back in the last one actually. Yeah, I guess I'll just get this probe while I'm here. This looks cool. The graphics look cool anyway. Junk. Ew, a siege drone. Cool. All right, I'll send the Manticore in with the frigates, and hopefully that should be enough. What's up, Cold Diggity? Thank you for the 4 months. I was talking at the beginning of stream, I figured out how to play Out of the Park on my Steam Deck, so my free time has turned into mobile baseball. It has not been good. It was quite devastating to learn that I could do that and do it pretty consistently and conveniently. All right, watch out for this big chungus here. Oh, don't ignore this probe. They're going toe to toe right now. I'm helping. Up the tailpipe. Get him, PD missiles. He's a tanky lad. Steam Deck stream win. It is definitely not powerful enough for that. Your stream inspired me to have another go at Star Sector after years. Spent all of yesterday at it and just bought an Aurora with 5 D mods. Good luck. I don't think I'd buy anything with 5 D mods on it. Unless I guess you can repair, you can fix it. That's a fixer-upper right there. Hello, Probe. I am back for nothing. Thank you. I don't even know if it's worth beginning the salvage ops. A crewman died? I'd like to apologize to that crewman's family for getting them killed for just some extra supplies that I don't even need, frankly. But yeah, I hope you're having fun going back into Star Sector. It's a great game. My goal today is to get like a more sort of robust fleet. We're missing a few important things. I don't like either of my destroyers. I love the Griffin, but it's not supposed to be the only cruiser that we've got. We need like a backbone cruiser. We need 2 backbone destroyers. 1 more reasonable frigate. I think the Wolf is a great early game ship that is a complete trap mid to late game. The previous times that I have had a save going last time we played, I would end up with wolves and they would just die over and over and over and over and over again. I don't know why, but they seem to die the most. The only ship that dies more than a wolf is a Lasher in my fleet experience, whether they've got pilots or not. The pilots would just teleport in, run out of teleports, and then pff, toast. So I try to get rid of wolves once I kind of like fine-tune the fleet. I probably don't need to be going so slow through here. We have plenty of supplies to fix combat readiness and such, but it feels more RP friendly this way. But I don't necessarily want to go full tech, though I do tend to like kind of gravitate toward the tech frigates, I think. I do like the Tritakian ships, but I like a lot of the midliners too. I don't like the low-tech ones very much, to be honest. It's not really my jam. All right, new system. This one seems like it's got a lot more to survey. Oh yeah, finally, a juicy planet-wise system. There's at least like 8 planetary bodies, some unidentified sensor contacts. We got a low gravity, extreme heat, extreme tectonic, toxic atmosphere. Probably never gonna settle here, but let's get that data anyway. And a gas giant nearby. High gravity and dense atmosphere. Probably no thank you. No thank you. Honestly, finding a good gas giant for volatiles feels very difficult. Let's start by going this way for... Actually, which way do I want to go first? We're gonna be here for a little bit. My money is draining. I don't know, we're probably gonna need to go back once I get to like 500k. I need to have at least a small safety net to execute some trades, you know what I mean? Like 3 planets right here. Another gas giant. Well, there's abundant volatiles. But 275% hazard rating is pretty high. We gotta find that Goldilocks zone that has like the insane double ultra rich plus habitable Terra-like environment that you can also do in the same system. Okay, I say let's go like this direction. Kind of do some scanning around the edge of this asteroid belt. Bonk. Didn't mean to bonk. See, I'm detecting something here. Could be ships, and we're still not like combat elite, so I'm gonna sneak up on him. Seems like it might be a fleet. It is not. It's a domain era mothership. One of the legendary survey motherships. The quiet, automated workhorse of the domain exploration and colonization effort. This is in essence a von Neumann probe, as the survey motherships contain autoforge capacity to manufacture a suite of small survey ships and the supplies required to perform its ongoing mission. This specimen is burned and battered by its centuries of service to the domain, a drifting, forgotten husk. Hello, domain mothership. Go touch it. What could go wrong? Any new mods installed today? Nope. And the answer to the next time you want to ask that is also nope. And then the time after that will also be nope. The vast bulk of the automated exploration mothership is burned and battered. Okay, we read that, but it's a little different. Sensors indicate some systems are still nominally active. Sensor returns indicate unusually short-lived charged particles near the derelict. Density distribution in the internal structure has also changed from patterns extrapolated from previous encounters with domain-era exploration vessels, as if internal masses have been removed or intentionally redistributed. Oh baby, yeah, we're not gonna mess with this. I just wanted to show you why we're not gonna mess with this. As your fleet moves closer, numerous strong energy signatures are detected coming online inside the darkened work bays of the mothership's vast hulk. Your sensors also detect several weapon emplacements powering up on the mothership itself, aka Super Boss Battle, Level 8, Artificial Intelligence, Fearless, Domain Era Survey Mothership is a capital class hull that will freaking fight you. Not to mention, not one, not two, but 3 cruisers, each with AI pilots and a host of heavy weapons. Hammer barrages, devastator cannons. Not to mention double squall MLRS to poke your shields down and then bop you with Mjolnirs. Yeah, it's not good. So we're gonna just leave peacefully. And then come back one day. This structure rotates around its axis. That it does. Targeting supercomputer extend the range of ballistic energy weapons by 250%? Greatly increases target leading accuracy and greatly increases in-combat sensor. And then it has vast bulk. The main body of this structure is, for practical purposes, capable of absorbing any amount of damage from conventional weapons without being destroyed. So, no biggie, no biggie. And then we got the Rampart class drone inside of our documentation now. Design type, Explorarium. Although automated machines of war were forbidden in core domain space, war drones were quietly employed outside of the officially incorporated volume. Frontier garrisons were often bolstered by drone ships, and they were deployed liberally against rebellious worlds to tip the terrible balance of attrition, setting the industrial might of the domain versus the lives of, quote, freedom fighters. Little more than an artillery platform with engines, the Rampart was attached to drone units to provide the heavy firepower necessary to meet cruiser and capital class hulls in the line of combat, or to crack armored orbital fortresses. In either role, heavy losses were anticipated, so the Rampart was designed with highly modular components, allowing badly damaged hulls to be rapidly cannibalized to repair lightly damaged hulls up to combat capacity without the need for shipyard facilities. Rugged construction reduces demod effectiveness by 50%, and some other fun things. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. Glad it doesn't wake up on its own, or else we'd be screwed. Three AI cores on Aorum Customs have resurfaced under the new, more tolerant authorities. Is that what it just said? Is a hegemony using AI? What did that just say? Well, we found some things, but it seems like we're finding either things attack or victory. Now under Ludic Church control. Man, Tritakian's getting wiped out. They are getting wiped out right now. So whatever Tritakian stuff we're gonna want, we're gonna have to create it ourselves. I'm just gonna go check to see if anything's around this jump point. Out of curiosity. Since this is a busy system, well, planet-wise, we haven't really seen much beside the mothership. Though it stands to reason, logically, if a mothership is here, there might be other constructions. My hunch was correct. There was a domain error probe. Not too bad. There are a couple AI captains here in this group, so we don't want to be too careless. So I'll just send both destroyers in just to be 100%. Easy. Chill, 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 chill. Ow. Get him! Get him, boys! Ow. I'm overloaded. Get him. That's right. Watch out for this bro's torpedoes. He's got one torp. God, I love having this. Oh, there's the torp. How we doing up here? Brawler, he's brawling. The brawler is brawling. I'm helping. Who's left? Watch out! Is that like ship just cruises across the bow? Complete victory. And they dropped a gamma core. You have advanced to level 8. Who said I wanted to become level 8? Now my debt's gonna go up. Let's pick this probe apart. Wow, 37. Wow. I'm rich. Let's pick it apart more. Oh my god, 40 and 50? I'm freaking rich. They're going nuts, man. Persian League versus Sindrian Dikta surface battle. Market captured. Alpha Mole. Oh, Alpha. I'm gonna call it Alpha Mole. That's what I'm gonna refer to it. Why is it not going in? Wait, there's a tech cache in there? And a warning beacon. I don't think I was clicking on the right thing. Do we have a planet? No. Very funny, but no, we don't. What I have is debt up to my eyeballs. I've got debt up to my eyeballs, and that's all I got. By the way, Brutal Offender, thanks again for the sub. If I missed you earlier, my brain not work so good, because you were right before Cold Diggity. Wow, diplomacy between the Ludic Church and the hegemony is now 100% cooperative. That's impressive. Sometimes Star Sector is like this. You need to get a little lucky. I don't feel like we've been lucky yet. Don't think we found anything worth writing home about. Extreme weather, dense atmosphere, extreme heat, high gravity. Not a good place. Abundant volatiles is cool, but it would be tough to get them. And there's a little toxic world right next to it. Something's coming up on scopes to the right. If extreme heat could actually produce something, that would be great, but so far it's been nothing. Hello? Is someone here? Discovered a domain era survey ship. So yeah, there's a mothership and a survey ship here. It's pretty good. Low gravity, plus 10% accessibility. Accessibility is good. It's got a little bit of ore, but not much. Okay, survey ship, guarded by at least 3 destroyers and 3 AI. There's quite a few dudes here. Ten frigates? 11 frigates and 3 destroyers? I don't know if just 6 ships is enough, but it feels like sending in the Griffin is kind of extreme. However, 20 supplies is not that much of an investment just to make sure that you stay safe, right? That being said, I don't think the Griffin is really bringing anything to this fight. He's got a Squall MLRS. They don't have shields. He's got the 3 Salamanders. He does have the Breach SRM pods. I guess the Breach SRM would be like the only one that actually mattered there. Salamanders could be useful. All right, send it in. I need an escort for it though. And then we just gotta take some of these early nerds out quickly. I'll trust them to handle that, and I'll look to the left. Lots of missiles. Nice shots. All right, I'm gonna stay back here and vent. Nice pressure. My blaster's damaged. And it hasn't repaired yet. Careful. Send some missiles in. Nice job, little drones. I don't know why my pilot here and the other destroyer is being so cautious. This one right here is just like, nah, I'm gonna chill. And back up. You've got the missile firepower. It's fun to scroll over and just see your fleet bullying the other destroyers, you know what I mean? Just like tabbing over. And seeing them doing their own thing over here. Wow, that, do you see that missile just donk off of it? That missile like lost fuel and then just bounced harmlessly off. Feels good. Okay, so we're basically like able to handle this, but not much more than this. We're gonna have to up our outfit at some point. I do not need any of that. But thank you. I can't fit any more fuel. And I can't, there's no reason to salvage this again. Because I can't hold much. And now it's just in separate cargo pods. We're full of garbage. Something real close to the local star as well. Another probe. Is it worth diving on a probe? The only reason to go check up, there's a bunch of stuff around this star actually. The main reason to check on a probe, oh, we're in the Corona. E-burn is if their memory banks are not empty. If their memory banks are not empty, they could give us the location of something else. But there's multiple POIs. Another probe. Gotta use a few emergency burns to get in there. So like, there we found a data core that contains hyperspace topography data. Plus 17. I don't want to salvage it though. We could maybe use those supplies if we ever for some reason come back this way in the future, you know? 3 probes all around the same star. Okay, we need to make a note. You can make notes now. Did you guys know that? Did you know that you could go to the map, hold left click, and create an intel map marker? Voila, and I have left myself a note. Oh, speaking of, where was that mothership? Was the mothership here? Uh-oh. I should actually, are the notes... Maybe there's already a note on the location of the mothership? I would love if this menu was reorganized because it honestly wrinkles my brain how it's formatted. There's my markers that I have set. I forgot. I don't think I've been to any of these 3 systems. So it has to be one of these. There you go. Somewhere around there. Pretty sure. Or is it in this system? Now I have to figure out how to delete a map marker. I'm of the opinion that the map marker should just show up on this map. If you set a marker, I want to see it on this map, not on a separate intel screen on a separate marker sublayer. It'd be on the map. It's in your Blue Giant system. Based on what? Like, what are you looking at to see that? This? Based on this? Okay, it's a triangle. Then you can create a map marker on it. Then I have to go and delete that one. Okay, I figured it out. It has been solved. Do we have any unsurveyed information here? Nope. 9 survey data. Okay, let's get out then, because I don't think there's anything else in here that I can actually do anything with. At least I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong. The mothership lost some of its babies. Oh yeah, those are my cargo pods. Okay, so yeah, we are done here. War of the Worlds, thank you for gifting a sub to Brimstone Revenant. I appreciate you. Thank you for your generous gift slub. Chat, can you tell the random sector generator to give me something cool? Instead of just taking all my money and my resources and my supplies? Such as either some loot. I don't think that this is a great planet. Either some loot, some planet info that we might want to expand upon in the future, or Better yet, a cool ship. Darkness. Low gravity, hot, tectonic activity, thin atmosphere, and darkness. What's the highest hazard rating that can be achieved without mods? Naturally, without you changing anything on the planet. Your fleet approaches Swan. Some scattered ruins. I will explore the ruins. And I will find nothing. Well, we're gonna go home with a lot of heavy machinery, I guess. Black hole in the middle. We should check out the black hole in the middle. See if anybody decided to do any crazy exploration here. And also, it just looks cool. I don't think there's anything around it. There's another planet up there. We should go check on the gates, not the gates, the jump points though. $350 is the most I saw? Yeah, I feel like the most I ever see is like $275. But I'm not sure. Okay, last planet in this system. I can only stay out here for a few more in-game months, and then we need to go back before I lose all my money. I have some stuff I can sell also. Depends on if I want to give them data. I guess I don't have any reason not to give them data, because I don't think we found anything that's super good. I'd have to decide who to sell it to. Maybe Tritachian, since they seem to be losing. Give them the AI cores and be like, good luck. Hope for the best. Try to support the loser. One unsurveyed. What did I miss? Hello? Am I stupid? Where do you see the planet list? Oh, there we go. How do you chart a course? Got it. Oh, you sneaky goose. You look just like an asteroid from out here. Are black holes in Star Sector like wormholes, or will they just kill you? Go in one and find out. Report back. Let me know how it goes. Have you met a goose? They cannot sneak. Have you played the goose game? Because they definitely can sneak. Low gravity, extreme cold, no atmosphere, and darkness. What a nice smorgasbord of fun things. What's the worst that could happen? Going inside a black hole? Why is there a derelict Nebula-class civilian transport in hyperspace next to this system? A cargo manifest found by the salvage crews sent to the ship indicates the presence of a quantity of harvested organs, likely to be found if proper salvage ops are conducted. It's only 42. But it's the thought that counts. Somebody got really lost. Really lost. New Conclave, New Pandera, Coco. There's just a planet called Coco in here. Okay. One, two, three. Yeah, they're all like on this side. We'll just go check the outside of this ring. See what's there. My money. My money. They're taking it all. Whenever I listen to the X4 soundtrack, I do get in a real space mood. Chat, other than Star Sector, what is the most recent space game you've played? I'm looking forward to X4 getting a diplomacy update. That'll give me an excuse to go back and check it out. Stellaris, Elite Dangerous, Void War, Star Citizen, Rings of Saturn, Elite Dangerous, Stellaris, X4, Aurora, Star Citizen. So some Star Citizen gamers in here. Endless Space 2. Flight of Nova, I don't even know what that is. X4, Hard Space, X4. Eve? One Eve gamer. Does Battlefront count? No. No, one No Man's Sky gamer? Maybe a couple Helldivers gamers? There's more Star Citizen players than I thought. I feel bad because, I don't know, man. I feel bad for many reasons. Did they just do their miniature Citizen Con recently? Am I misunderstanding what it is? Irradiated surface, extreme weather, extreme heat. Is there anything else here? Nope. Haven't explored this one. And that's the far northeast corner, or whatever you want to call it. Top right. Barring any cardinal directions. But anyway, I was so excited last year, man. You know what I mean? I was like, we watched CitizenCon. Why is there a mule just floating through space? What is going on? In the farthest reaches of space. Very odd. Anyway, I was like super hyped, super into it, watching their convention, talking about it, spent like, you know, 200 to 300 hours in it. Said, man, I can't wait until the next one. We're gonna stick with it and kind of come back, and then I just haven't, because it just feels like my play style that I like is slowly getting removed, patched out of the game. I also don't like the free fly periods anyways. It's kind of the opposite of what I like about Star Citizen. The Star Citizen era was fun. There will be another one, I'm sure. It's just, every time I think about going back to it, I think, what am I actually gonna do? And then it's just like a circle, you know what I mean? Like, ooh, look, A video on Star Citizen. I'll watch that. Wow, I'm interested again. Okay, thinking about playing. All right, I'm thinking about playing. Well, I could just log in and look around at the graphics and then log out. Okay. Well, I guess I'm just gonna stage 3. I guess I'll just wait until they add new gameplay that gives me something new to do besides just going to the new system. Back to the beginning, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I just go in like a triangle of those 3 things. And then your ship explodes within 5 minutes. I started playing Star Citizen after watching last year. I can say the game is in a much better place than before. I'm sure it is with the servers. Like, the servers look like a big improvement at least. And having like a lot more players around. I think I was looking forward to getting back in when they reset the currency and put everybody's money back to 0 except for the pay-to-win gamers. And I kind of missed the boat on that, and then just haven't gotten in. I think I'm just like, I'll know when it's time. You know what I mean? I'll know when it's time. There will have to just be an update that is interesting enough to be like, okay, this speaks to me. It's time to get back in. It just hasn't happened yet. Did I survey everything here? I guess we could check the star. Sometimes the star hoards goodies. Don't think there's anything. All right, now we go. Because yeah, the new system looks cool, and I'm sure I would enjoy just exploring Pyro. However, I don't think that there's enough other mechanics and content in the game to actually support anything more than a window shopping kind of expedition, so to speak. Like a poking in and being like, ooh, that looks neat, or that looks cool, ooh, that looks cool, but not really having anything to like sink my teeth into. But also, the longer I wait, surely we can do better than double rich, right? We could find double ultra rich eventually. Copium. But the longer I wait to go back and do more Star Citizen, hello, the more the new ships get added into the pool that can be purchased by anybody. So like, the longer I wait, the more content there will be for me to check out. Because whatever is on that 6-month timer between when they put it in the game in the store and when it becomes purchasable in game, there'll be a lot more interesting things for me to like check out the longer I put it off. How long ago did we play Star Citizen? Has it been a full year? Your fleet approaches a domain era cryo sleeper left from the initial domain exploration of the sector. This is one of the massive vessels of legend, which transported millions of human immigrants from the core systems of the domain out to the great frontier stretching from Sagittarius Arm across the Orion Spur. Judging by the weak but stable EM read on the sensors, many of the sleeper caskets are viable even after so many hundreds of cycles here on the wild shores of Perseus. You found Calypso. As your fleet moves in closer, the new energy signatures are detected near. A Guardian standard drone battleship. Although automated machine... Okay, yeah, I've read that before. 2 medium missile, 2 large composites, 3 large hybrids, 6 medium hybrids, 8 small hybrids. Just a Mjolnir cannon, 2 Locust SRMs, 2 plasma cannons, 2 railguns, a Sabo, 6 flak, and 6 PD lasers. 6 flak? Holy. 6 flak will shred my little frigates. I don't even have a battleship yet, much less a good combat cruiser or 2. Also, the ad's gonna start in like 30 seconds. I think you tried the trucking update, but the landing pad, yeah, it was messed up. That's why I wait for release 2. Yeah, because the mining suits and the new ships do look cool. I keep looking at Star Sector like, ooh, this looks cool, but then, or Star Citizen, but then there's always a reason to just wait. There's always a reason to just like wait longer. Oh, ads starting soon. Turn your volume down. I can't believe it's been another hour already. I've almost rebuilt my snoozes so I can actually use them. I'm gonna create a map marker. That way I don't forget where this is. And that's just the first thing we found in this system. We haven't even finished surveying. There's not very much more to survey, to be honest. Once the ad starts, we'll pause. Thing looks crazy. Those who awake from cryosleep, who were laid to rest in the time of the domain, are perhaps the most lost of all. Many, though not all, imagined they would populate the far end of a rich frontier. They accepted they would leave behind all they once knew. Now they all find themselves cut loose from all reference, unmoored in history. You've put me down the rabbit hole of Star Sector mods? Well, it's easy. Just install Nexarelin and then play. Taco Tyler, thank you for the E-sub. E. What's up, Taco Tyler? How's it going? Juan Universe, there was not an easy fight ahead. There is a mark all the hard fights and come back later ahead. There's also a, I'm feeling antsy and I want to eat a cookie. So I'm going to eat a cookie and I'll be right back. It was a white chocolate macadamia nut cookie. And it was delicious. Honestly, one of the best white chocolate macadamia nut cookies I've had in my entire life, and it was from the dang grocery store. So, I don't know who decided their passion was baking suddenly and then put out the, like, goat cookies of all time, but, you know, kudos. All right, what do we got? A debris field? Debris fields can be awesome, actually, if there are ships there. If there's no ships here, then it's kind of whatever. Meh. I got too excited too quickly. 69% scavenging effectiveness. Some of you are about to die, and that's a price I'm willing to pay. No, you actually all survived. Okay, now Revachol, 200% hazard. Scattered ruins. Explore the ruins. It's possible to get lucky from ruins, though this was not that. Disco reference? I don't think that's a disco reference. I guess it could be. Was that not a word before Disco Elysium? Finally! We found something good! Ultra rich ore, ultra rich rare ore. We got the twofer and a class 4 survey data. 200% hazard rating isn't the worst, and it has extreme heat. This is gold, because with the ore and the extreme heat, we actually can utilize our big cryo-arithmetic engine to build a patrol HQ or what have you here, and increase the size of the fleets launched by the colony that we build there. Now, here's the problem. One problem. This is the system that also has the sleeper pods, which is good for colony building. The problem is, look where it is. Look where it is in relation to everything else. It is literally the furthest away star system to the top right. The final frontier has been found. Now, if you've played Star Sector before, you know that there are problems with building really far away, because there is a rating called accessibility that dictates how much you can actually like interact with the other different groups, and that's going to have the smallest possible accessibility due to how far away it is. However, it's a goated planet. And if I want to travel between them, it's like a whole ordeal. Now, what we really need is to make our own fuel out here, but there's not really any good gas giants. That last one that we just surveyed was quite the doozy, though. That combined with the domain cryo sleeper probably means we have to settle here at some point. Create a little map marker. Wait, can you edit a map marker? You can, cool. I'll put like a little planet symbol instead of the other things. Colonize a bunch of planets and then chain them into a highway. Now we're talking. At least we found a couple things that'll be nice. But yeah, I think it's time to start heading back into civilized space. Oh, there was one unsurveyed. I didn't survey the rocky world. Can't go all this way just to not survey everything. But yeah, we're gonna start running low on cash. So I think we just go ahead and start like heading home now. We've lost like half of our money. 225. High gravity probably precludes this. Well, it does have like 2 more rich ore spots, but it's gonna be a lot harder to like use them because of the hazard rating. A colony here would have an accessibility of negative 11%, assuming a spaceport was constructed. That's funny. Now we're ready to go. Negative 11. Okay, time to go home. I don't even know if I want to stop anywhere. Let's just head toward Bell. Bro, don't scare me like that. Ghost in the machine, man. Bro, stop messing with my drive field. You damn ghosts. Wait a second. We could take a highway. Yeah, let's go on the highway. Whee! Slipstream, let's go. Slipstreams are a flow in hyperspace akin to currents navigated by ancient seafarers back on old Earth. Most slipstreams are temporary, and in recent memory the ebb and flow has been unusually synchronized with the standard domain cycle. Fleets traveling in a slipstream use 50% less fuel for the same distance covered. In addition, traveling at burn levels above 20 is even more fuel efficient. A fleet traveling at burn 40 will consume half as much fuel for the distance it covers. These fuel use reductions are not reflected by the fuel range indicator on the map. We're going down the slide. Stop that. You little sensor ghost pestering me. Well, this is actually an excellent slipstream. Oh man, this is an amazing one actually. Hello. What you guys doing? Commander Alice Triton looks concerned. Identify yourself. You reopen the comm link. You've been scanned and identified. It's probably best for both our peace of mind if you keep your distance. Offer to pay for charts of local hyperspace and slipstream routes. I don't think I've even done this before. You discuss the data the scavenger has available in the roundabout, telling but not telling these sorts of negotiations entail, and eventually settle on a 1,000 credit price. The dataset includes the location of all slipstreams within 5 lights of your current location and useful information about hyperspace topography. Okay, there you go. The fleet commander nods approval as your payment is transferred and executes the data stream to the transfer. Okay, we got some data. We got some data. What are you guys doing out here anyway? I want to explore more systems, but you gotta stop at some point. And go back before you run out of cash. God, this slipstream is the perfect slipstream. Speed. It's like a double black hole up here. Uh-oh! It was a trap! E-burn. E-burn and get in the other slipstream. Go, boys, go, boys, go! That's a lot of fighters. Oh, man. Lose them! Oh, this thing really bottlenecks right here. Alright, shoot me out. And then take me away. Plus 20 hyperspace topography readings? Excellent. Chaotic, man. We're bumping into all kind of just stragglers out here. Oh, my transponder's on? Let them come! Okay, maybe not. Maybe letting them come is a bad idea. Whoosh. They'll never take me alive. How do you keep your fleet's max speed from collapsing? Oh, that's a pretty good question. In my case, I've been careful not to take any ships that are going to reduce my overall max speed, so our current max speed is 9. Or actually, I guess our max burn is 8. So the Griffin is reducing it the most. Now, I could actually change that, because I think that I have... we have a thing, but my eyeballs overload. At least I'm pretty sure we took the one that boosts the max speed of a ship. Maybe I didn't take it. There is a whole mod that you can get that boosts max speed of your slowest ship. But yeah, the larger transport ships are usually the culprit. So if you don't take those, wow, then that helps. That's another reason why I've been kind of getting these, like the mules. It means I have to have more ships for the same amount of cargo, but they each have a max burn of 9. So the Griffin's the slowest one. So if I have civilian ships like these custom tankers, the civilian grade hull is overwritten by the militarized subsystem that increases their max burn level by 1. So I'm bringing their speed up to kind of match everyone else's. But yeah, I could actually go faster if I just got the buff for my Griffin here, because I think that is actually what's slowing us down. I don't know if that helps at all, or if I'm just talking in circles, but typically like the large haulers, tankers, those are the ones that are really going to be slowing you down. I could have sworn you picked that up. I thought I did too, but maybe I'm just not looking hard enough. All right, this is civilized space. We actually do want to have our transponder on. Figure, well, why not just go in here, poke around a little bit, and see what Tritakians are doing way out here. Is this in-game music? Nope. I don't know if there is in-game music. Not sure if that exists. What are you guys doing out here? Mercenary officer. Yav Station. Let's go visit the bar. Find out what the rakish man at the end of the bar is up to. He wants me to deliver an item to a specified location in Delta Arcus, 23 light years away. He'll pay me 79,000 credits. See, that's going to take me more time with my debt than I can currently afford. The Tattooed Mercs, 43 Mercs for 5,700 credits. I'll buy your contract. Let's go. Come with me. Okay, now, what do you guys have that I might want? Information! I hope you've all been trading while I've been out exploring. Give me some time to maybe fill some supply and demand issues that have sprung up in my absence. What's up, Yeet and Deet? How's it going? But yeah, this is the X4 soundtrack. One of the X4 soundtracks is about to be a different one of the X4 soundtracks. Oh, there we go. But it's been a while since we've done any space trading. The problem is I've got too much stuff. We're down to 667 supplies, which isn't bad. But we're carrying a lot of heavy machinery. So ideally, we want a good place to sell this. The Ludic Path and the Pirates are paying the most. We are agents of chaos, I guess. We keep supplying the Ludic Path. They're the highest bidder after all. We could also sell to the Independents. Try to prop them up. How is the path doing from just like faction standpoint? Lots of Ludic Church outposts now. Their war is going well. The path has 1 spot there. 2 spots. 3 spots. This is a chaotic system. There's a Ludic Path military base, a Hegemony Terran world, Persian League station, Independent station, and a Ludic Church station. Here's what I think. I think we keep selling to the highest bidder, and then once we make a colony, if we make a colony, then I start to care about who we're selling our stuff to, because then we actually have a vested interest. Right now, you know, business is good. So you may as well get it while it's good. So why not? But yes, one of the problems is I need to stockpile a load of this stuff. One of the most common like first things that blows people's mind when you get into this game that pretty much everybody who's played it knows, but if you haven't played it, it's kind of cool. If you sell blueprints to a faction, if they don't already know that blueprint, they will learn it and be able to manufacture whatever the blueprint allows them to make. So you can actually sell blueprints to pirates and teach them how to make extremely high-tech ships and guns, and they'll start to manufacture better and better fleets, which is fun. Or give secret tech over to one faction or the other, and they'll start potentially mixing in those ships into their own fleets. So you do need to be careful who you sell your blueprints to, for that reason alone. I'll probably end up storing all of my blueprints as like a nest egg. And keep all the other things. The only thing I have that I don't really care about is the low-tech blueprint package. I feel like they already have that tech, and it's only 16K anyway. So the problem I'm having now is I don't really have a lot of space to do any trading. I need to like clear some room, which means I need to take a trip back to my abandoned station HQ, more or less. But I might just buy, I'm gonna pay my taxes on these. I might just buy a ton of supplies and then just start by moving those. Just checking to see if they have anything else good. They have a pretty good deal on recreational drugs because the Ludic Path in system is also dealing with these. So that could be a quick trade. Ditto for these domestic goods. And I'm just gonna get rid of you. Probably just get rid of the volatiles. Oh yeah, I'm gonna turn the, I don't really care about gamma cores. I might keep the beta core since I haven't found anything better. This is gonna create some suspicion, medium suspicion, but listen, but wait. Administrator or station commander, I have a gift for you. Welcome, welcome. What business do you have with me today? I'd like to turn in these AI cores that I've acquired. You guys seem like you're getting bullied. You hold quite the object of fascination there, though you're surely aware that you lack the expertise and capital necessary to exploit its full potential. The Tritachian Corp would be more than pleased to offer you a fair market price for your goods. Look at that. I got 6 gamma cores for you. If you turn in the selected AI cores, you'll receive 180,000 credits, and your standing with the Tritachian will improve by 3 points. So they mostly pay out in money. Some factions will give you more rep, depending on what you do. So I'll take that, improve my rep, get some cash, give them the gamma cores. Did not affect my black market suspicion, but that's okay. We can deal with medium. And then we just need to go to Bell HQ. Alternatively, if I could free up a little bit more space. Do I care who gets Class 1 survey data? I don't think I do. That doesn't really matter to me. So here's my Class 1 survey data. Okay, and I'll be going now. We'll take a little trip onto the other side of the system. The pirate astral isn't real, and it can't hurt you. It's only real if you make it real. And that is up to you. All right, let's turn off the speed boost. I'm gonna go dark. Transponder hidden. Take the fleet in through the ring system. Pretty big Ludic Path station here. Nobody at the bar. Why, hello there, Ludic Path. I heard you guys were looking for some recreational drugs. And maybe some domestic goods. And perhaps I just get rid of these transputonics while I'm here for convenience sake. You guys are also looking for crew. I just don't have extra crew. And then that looks like it. 270K is a nice little payout. And I'll be on my way. Nice doing business with you. Now, before we leave, let's go get those supplies. Fill up on those. We just made a cool, what, 350K? 350K profit, give or take? Bonk. And I leveled up a little bit ago. Wait, that's a comm relay. What did I pass over here? A Venture class cruiser, just derelict. 3D mods. We've used the Venture before as a combat ship. It's not great, but it's okay in a pinch. But yeah, I've been speaking of listening to X4. I have definitely been getting the itch to start a new space empire. One that is a mining conglomerate. The space mining, space trading megacorp is calling. I'm just trying to be patient until the day of the new update comes. I need that diplomacy update. All right, let's load up on supplies. And then we could either take those to Zmei or just use them. How'd that do for black market suspicion? We're down to minimal? Cool. All right. As someone wanting to learn more about X4, I'd love to see that. It's been a while since I played, so I'd probably have to, like, learn everything from scratch. Namely, the fact that they've changed the entire flight model. So I don't even know how the ships control anymore. I foresee a ton of headaches in dealing with the conch. Maybe. I'm curious if anything's changed, though, you know? Like, surely something has to have changed. It's been a couple years. Surely there has been some kind of patches. I just got back into X4 this week. It's definitely the kind of game that you could sink a few hundred hours into a campaign. My problem is, I know the first 2 or 3 streams are just going to be spent trying to set up an Intel network next to all the stations with coverage. I'll have to find a more efficient way to do that than what I usually do, which is like exploring all of these different systems myself. I would love it if there was a mod for X4 that randomized the location of each, like, star and cluster. What do you mean an Intel network? I mean getting real-time data via a satellite network that shows you what's going on in real time throughout all the systems. I think that mod exists. I'd probably use it. Because the one thing that really keeps me from wanting to play new campaigns of X4 is having to explore the same star systems in the same order each time. And I think that they have the same resource clusters, do they not? They might be randomized slightly, but aren't the same systems that are great for mining great every single time? Use a custom start that has everything explored? Maybe, but that's kind of boring. That's too far. Flying through a new system for the first time always felt great. Yeah, and at least like having the location randomized would help. Because I have not memorized what each system is good for. So I wouldn't know like, oh, I need to keep looking for so-and-so. But it would also keep chat from knowing where everything is. All right, let's not deal with this. There is a lot of chaos going on here. I'm trying to get to Sorpin. So if I sell supplies to the Persian League, and the Persian League's at war, wait, am I stupid? No, okay, there was another demand, and now it's... No, I was going to this thinking it was the... Okay, I was looking at the wrong thing. This is best place to buy, not to sell. Oh. Oh, this is still a very good route. But basically, X4 has the excellent foundations of a sandbox, but what it does not have is the randomness of creating a new campaign start that leads naturally to sandbox style replayability, if that makes sense. Since the organization of its star systems are the same each time, the only thing, what is different is that the location of the stations within each system are randomized. And also the fact that the sandbox can play out the dominoes can fall differently depending on what the factions do and what the pirates do, and so on and so forth. Very true, all the conflicts are in the player's hands too. Yeah, and for the most part, you just lose the game if you don't kill the pirates fast enough, generally speaking. Which I always thought was kind of annoying. Because like if you just want, I just want to have the ability for it to play out differently more each time. Like sometimes the pirates win, sometimes this faction wins, sometimes these two factions band together and they win. So I'm hoping that diplomacy creates the foundation for that. If multiple factions could like ally with each other against a common threat, but I don't know. I'm in hold my breath category anytime I hear that there is going to be like a diplomacy update for something, because you know it's, if you say there's going to be a big diplomacy update and then it turns into like mountain blade diplomacy where it's like, I'm at war, never mind, I'm not at war. 5 days later, I declare war on you again. Okay, now we're allied. Wait, no, we're at war, and everything is just kind of arbitrary, like dice rolling. What do you need? 30 Marines? Nope. I can't do this for you. What I can do for you, though... Mercenary Scout. I don't think you're interested in me. So I'm just gonna go dark and sneak into Sorpin real quick. Which Sorpin I don't think was even Persian League last time we were here. Mountain Blade Diplomacy, aka Sturgia declaring a war while being invaded on 2 fronts. Yes. Exactly. Little black market trading. We sneak in. We sell them supplies. Wait. How do you tell? There's recent unrest. There was a recent rebellion. If there's a recent rebellion, am I gonna get in trouble for selling supplies in the black market? Or is that like window already gone? You know how like if there's going to be an uprising and you sell supplies in the black market, they use them and then the faction gets mad at you? And then you lose reputation, and if you lose too much reputation, you become hostile? I wish Bannerlord was even remotely as good as Warband. This is kind of true. That is kind of true. So they want 1,500 supplies. There you go. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what my next play is. I think the next play is... hire some crew from here and just keep them. Alright, crew from the black market. Come with me, boys. I want to make sure we have 100 spare crew over the minimum skeleton crew, and then we might need even more than that. But then I have to pay them. Yeah, let's get 150 so I can expand. 700 crew! This is a real fleet! This is a true fleet. I didn't think Bannerlord was bad, but for as long as it took, I expected more. Hang on. You expected more than Warband, but with worse sieges, but better graphics after 13 years? Your expectations are simply too high. Oh, dude, they're buying the heavy machinery. 300 unit deficit? Let's go. About to make money. Let's keep like 75 of these. They want the harvested organs too. Sell them. All right, there you go. Good luck, Persian League Underground, whatever the heck you guys are doing. And thanks for the income. Maybe the expansion is what it needs. I don't know. Maybe the expansion means that they have run out of money. To me, the Bannerlord expansion is the equivalent of just like jangling keys to distract. Just like, but how can you be mad at us when boat? Okay, I don't think they have any good ships here. All right, honestly, good sales. We're back to 1.15 mil. Now I say let's go drop off all of our junk at our impromptu HQ of Ormuna Dock. One day, I hope someone makes an actual, like, army leading simulation game. The problem is, no one will ever be able to make a game that has as fun combat as Warband and Bannerlord. Without going through a similar 15-year-long process. But yeah, I prefer Warband, I would say. I think Bannerlord ruined ranged combat for me. I hate the bow and the crossbow in Bannerlord. But Bannerlord has better, like, polearm gameplay and a bit better two-hander gameplay. But I hate the ranged combat in Bannerlord so much. I used to love being an archer. The throwing weapons are fun, yeah. Throwing weapons are fun. I agree. But I can never use a bow or a crossbow in Bannerlord because Warband is better in that regard by a lot. Spears are just impossible to get right. Yeah, they're pretty bad in both games, I would say. They had the potential. The throwing weapons are probably the best part of Bannerlord's combat. If you're into turn-based battles, Battle Brothers is really fun. Huh, never heard of it. But anyway, I don't think that they're similar, to be honest. Battle Brothers is as close to Mountain Blade as it is to XCOM. Another officer available for hire? What do you do? Steady with gunnery implants. Plus 100% target leading accuracy for auto-firing weapons. Weapon range? I think let's go ahead and hire. 900 credits a month? What's that compared to everything else that I've been paying for already? Now I can put somebody in the Wolf. Eston Themis. I got a couple of pilots ready to be leveled up if I want to pay them more. Do I want to pay them more? The problem is, I don't like leveling up my pilots until I'm certain that I have the ships that I'm gonna keep in my fleet. And that they're gonna pilot that ship. Like, Lothar is a missile spec. So that's pretty easy. Like, you're always going to pilot a big missile boat. So it's pretty comfortable to choose something that makes sense for you. And helmsmanship I generally like to give to larger cruiser or battleship. So I could probably guess which one of these would be good for that kind of outfit. Less hull damage taken, faster in-combat repairs, energy weapons. See, that's like very specific. Flux dissipation per ordnance point spent on weapons is fine, or just impact mitigation for armor damage and weapon damage taken reduced. I think impact mitigation is pretty solid no matter what ship they're piloting. Weapons and engines don't take as much damage, and armor's minus 25%. Also, you get a maneuverability bonus for capital ships and cruisers if you make it elite, which is really nice. So there you go. Level 2 for you, and then I don't really want to make any skills elite yet. Until I know more. You guys excited about Europa Universalis 5? Well, I'm glad for anyone who is. I'm happy for anybody who is. Good for you guys. I hope you get what will make you happy. All right, this is our little abandoned station that we're using as a outpost. And it also happens to be my weapon arsenal. Oh, wait. Chad, how do you do the thing? Chad, what's the hotkey? Someone knows what I'm talking about. What's the hotkey? There it is. I figured it out on my own. If you hold Alt, I don't need you. I figured it out. If you hold Alt and then click drag, you do that. We got there. I got there. I don't need you. You actually don't have to hold click. You just have to mouse over. I just click because it makes me feel good. Good noises. So I have the accelerated shield mod spec. Did I already know this one? I have ECCM package. I didn't know that one. Put that AI up before somebody catches me. I think I'm going to hold on to the survey data as well. I don't want anyone else using it. It's mine. Okay, wow. Now we actually have a ton of cargo space. And I could refit some of my ships here. It's probably a good time to refit the destroyers now that we actually got our weapon depot. This ship is fine. I don't hate where it's at. It's these two that are problematic. Though we've got a lot of choices now. Oh. In terms of how we want to build this. Unfortunately, I still only have one Harpoon MRM pod and one Sabo pod. That's not true. I have two Sabo SRM pods. Why are they on a different... Oh, that's in my cargo hold. Okay, no, we do have more. We do have more. I accidentally just deployed 3 mules. I didn't mean to. Whoops. I just wanted to see what this looked like. Pew pew. Okay, so you guys kind of suck. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay, those things kind of suck. See, like it says, it was a delivery system for an energy strike fired from unexpected attack vectors calculated to initiate beyond the range of the heaviest anticipated PD coverage, or, in layman's terms, go slightly to the left and right and then shoot. It didn't seem like they were expecting it, is all I'm saying. Like, the shield, you still hit the shield. Didn't look like it was dodging any point defense. Gorgon looks kind of meh. The Gazer SRM, though, is at least like graviton beams. But I only have one. Or you could go, like, for the most annoying possible playstyle. You could go for the most annoying. Okay, they blocked it, and now they're gonna hit me. All right, that's cheating. You can't do that. Here's what I think. I think we'll keep it simple. We got expanded missile racks. Hit me with the double Harpoon MRM pods, a classic, because I think it's easier to get a ballistic turret that has good range, that's anti-shield. I'm probably just going to stick with the Mark 9 autocannon because we don't have a lot of ordnance points on this. It's a support destroyer. And it keeps the overhead down. 900 range is fine. And then probably just point defense. I only have 10 ordnance points left. I think we just go keep it simple. And go cheap. Throw some Vulcans on this. I can't even fit the Vulcans on this. What's cheaper than a Vulcan? Light machine gun? Alright, we just go 3 light machine guns. That way I can have more vents. Simple, basic, boring, very tight budget. Yeah, very tight budget. The Harpoon MRMs are 10 points each, but to be honest, the only ones that are cheaper are the Salamanders and the Pelums and like the Gazer, which I only have 1 of anyway. This thing will at least poke some shields down and the Harpoon MRM pods will do some big damage. Armored weapon mounts. Reduces the recoil of the Mark 9 autocannon because it has damaged weapon mounts. Yeah, this thing is kind of a rust bucket. Bit of a rust bucket. Do you ever build designated PD ships? Oh yeah, I love them. Monitor is one of my favorite ships. Monitor is one of the goats. But also, we have an Omen. So, that's effectively what that is. 2 PD lasers plus electricity. So having an Omen accomplishes that objective as well. Look at what we were forced to build in a cave with a box of scraps. Heavy Mauler on one side, hypervelocity on the other, heavy machine gun in the middle, 2 hammer class torpedoes and 2 Sabo SRMs. To be honest, not the worst. Wait, I still only have 2 Sabo SRMs in total? Wow, our like small missile mounts are lacking. Ow. I love Star Sector, but I don't want to spend 5+ hours updating and picking mods. Then don't. Just install Next like I did and go. Giso means the Manticore is a PD ship. I don't think that's what Giso means, since Giso said, do you ever build designated PD ships, not do you ever build PD Manticores. But anyway, the Manticore is just a support destroyer. You can build it however you want. Open your mind. Behold. Even in the autofit, you can have a Pelham mounted. You can have double Harpoon MRMs, just like I have. Balanced with breachers. There's 4 auto configurations here. But follow your heart. Instead of imposing the way that you play on others. Good smile. All right, anyways. Back to this. Every day I am reminded that Star Sector players are bad. And they should feel bad. Okay. How do we want to build this? I only have 1 hypervelocity driver. So I can't mount 2 of those. Hello, Gamer Death Bob. How are you? I'll probably just do 2 heavy maulers. For anti-armor. And then 1,000 range. Probably just one hypervelocity on the front. Give it the Sabos back for extra shield poke with the expanded missile racks. And then I'm out of ordnance points, and I still have many slots to fill. Also, the ad is starting soon. So turn your volume down. If you get the ads, yeah, these are just too many ordnance points. I could just take off reinforced bulkheads, and then I'll freeze some up. I don't think it's 100% necessary. I need something cheap. We only have like one of each medium weapon type, which is driving me crazy. Flak is cool, but it's also expensive. Okay, there's the ad. ETAL Project Zomboid got a crazy ragdoll update. That's really cool, yeah. Very neato. Is this thing 5 medium hard points? Yes. And 2 small missile ones. If I had like 2 regular flak, I would want that, I think. All right, while the ad is rolling, I will BRB. I'm gonna get another different drink and take a bathroom break. All right. Okay, what are we gonna do? With only 13 ordnance points. I would love to put a second flat cannon on there, but I only have one. We don't have to put medium slots in there. You could put a small in a medium. It's not great, but it's possible. But I don't really have like enough ordnance points for dual flak. I need this thing to be a bruiser that can kill things. And I could put 2 heavy machine guns, but I need to free up 7 ordnance points. So we either have to build in the missile racks, which would save me. I don't really want to keep this thing, I'll be honest. I hate both of these destroyers. And I want to get rid of them, so I don't really want to spend story points on souping them up. I just salvaged them because they were there. They were the ones who were there. And we needed a little extra, something. All right, I'm putting the babies in. And I still don't even have enough ordnance points. Guess what? We're going hammer class torpedo boys. I don't even have a second one. Yeah, I do. This ship sucks. Too many buttons. All right, let's see this. Let's see this hunk of junk. This is not a good test, but I think you know the answer, though. What you're actually supposed to use this thing for. Ramming speed! Shit. How did a mule dodge me? Come on, man. You're making me look bad here. Look what you did. Get out of my way, Rock. Charge his ass. Don't let him get away. Oh, there you go. Why did that do more damage to me than him? Get him. My engines. I forgot that I have torpedoes. I do have torpedoes. Get him again! Ugh! What are you doing, torpedoes? I shot those from point blank! Why did they just spin out? Maybe I don't know what hammer class torpedoes do. All right, well, now we'll never know. they're supposed to be dumb fire rockets. To be honest, this thing will probably do some damage. I don't know. I don't think I can beat a hammerhead, but I guess I'll find out. You just gotta go in deep. You gotta be aggressive. You gotta get in there. You went in too far. You went in there too far. I don't think so, little dude. Oh, baby. Oh, got him with one. I'm not, this is definitely a ship for the AI. Not for me, you know what I'm saying? You have to get real uncomfortably close here. Got him. It works though, it's just you're gonna run out of missiles, but you got a lot of missiles. So, yeah, I mean, it's decent. All things considered. Expanded missile racks. And the double heavy mauler with the poke from the hypervelocity. And then some extra shield poke with the sabos. It looks pretty good. Be better with some other hull mods, but I'll take it. All right, I don't think there was really anything else that I was in severe need of refitting. So now that we got that, let's leave the mothballed ship. Don't mind this. Just a casual Lion's Guard Executor class elite battleship that we're saving for a nice rainy day. Just don't mind that. It's nothing. All right, we need to look for some trades. That's for your grandchildren to discover in 60 years? Yeah, it's true. We could get some really cheap supplies, which we need in system. We're gonna need gas. I want to do a couple trades, get some cash. They have some super cheap heavy machinery not too far. Oh man, 203 for heavy armaments? Oh, that's crazy. Gotta travel to get them though. All right, let's do the heavy armaments deal. We gotta go to Sidor and Zmay. And then Sidor also has the hella cheap heavy machinery. And it also has a place to sell. Is there anything that we could take to sell to Sidor? We could take the supplies. Yeah, they're buying some supplies. What about crew? Nope. I'm looking for Sidor in the places to sell to find a deal. Luxury goods, but there's nowhere to buy them that's close. They also want volatiles. Okay, let's just not overcomplicate it. I'll just grab the supplies from Naikun. Actually, we should check for ships as well. Does anyone else just not like buying ships from the market? I like finding them better, but at a certain point, if you want to start customizing your fleet, I feel like you have to buy them. Salvaging them feels more earned. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. We should visit the bar as well. You catch the attention of a man so angered by pirate activity, a notable figure in intra-system commerce, a simple Navarch, he explains, who is disappointed by the lack of decisive action. It makes one think these patrols are more interested in tariff enforcement than fighting pirates. You nod and put on an appearance of shared concern as the rant winds down, the man's attention fully focused on you now. The patrol officer gives you a thankful look and, taking their drink, scurries toward a quiet end of the bar. You're a starship captain, yes? I'll tell you what we've been thinking. Along with a few concerned associates, I put together a fund for a bounty on all pirate fleets in or near Gamma Diriad system, 20 light years away. A 120-day bounty. Nah. Nah. You know what I will do, though? My current run has a restriction where only transport or logistics ships can be bought, so I have to salvage, steal from bar quests, or custom order combat vessels. Sounds fun. I kind of do a mix. I'll buy a couple ships here and there. If I can, especially if I can't fill a gap. I do love the monitor, but I don't need to buy one right now. Dude, they just got like a pristine heron just sitting in here. See, so, times like this where it's just very tempting. There's just a heron just sitting here with no D-mods. 3 fighter bays. And I look at it and I think, do I want that? I do. Why pay for junk when I can find junk? That's what I'm saying. Treat yourself. I mean, I would want to sneak back in without the transponder on to do it. They've actually got some insane opportunities here. Like, I really don't think that a Condor is a bad thing to just have in such a fleet. And they've got 2 of them. They got the Heron, pristine. I don't love the Sunder for this fleet comp, though we do have a couple of brawler-style destroyers that could kind of, like, complement it a bit. But it's not my favorite. The Hammerhead would not be a bad pickup, and they've got a clean Scarab and clean monitors. There's a lot of good stuff here. Tough call. Do I want to just keep salvaging things from this point on? What have I bought? I think I've bought the Tempest and the Omen. We haven't bought anything that's bigger than that, except for the Mules, which is basically a logistics ship. Yeah, let's just try and salvage some more stuff. I do want it, but I also like the idea of salvaging more than buying. That way we also save money, because I have to pay like 40k in debt per month right now with the Nexarellan debt start conditions, so it does give us like 3 to 4 months worth of income that we don't have to spend. There's plenty of cool ships in the sea. Alright, I'm just gonna pay my taxes. But I'm also gonna buy stuff, because you don't have enough. Very high suspicion. Listen here, bucko. You don't know what you're talking about. I'll buy a converted fighter bay mod spec, which will definitely erase my suspicion. You can convert a ship that doesn't have a fighter bay into one that does. Oh wait, no, this is converting the fighter bay into housing and cargo. Different thing. But the other one exists also. Do they have anything else cheap here that I could buy? I don't really have any storage space. I don't love having the uber high suspicion. What about fuel? The fuel is not exactly cheap here. But it also isn't, actually it is. This is affordable. All right, I'll just buy some fuel. That did not offset the suspicion at all. How about crew? The crew is largely unnecessary. We have like 713. Machinery? Nope. 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 All right, just get out of here. I am a suspicious man. We're taking this down to Sidor. And then we got some more business to do down there. Guys are scaring me. 37K in the toilet each month. How much of that is my debt? $22,000 is my obligation for my past. Almost 8K for officers, 774 for Marines, 6,600 for crew. We do have a lot of crew now. It is true. Hello and welcome to Sidor. We're looking for... We could actually just go to Zmay. Where's the best fuel? It's also in Zmay, I guess. But so it's... All right, where do we sell fuel? Sell fuel in Zmay. Let's go to Zmay first. There's a lot going on in this little corner of the world. So I need to start by dumping this to Khanid of the Persian League. Turn my transponder on. Where is Khanid? Looks like there's some battlegrounds out this way. War! Space war. Lots of space war, actually. The museum ship. Heron-class fast carrier, no longer space-worthy. This old ship was stripped, given a new coat of paint, and turned into a space museum. Tourists pay to examine the ship's innards and various Starfarers exhibits on display. Was that written back when this game was called Starfarer? I wonder. I need 40 units of volatiles delivered. Nah, you gotta find someone else. I'm too big for that now. Wait, no, this is where you buy, you dingus. Sell at Zafabak, where we just were. I'm very good at this game. I'll go click on the Space Museum here in a second. This is actually the perfect location to do a little sneaky sneak. Preparing for rebel suppression at Ukabak Station. Uh-oh. Okay, so I don't want to sell to the black market here anyways, because there are Ludic Path sleeper cells that are in here, and we're going to be arming them effectively. And if we do that, even though it's like, oh, who cares who wins, they'll know that they'll trace it back to me and I will lose a bunch of rep. So instead of losing a bunch of rep... Bro, this is lying. It says it sells for 118 per unit, and that says 133. Someone's lying. Now they're only paying 85 to 92. They're lying to me. Okay, well, the next best place to sell is in Mance. Or back in Sidor. The problem was I was gonna buy at Conid. All right, we're gonna buy the heavy armaments, and there was something else I was gonna get that I was looking at before. Now I don't remember what it was. Fuel. I'm selling the fuel to Countess Din. All right, we gotta do one thing at a time, or else I'm gonna have to take notes. I gotta take notes. There's too many different transactions. Hello? I am just a humble merchantman here to sell fuel to the pirates. For 68 credits a unit, it's a great deal. I doubt you guys have produced anything else worthwhile in your time here. It doesn't look like you have excess of anything. So I'll just take that and be on my way. Your fleet is low on fuel. I know, I just sold it all. I did that on purpose. Ukabak. Ukabak. Also undergoing repairs. All right, I'm restocking on fuel, please. The maximum amount, thank you. There was something besides heavy armaments that I wanted to grab. It was heavy machinery. Conid sells it. All right, Conid sells the heavy machinery, and Conid is selling heavy armaments. Now I am gonna sneak in and try to get these on a deal. Ding dong. Relationship with the Persian League improved by 1. Trade with the faction? Yeah, they're negative 15. They're very suspicious of me already. All right, we go dark in the nebula, and we just sneak on in here while nobody's looking at us. Head down to the black market. Buy 61 credit heavy machinery that we can turn around for up to 302. It's a good deal. Buy the cheapest supplies in known space, and my inventory's full. How did that happen so fast? I guess because we have 2,000 supplies. But wait, I was gonna buy heavy armaments. But that, now I'm full again. Now, I can't have my cake and eat it too? I want everything. I do want everything. All right, I'm just gonna get rid of 125 supplies so I can get the rest of those. 120k overhead, and then we head to Sidor to sell. Just sneak over here, pop a little transverse jump, and they'll never know. In and out. Under the cover of, I don't know if there's day or night, but something. Under cover. Is Ukabak the same as Zaphobak? Bibelbrox? Zaphod Bibelbrox? Bibel? Did someone say Bibel? Eddie, thank you for the 19-month sub. That was like an hour ago, 45 minutes ago. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Oh, I forgot to go to the museum. Whoops. Also, there's a lot of hegemony action going on over here, where I'm trying to do business with the Ludic Path. Not cool, bros. Going dark. Avoiding Pullaman Station. Did they just get wrecked? I think the station just shredded them. Oh! Sneak in, let's go. Market captured. Lost station. Previously Hegemony, now Persian League. Attacker victory. Everything's changing hands. I can't keep up. All right. Nobody tell the Hegemony or the Tritakian that I'm in here dealing to the Ludic Path. And I'm selling them not just supplies, not just food and other necessities, but heavy armaments. Mechs, tanks, and hovercraft. War's profitable. And heavy machinery to do some more building. We'll keep like 70. Hello, 400,000 credit payday. Now we're cooking. Now we are cooking. We can cook a little more by getting the recreational drugs. And then I'm trying to get back to, I don't know, maybe like 1.5 mil and then go explore some more. I would like to get another cruiser, but salvaging one is going to be tough. We have to have, like, finding one is going to be real tough. Probably should have just gotten that Heron, but just, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to be patient. Music is that? Oh, that's from the Timeline soundtrack. How much do you need to start a colony? We ain't even thinking about that. You need a lot more than money to start a colony. That's not even a twinkle in my eye right now. I'll tell you what is, though. $146 credit recreational drugs. In fact, I could buy more off the open market. The organs aren't so bad either, though it might necessitate an extra stop. Are we trading organs? Is that what we do now? Are we organ traders? I need something else to do business with in Mance. Mance is a good place to get crew. And not much else. Maybe luxury goods. It's a good place to get domestic goods. And that would take us back to Warmandock. Okay. Chat, I need you to remember domestic goods. Aormi Customs. Aormi Customs domestic goods. Aormi Customs. I'll just mark it down on your map. Give me your map. Just gonna sneak over here real quick, away from everyone. Don't look at me, don't notice me. And jump on out. Which is worse, trading drugs, arms, or organs? The way I figure it, Armaments have to be the worst. Because the organs have already been harvested. I didn't harvest them. You know what I mean? They were there. But the arms, I'm giving to someone to fight with. And they're going to cause more harm with those. But the organs have been harvested whether I buy them or not. Hello? I forgot why I'm here other than to buy domestic goods. And I'm full of garbage. I am full of garbage. Where were these drugs going? They can go to the pirates here. We'll take them to Warmunadoc. Alright, those will go to Warmunadoc. What about sell some supplies so we don't have quite so many to Hadon Velicet? Oh, it's way far away. Hadon Velicet sounds like a Dune name. Sounds like a name for a faction of secret peoples manipulating governments from behind the scenes, you know? Why would I think such a thing? He knows too much. Hello, I can't remember why I'm here. I'm here to sell some supplies. Legally. That's the important part. Very, very legally. They got some cool ships here too, but I'm trying to keep this by the book. I'm gonna check Kolobek, the little pirate hub, while we're over here if it's not too populated. It's a little populated. It's a bit populated. All right, let's get out. I started reading Dune. I've seen both the movies, of course, but I started reading Dune. It was actually really good and entertaining. The problem is I stopped reading, and now it's hard to restart. You guys ever experienced that, or was it just me? Like, you got to get into a groove. And if you lay off for too long, it's really hard to like pick back up. Another salvage rig just chilling here. Erratic fuel injector is unfortunate, but not a complete deal breaker. I have this issue right now with Red Rising. I can restart, but only from the beginning. You have to start over. I just bought this game. Would you recommend a vanilla playthrough? Yep, just play vanilla. No need for mods on your first playthrough at all. Lots of replayability. I'm only playing with Nexarellan mod, which adds replayability, but doesn't change anything that you would need to experience. Oops, I didn't salvage it. Binge watching a show and 2 years later they release a second season. Try 4 years later. Try 3 to 4 years later. All right, I'm gonna keep paying my taxes like a good boy. And we are chock full of goodies anyway. Chock full of goodies. All right, where are we taking them? I think we're going back to our sort of like home away, well, it's our home for all intents and purposes. We don't really have a true home. I did want to sell these harvested organs, and I forgot. Killing me, dude. You know what is actually... Nah, I gotta go back. One more trip. Once more. With feeling. I hate when I forget to sell my harvested organs. Man, oh man. I sure do hate when I lose money traveling back and forth because I forgot to sell my harvested organs. Beep. Hey, if you guys could stop fighting over here for a bit and let me... Actually, we're not going to salvage any of that. I'm just going to go chill right in here. Don't mind me sneaking in with my transponder turned off because I've got something you want. 111,000 and 110, almost the perfect 111111111 number, but not quite. Okay, now we're going to Warmunadoc. Or are we? Because I could sell fuel here if I wanted. Stop just going back and forth. I'm losing so much money. Why don't I check things? I'm just gonna leave. I'll just use the fuel. We gotta go home. Hightown chat, how was your day off yesterday? Very relaxing, honestly. We went out to eat. Got a big chicken katsu. Big old cheesy chicken katsu. And it was delicious. And then chilled customizing my Steam Deck, which dusted off a few days ago when I made the illuminating and devastating discovery that I could comfortably play out of the park baseball on my Steam Deck. So my life is effectively ruined now, and I wake up thinking about my Korean baseball organization team, and I go to sleep thinking about my Korean baseball organization team. It's so convenient. So convenient. And the best part is, it's perfect for the Steam Deck because there's not really graphics, so the battery lasts for like 6 hours. And the touchpads are perfect for replicating the mouse. That is awesome, and I hate you for letting me know that. Yeah, the thing, Jedi Master, is if you customize it a little bit, you can get some insane shortcuts. So, like, you can go in to your game if you're playing out of the park, and at the top left of the UI, next to the home button, there's a star. If you click the star, you can create shortcuts. So like if you're on your front office page, you can create a shortcut, it'll bind it to an F key, like F2, F3, F4. And then, once that's bound, you can create a radial menu on the Steam Deck that takes you to your F key binding. So you can shortcut every single screen that you want, put it on a radial menu, and then use the left trackpad to quickly like take you from the most important screen to the most important screen instead of having to like find it with the mouse. It's so good. And then I also customized it so that the left trackpad can also function as a scroll wheel, so I can just scroll quickly through the spreadsheets. So good. You just have to change the resolution. The native resolution is not good, so I would recommend going into the game properties on the Steam Deck and changing it to like... It's not 1920 by 1080p because the Steam Deck screen is not 16 by 9. I think it's like 16 by 10. So I would recommend you have to right click on the game in the Steam Deck properties and then set the resolution to be like 1920 by 1200, whatever the other 16 by 10 resolution is. It's sick. The text is small, so if you're like a brain hurt person when you look at small text, then it might be annoying, but for me it's perfect. Some of the UI elements are a little squished, but it works perfectly. And the battery life is phenomenal because there's no graphics. So once I figured that out, it was kind of over for my free time. Pirates in Warmunadok? In my Warmunadok? So it takes some fiddling. I was thinking about like putting my control schema as a publicly available one so other people wouldn't have to do it the same, but you would still have to bind your own hotkeys via the in-game menu. So it wouldn't be perfect. Why is my transponder on? $330 units of organics. Nah. No, thank you. I am here because you ordered some drugs. And also some domestic goods. Look at this cash flow. 400K? Keeping the pirates in business? All right, now I just need to buy some supplies from somewhere. And then we can go back out and do some more exploring, which is what I was doing before. I just needed to get some money because my debt is piling up. Let me find my little friendly abandoned station here. This is why granularity and customization is amazing. It is. The Steam Deck is very finicky, but it is very fun to finally like lock down and get it customized. I was just having some problems I talked about earlier, getting the Steam Deck to like actually turn on after it's been shut down. Apparently there's like a big problem. Turns out you have to hold down the power button and the minus volume button simultaneously for a few seconds, and then it hard boots it to BIOS, and then it turns on. And there's like a bunch of people that didn't know that who RMA'd their Steam Deck to get a replacement, which I thought was unfortunate, but also kind of funny. I have to do that with my Steam Deck too? I don't know why. It's kind of stupid. What does your fleet look like? Kind of stinky. Just some salvage stuff that I salvaged. We've got 3 mules for cargo hauling. The Griffin that we stumbled upon from a person in a bar who sold it to us for 50K. Salvaged a couple destroyers, got a Phaeton tanker to go deep space exploring and a salvage rig, and we're about to go deep space exploring again right now. I just got to go buy some supplies and we're heading out to go dig around. Let's just go to Escondido. But Paradox, it's nice to know somebody else out there has the same exact problem that I do. And that it's not just my Steam Deck. Like, the sleep mode works okay, Golden Fishy. It's the shutdown that doesn't. The sleep mode seems to be mostly okay. Sometimes there's a problem if you leave it alone for too long. Alliance vote. Peace with Issen Industries. I don't know what Issen Industries is. In Nexarellan, where do you see the name of the different alliances? This is just kind of, oh, here it is. Yeah, it's Persian League and Tritakian. But I don't think Persian League was at war with them. I found it. I got it. Just talking out loud. As you progress, something, Imagine Best Fox, all due respect, I don't need your help. And no, nor do I want it. I appreciate that you, like many others before you, have just found this stream via the directory, because you are one in a line of dozens. Star Sector community is a weirdly elitist community about single-player games. But anyway, if it helps, I've actually been playing this game since 2011. So I got 14 years experience under my belt at this point, so I think I'm okay. I played it at launch and even posted a trailer in an official capacity from the developer on my YouTube channel back then. Okay, let's do some...
This is the Sound Redemption.
Oh, there's no remote data here. They took out... There's some crazy conflict. They took out the comms. I don't think it was Morgoth. All right, let's just do this real quick. It'll be faster. Have you noticed any major shift after enabling ads? I remember you saying you wanted to test it and watch it. The major shift is that I like taking a 2 to 3 minute BRB every hour because it is good for my brain. That's the main major shift. So I like having a reason to stand up and disconnect from the computer for just 2.5 minutes because it helps with my headaches. I need to get closer to one of these. So that's the main thing I've noticed. GDB put out of a job? Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm too... people with ADHD know what it's like. Chat, Alice makes fun of me because when we're watching TV, if we're watching like a show that's like a 30-minute show, we'll get to the end of an episode and I can't just start the next episode. Like one episode ends and I have to pause it when it autoplays the next one, and like, even if I'm not looking, maybe I'm looking at my phone, maybe I refresh social media, like I can't just go boom, 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 you know, like 4 episodes in a row. Like I can't. You gotta regroup. I gotta regroup. She always makes fun of me for it. I gotta like, it's the same thing if I was reading a book, I finish a chapter and I can't just start reading the next chapter because there's a natural break there. It's like my brain is trying to get into a different thing. Like it's trying to escape almost. Like I don't pause it during the episode. That's not what I'm saying. Whenever there's a break point, it's like the ADHD portion of the brain is like trying to escape to go somewhere else. And I have to like reel it back in. Be like, nah, we're doing this. So the relevance is that those like breaks every hour actually really help with that. Because if I'm stuck here without able to like catch a breath for 2 to 3 hours, I start to feel like cooped up. So if I stand up, just take a deep breath, look out a window, you know, whatever, come sit down, it's like very refreshing. What if it's a super cliffhanger? Do you still stop and wait? If it's the end of an episode, I want to stop and like think about it. If it's a really good TV show, then I want to analyze why the episode was good or bad. So if it's like an hour-long TV show, or if something significant happens, then I want to like sit and think about why I enjoyed that thing. But also in my brain, I have historically, you know, in school and whatnot. Wait. Think of one thing at a time. Sorpin, Mance, Persian League. Go. Sorpin, Persian League. I was like my best course grade-wise was English. I was an essay god. Anytime there was any kind of like analysis related essay over literary works or just expressing yourself, 100 points every single time. So I'm just wired to like literary analysis, and literary analysis obviously can extend to TV shows and movies because script writing is a thing, even though it's a visual medium. So it's not just the script, but like comprehensively the work as a whole. So I like analyzing. I like thinking about why different things work. Why did a shot work? Why did this scene not work? Why was this intended to be dramatic, but it actually fell completely flat? This was supposed to be funny, but it wasn't because XYZ. Like, I like dissecting. So I think that maybe a small part of why I like a breather in between episodes, because I like delineating them as individual episodes and almost grading them separately than I would like a show as a whole or a movie as a whole. Like a movie, I'll watch the whole thing. You know, we pause for bathroom breaks, but I don't have to like stop and look at social media during a movie. This is why I still prefer watching most shows week to week instead of binge watching. Yeah. But it's fun, like, even when something is bad, it's like, I want to go over all the ways in which this was bad. After we finished, I already did the Ant-Man 3 rant, but after we finished watching Ant-Man 3, I was just yapping about it to Alice for like 35 minutes, you know, just being like, here are all the reasons why this sucked. I can tell you. I know exactly why they sucked. I can break it down. I feel like 1,500 supplies is a good amount to just take out. We could probably even go down to like 1,200. That seems like a safe number. I feel like you describe baseball the same way. Probably. I'm a very, like, critical analysis driven individual. If anybody would ever listen to me, I would make a very good consultant, but nobody would ever listen to me. You know what I mean? On like a project. I am an excellent editor, but I'm not a great create something from scratch. Like if you said, write 3 chapters of a novel, I'd be like, I don't know how to do that. But if you gave me somebody else's, I could be like, okay, here's what I think is working, here's what doesn't, and like break it down very specifically from a, not just a grammar perspective, but from a, like writing characteristics like, you know, symbolism, metaphor, simile, like break down the meaning, what this represents. He's a backseater. Everybody's a backseater. A lot of people say that. I don't think a lot of people say that. I've never heard anyone say that, actually. All right, do we want to continue where we were, kind of going around the outside edge here? Or do we want to go a little closer to home? Why not? Let's go deep space dumpster diving. Random core worlds, yep, is to keep people like you from backseating. And also it's more fun that way, when you have to adapt to a changing economy, where different factions take control of different cores. You can't just rely on your same tried and true trade routes from vanilla. You don't know exactly that the pirate den here is going to be overproducing drugs at the beginning of the game and it's an easy way to make money. You actually have to explore and try to figure out how the world works. Also, the ad's getting ready to start. I already snoozed it once. Hello? A Prometheus-class tanker just drifting through hyperspace. The ship's memory banks are partially accessible and contain info indicating that a minor supply cache is located in the heart of the Beta Avis star system. Chief engineer says that there's erratic fuel injector, increased maintenance, and degraded drive. I don't think we need this anyways. So I'm gonna break it down for you. All right, we're just gonna take the slow and steady. Treasure and a treasure map. There's both. Ad starting imminently. Turn your volume down. We'll keep it paused so you don't miss anything. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. In that time, we should have plenty of fuel. And I think plenty of supplies. But the ad hasn't started yet. $40K money is draining out of my pocket every month, though. Hello? Originating from the Delta Ophir star system? A distress call. All right, there's the ad. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. It's a good song. X3 is a good soundtrack. Bathroom break and I'll be right back. Yo. Perfect timing. Okay. Where am I? Close to the destination. $1,800 fuel left. 1,150 supplies. Diplomacy, anti-war protest, Tritachian, and Ludic Church. The storms are loud, man. I think it's this. Yeah. Unexplored system. 2 planets and maybe some friends up here. An arid world, a dry world that has a smaller percentage of water and atmosphere than the Terran standard. Nonetheless, an atmosphere and magnetic field protect the surface from stellar radiation, which permits a small biosphere to slowly eke out an existence here. And there's a stellar shade. Sick. An ultralight orbital shade array used to deflect and collect solar energy. Stellar shades are a common terraforming tool, and the art of their use was brought to apogee by the Eridani Utopia Terraforming Corp during the golden age of the domain's expansion phase. Why is all the cool stuff so far away from everything else? So that orbital solar array increases food production by 2. This planet has an array of solar shades or mirrors in orbit judiciously positioned to bring its surface conditions closer to Terran norms, counter the effects of hot and poor light. So hot no longer matters. So there's just high gravity, which is unfortunate, but it's habitable. Human beings can survive unprotected on the surface. So the minus 10% accessibility is unfortunate, but everything else looks good. Plus 2 food production, so now we're hoping for good farming here. Abundant organics, ultra-rich ore, abundant rare ore, poor farmland. Damn, it's so good. At least the poor farmland is counteracted by the orbital solar array. If this was not poor, then it would be goated. It's still really good. It is still really good. So you get a nice triple resource from mining, plus the farming bonuses. Only 125% hazard rating. It's a good spot. This is the most colonizable world that we've found yet. The isolation from other colonies has a huge deficit on the accessibility, though. So it's something to put in the pocket. Making some markers for future me. A domain area probe with some fun friends. Couple of berserker assault drones. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 AI pilots. So 11 frigates and 2 destroyers. Probably just bring out everybody for this. And we've actually got a pilot inside the Wolf now, which is pretty nice. I don't know if I need to issue any other custom commands, just kind of let them vibe. And try and take out the weenies early. My accuracy is very unfortunate. And I'm overloaded because I'm a dingus. There we go. Get 'em, boys! Alright, you got the zappies. I'll handle this nerd. Don't attack my ship. Stop attacking my ship, dude. It's okay, he can tank. Oh, they're going deep on my my cruiser. Like 4 of the frigates. My accuracy. Oh, I thought those were enemy missiles, man. Our destroyers are pretty tanky, like they can take a little bit of a beating. I don't think we lost any crew. And we get complete victory. That was a fun little battle. The AI pilots make it a little spicier. They dropped 3 gamma cores. And some other resources. Alright, we mop them up. And a weak hyperwave ping is detected coming from the probe. It's unclear if this is a random noise from a dying subsystem or some kind of encrypted signal. You approach the domain era probe without further incident. The probe's memory banks are partially accessible and contain information pointing to the location of a domain era survey ship, last seen by this probe located inside a ring system in the heart of Zindar. Domain era survey ship location unlocked. All right, let's salvage the probe. What's up, Draco Bot? We're doing some space exploration out here. Found a habitable world. Thank you for the sub. Welcome back for over 2 years. Looking for trouble. It'd be too good to be true if there were 2 good planets in the same system. But alas. Hello, Cliche 420. How you doing? Okay. I think we get out of here then. Go to the next one. We're kind of like working these backwards. This is all the same system right here. It's just got 3 stars in the same system, which is pretty crazy. Oh, this is Zindar. This is the one we just found the survey ship info for. And there's a probe just chilling here waiting for us. Except they've got a few. Okay, we could probably still win, but it's definitely, you know, a little more lopsided. 5 destroyers and 9 frigates. We probably still win. We just have to stay a little bit more collected. What do you think? If I lose, it'd be really embarrassing. At what point do you put the mules in too? Having a cruiser is definitely a help. And having just refitted these 2 destroyers. I think we just need to like stick really close together. I'm wondering if I bring in the mules. Or if the mules are just gonna explode. Because that's extra missiles and a couple extra gun turrets. We have to fight them? They said chat looks like a bunch of jerks. Oh, no, you silly. I said that. What's up, Sly Fox? Thank you for the 39 months. I appreciate the resub. I think this mule is the most worthless. But let's go. All right, how do we want to do this? I think we go with the Griffin has an escort and we have all the mules with the Griffin. Then have the Brawler go with the Manticore. The Omen go with the Enforcer. And the Wolf. I think everyone just needs to kind of like stick together a little bit more tight clusters. No one gets separated. And then we probably win this. Big boys. Took a little nose cone damage. Oh boy, they're getting in there, chat. They're getting in there. I gotta trust them and take care of my own business. What is that? Defense drone? You just get in there, worry about that guy, okay? I'm kind of alone over here. I'm taking some damage, but I'm okay. My mules! Oh no, chat. I'm going in. I gotta save him. They're kind of kicking ass? Or am I wrong? The mules were bait all along. They kind of were bait. GG, nobody was lost. Get 4 more gammas, 2 hypervelocity drivers. And salvage the probe. Was it worth it? Yeah, sure, why not? It's always fun having a nice little battle and having to bring the mules in, of all things. And now we just do some repairs. Did we lose any crew? %75% Ice World, Tectonic, and Extreme Cold. We haven't seen many Ice Worlds. Not much. Are we looking for a homeworld or just exploring? Just exploring. But we found a... You have to explore to find a homeworld, though. It's never wrong to go exploring. Okay, let's head toward Hispaniola. What are you doing all the way out here, Hispaniola? Did Star Sector get an update recently? The answer is almost always yes. Because it never stops being updated. It has been getting recent updates for the last 15 years, 14 years. Yes, but every 18 months. Okay, smartass, if you think that, you should know whether or not I got an update recently. Nobody knows what your definition of recent is. Why are you asking us then if you already know everything? Abundant rare ore, ultra rich, 200%. Sneaky little irradiated world right there too. Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything next to these stars. There's 3 stars here and nothing near any of them. Maybe. Here we go. Got a probe. Floating around. Topographic data from the hyperspace topography. That's going up. Bonk. And there's the domain era survey ship I was looking for. And it's actually unguarded? Oh, I mean, I should be happy that there's a beta core, but these are some stingy survey ships, let me tell you. Let's double dip. And a probe next to the star. Yeah, we've hit like, I would say 6 or more survey ships at this point, and I don't think we've gotten anything better than like just an astral BP, which is fine. But it's nothing mind-blowing, you know? Alright, I would be surprised if there was anything else of substance here now. Does the author ever want to take the game to Steam? I think eventually. I'm not sure. I think I remember hearing that they wanted it to be 1.0 first. Which means sometime after the creator of the game dies, probably, of natural causes, at 102 years old. And then their heir takes over and just puts a 1.0 next to it and finally releases it out to Steam. Doing what their parent never could and just accepting free money from strangers. A la the Dwarf Fortress devs. Granted, a smaller fandom, but still. They're a passionate bunch, as we've seen. Are these real? I don't think you're real. You guys aren't even real. This game is more finished than most Steam games already. Yeah, it's already very robust, especially at the price point. I think Dwarf Fortress blazed a trail and showed that it's there if they want it, you know? But you have to want it first. Oh, I didn't realize this was a system. So we found a really good mining spot, and we found a really good habitable spot. But they're really far out, and I'm not looking to colonize yet. What I'm hoping they recaptured Aormi Customs for the Tritakian. That's funny. What I'm hoping is to find additional livable worlds and kind of be able to choose which one we want. But more importantly, I'm hoping to find like some ships floating around out here, you know what I mean? Some more legitimate salvage. Okay, the automated defenses are starting to get more ridiculous. This one looks a little close to the edge, given that they're all piloted by AI as well. Six more destroyers. 10 more frigates. All the destroyers are piloted by AI. I feel like I'm gonna lose a mule or two if I send this in. I thought those were D-mods. Those are not, in fact, D-mods. I think it's probably winnable. We just might have a ship or two explode. Because that's just a lot of weapons platforms, no matter how you slice it. Probably not worth the risk. If I had one more cruiser or one more destroyer, we'd be gaming. Terrible planet. But yeah, I really don't know at this point if there's been a dev blog or something that's like, here are the things I'm waiting to call 1.0 until X, Y, and Z is done. I'm not really sure what like 1.0 would feel or look like compared to what we have now. I guess we could go look around the inactive gate. Wow, if only I had some way to interact with this gate. If only there was some technology that could, say, spur it into action. Ooh, a debris field. Okay, see. This is the loot box that I've been waiting for. A gate with a debris field and a bunch of derelicts. This is a loot box. Okay, we struck out once. Or sorry, strike one. Kite-class shuttle. Lasher-class frigate. Phaeton-class tanker. Buffalo freighter. Dram tanker. Mud skipper. Manticore destroyer. Mud skipper. And an Atlas modified super freighter. Okay, well if I want an Atlas, I guess that's the best we're gonna get. And it's got 3D mods. Compromised hull, degraded engines, and glitch sensor array. And it's a pirate version. $300 cargo capacity is pretty bad. So we're just not gonna bother. Meh. Not my cup of tea. Whoops. Okay, sorry. What music is this? Stop listening to it. You guys always listen to illegal music. But yeah, all these ships suck. Unfortunately for us. You win this time, RNG. I'm still gonna salvage them though. And then salvage the area. 1 crewman died and you lost 9 heavy machinery. A sacrifice I'm willing to make. Are we smuggling illegal substances? We have been, but illegal to who? They're not illegal to me. They're just substances. Depends on what area of space you're in. No laws in hyperspace. So by that logic, nothing illegal here. Okay, I think this area is done. We're just going around the edges right now. I started like over here. And now we're over here. We found some juicy stuff in those kind of ship graveyards before in old campaigns, but not so lucky this time. Best thing we found so far was that habitable world and that mining world, but I'm not looking to settle down yet. I'm not looking to tie myself down. Probe? 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 What the? Alas, the Persian League and their allies have become the dominant power in the sector. Others are slipping into irrelevance. GG. I don't know what that means. I've never seen this screen before. Roll the credits. That was fast. Nexarellan, Persian League, Nexarellan just went ham? Okay. I don't think it's that bad though, brother. They allied with the Tritachian, and the hegemony and the Ludic Church alliance was way stronger. So I don't know. They like captured something and then got kudos. Where's the recent things? Market captured, now under Persian League, previously hegemony. I guess it's because they have 18 markets total. Sorry, 18 markets, total size 87. The hegemony is now 5 markets, total size 27. It's probably that. So they've become the dominant power. So that's why a lot of people will add like another bunch of factions to Nexarellan before starting so that there's more factions to war with each other and keep things going. But I don't really care either way. Survey data class 4 volcanic world. I don't know how to track down where that actually is though. Oh boy. Why are the automated defenses getting stronger? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And 5 destroyers. We probably beat this. Is this a classic hold the line type of situation? And I did like the idea of having all the mules kind of close together. Must be an important probe with that kind of security. Don't do it. Whoops, are your weapons disabled? Sorry, little bro. I forget that my graviton beam is not on by default, and we need to change that. Mule going deep. Got him with the missile dunk. Mule's in there. This mule's getting roasted and toasted. Chad, am I dead? I'm going in. I'm helping. I'm dead! I'm dying! The mules will protect me! Get in there! What is this dude sitting in the back for? Go get that guy. Just win. Nice job spinning. Missiles spinning. What were you doing over there? What are you guys doing over here? Easy. Not even a problem. Thank you for the gamma core. I guess. Hyperspace topography data. And wow, 39 supplies. I'm freaking rich. Oops. Was that worth it? I don't know. Who else is down here? More probes. Oh my god, there's like 3 more. This place kind of sucks for a habitable world. It's a desert world. I got a little excited, but then poor farmland, sparse ores. This place has been tapped. It stunk. All right, this probe is undefended and has another gamma. I don't really want the organics. We also are full on fuel again. So I unfortunately have to leave all the fuel behind. All right. That was a little mind-numbing, but we did it. I think there's only 1 survey spot here. However, there could be some stuff out by this other jump point and or inside of these fields. My money! The old empire. The old empire. They wanted the spice. Hello? Why is there a mule-class combat freighter floating here? With 2D mods. Compromised armor and damaged weapon mounts. Time to add a 4th mule to this party. Do we need more storage? I guess so. I don't know. I got enough people. I got plenty of supplies. Why the hell not? I got 2 salamanders and a bunch of light dual machine guns just for you, buddy. You're perfect. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And then throw in where is it? Reinforce bulkheads and call it a day. It's easy. How many mules is too many mules? Oh, there's a lot of planets here. Okay. There are many, many planets here. Will any of them be potentially useful in the future, though? Not yet. Dude, I want to... How's it been 4.5 plus almost 5 hours already? You know the only change I've made to the fleet? I added a mule to it. If I don't find any more like good salvage ships out here, then I am gonna have to buy some ships, probably. Because we're sitting on a bunch of money. Trying to see if we find anything cool out here, though. Hazard rating of 225. Nothing crazy. Binary star system. So let's go check the bottom rightmost star. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Nothing. Okay, I guess keep surveying the planets. Like, we found some big boss fights that we're just not capable of even tackling or handling right now. Which I have marked on the map. Laughing Bear. It feels like yesterday when I first subbed. Maybe you're a time traveler, I don't know. Could be. Maybe you did just sub yesterday. But what's up? Thank you for priming one more time. Appreciate it. We're just out here scanning planets. Your fleet approaches Alpha Churd Bogotanma 2A. That's a mouthful. Upon entering orbit, your comms officer reports, Captain, we're getting a signal. Point of origin from a wreck on the surface. Sensors takes over the report. Scan indicates debris spread and crater. Looks hot, radioactive. Disabled ship hull nearby. Looks like they got hit from orbit. And survivors in emergency shelters nearby. Connect comms to the surface. To Sky if you don't answer, and burn Phineas to the bone. Radzand, the woman's face resolves mid-curse and freezes in shock. It worked! I told you, she shouts to someone behind her. It's a fleet burning above, a real one. She turns back. You gotta get us off this rock. We're running low on supplies, and before long we'll be growing our own food in the dirt like mud-loving luddies. What are you doing on this rock? The rad-blasted betrayer Phineas left us here. Told us he knew where old Marlowe buried a stash. Stash of lies, more like. She spits voluminously and hatefully. Took all the ships and what little loot, cargo, that is. Legitimate salvage and digging equipment. That's us, legitimate salvors done in by a bad lot and left here to die in the dirt. Like bloody worms. The woman looks pained. It's no way for a spacer to die down here. Take us up, Captain. We'll be good to you. Are you pirates? No, she shouts defensively. No, never. She appears to be trying to gauge your reaction through the fits of the poor comlink. Yes, maybe. A little from time to time, perhaps. Desperate times these are, aren't they? We think of ourselves more as rogues of the fringe. Corsairs, if you will. Good, honest folk driven to low means to make ends meet. Sounds better when you say it like that, don't it? And even if we are pirates, know that I'm being honest with you. Counts for something, don't it? So you're honest pirates, so you're pirates, so you're not pirates. So you're not pirates? Get that guy. Mark's on Ragnos, thank you for the 5 community subs. I appreciate your generosity. Thanks for hooking up Zephram, Hamspray, Ziggity Bop, Nick, and Franchise Time Machine. Very, very kind of you. And also, Sarion, yo. Hope all is well, thanks. It's been good. Had a nice weekend. Got some good food. Played some fun baseball. It's corrupting my brain. Speaking of playing video games, chat, a couple people asked already about Roadcraft. Now I'm asking, anyone out there playing Roadcraft or tried it out today want to weigh in on the discourse? So you're honest pirates. Surely we are, Captain, she grins. So who's this Phineas? Ah, Ormond Phineas. Phineas the Outcast, he's called, the slimiest piece of trash that ever oozed from the mud of. She pauses thoughtfully. Come to think of it, I don't know where he's from. Somewhere awful, where everybody lies, cheats, and steals from one another, probably. At this, she looks around. Of course, there's properly done lying, cheating, and stealing. Quite acceptable. Using one's own wits to win a prize through clever work. She thumps her chest. That's my trade, it is. Cleverness and craft. Not like Phineas. Not at all, I'm sure. Phineas, why, he'll lie, cheat, and steal for anything, from anyone. Man has no honor. And. The pirate's getting worked up, standing to shout, he's no fun! No fun. The worst of crimes. The pirate sits, calming down. He let us land so we could get Marlowe's stash, then blasted our ships from orbit and took off. One reactor went critical, the other, well, just failed. But the previous owner of my ship thought to have survival equipment, so here we are. Roadcraft is comfy, like mid-game X4. I'm currently playing it so far. It still feels like the demo. I don't have much to weigh in either direction. Currently doing the campaign. I see. Basically, people are upset it's not SnowRunner with the ability to make roads. It's still a pretty chill game, though. From what I played in the demo, I was impressed, and it got me to play SnowRunner, which also impressed me. But what I can't shake the feeling I had from the demo was that the rotation of using those 4 vehicles to build roads is gonna get old and lose its novelty fast. And that if you're not playing in multiplayer, you might be playing it wrong. Because it does sound like monotonous, repetitive things are more fun with other people. I'm just trying to think in single player whether or not using those like same 4 vehicles to build every road the same way over and over again is gonna be fun longer than like the novelty of being like, oh wow, I made a road. So that's what I'm not sold on. Offer them a place in your own fleet. Offer to transport them to a pirate world. Lie. Offer to transport them to a pirate world. Offer to transport them to prison. So who's this Marlowe? Ah, old Marlowe. The pirate gets almost misty-eyed. Now there was a pirate. He could drink. Oh, how he drank. And fight. Bloodthirsty he was. Would shoot you in the front, back, side, any direction he could get. Whatever it took to win. Well, he weren't exactly a nice man. And when he gambled, he cheated. Oh, how he cheated. A sight to see, I tell you. Anyway, eventually he cheated the wrong mark, and she makes a gun shape with her hand and motions, firing it, making a wet noise. She uses the other hand to indicate a generous volume of splatter from the exit wound, if you're interpreting the body language correctly. Marlowe was rich, see, big rich, real rich, but no one's found his stash. Thought we might, because I was stupid enough to trust Phineas despite his reputation. She slumps down now that the excitement of Marlowe's story is over. So here we are. Tell me about old Marlowe's treasure. Treasure? Oh, old Marlowe's stash. The pirate snorts dismissively. Weren't no thing. Not here anyway. We come out all this way, the rat-addled betrayer claiming all the while he knows where Marlowe left his riches. This very planet. We go down to the spot with diggers ready and have a look, and then, she claps her hand together with a smack. Gunned in the back we are, hit from orbit with our shields down. The pirate waves an arm around. Reactor breach on the one ship, blew half away the other, real mess. I had to scrub bits of my mates off my vac suit, I did. All right, chat, what are we doing with them? I'm thinking either 2 or 4. Actually, I'm not going to offer them a place, because does she turn into an officer with 4? Because I don't want that. I'll take you guys to a pirate world. If you're offering transport, we need 54 crew burrs to take what's left of the gang, though if we're just counting real flesh and blood, arms and legs, they'd only count 40 or so. The pirate laughs grimly. We're experienced crews, spacers one and all, that can work our way home. You'll not have a more loyal pack of rogues. Good, I'll have the shuttles sent down. You order shuttles sent to retrieve the pirates. The former pirates are distributed widely among work crews and their communications tagged by your security chief. A close watch is kept to ensure there's no mutinous scheme afoot and that the pirates do indeed work their fare back to an appropriate spaceport. Okay, well, all that. Abundant volatiles is pretty good here for 175% hazard rating. That's not a bad spot to grab volatiles, and you also get bonus ore from the same mining node. So it's honestly not bad.
The shadow of death lies around.
Not a terrible little spot. Pirates are friends, not food. Why not take her as an officer? Because I said I don't want her. Do I need another reason? This is a real difficult volcanic world to get to. I can't even barely reach it. Oh, I already have full survey data for this planet. Whoops. But not this one. $38,000. Barren, bombarded world. Extremely hot, not much else going on. Well, considering there was 10 potential surveys and only one of them turned out to be halfway decent, I think that that's unfortunate. Let's transverse jump out of here and head to the next one. I'm still waiting on like a cool salvage to show up. Normally, I feel like we're a little luckier. But yeah, I feel like I get the impression Roadcraft is more fun to play in multiplayer than it is in single player. The same might be able to be said for SnowRunner, I don't know. SnowRunner seems like it definitely benefits from having multiple people as well, but Roadcraft almost more so, because you can almost go in like an assembly line. And have everybody kind of like almost driving one after the other. The juice has to be coming soon? I don't know about that. The thing about RNG, this system sucks. The RNG might not ever be in our favor. Is someone actually here? An Enforcer class destroyer. Another one? That's okay. That would have been so awesome if it was like an actual good ship just floating down the slipstream. It's like, hey, did you order? Delivery? 99% of explorers quit just before their big find. It's true. Nothing here either, huh? Two empty stations in a row. Don't worry, Chad. There's only like, I don't know, 225 sectors left to explore. Is this one called Tragedy? Oh, this one's called Tragedy. I'm just edgy enough to want to make this my home, so I hope there's a colonizable world here. Monkas. Who did that? There are some warriors. What you guys doing? Who's fighting down here? A little pirate. Just a little pirate. Evil prospectors. And a weapons cache. While you guys fight over that, I'll go get the weapons cache. Potential salvage. I think we have a Locust SRM launcher, a Phase Lance BP, and some high-tech fighters. Not the most impressive loot. There's a lot of pings in this system, though, for what it's worth. Extensive ruins. And I leveled up. I have 2 skill points. I don't know what to spend my skill points on. All right, a cargo manifest found by the salvage crews sent to the surface indicates the presence of a quantity of heavy armaments. Holy! Some actual good loot? Holy, 1,424 heavy armaments. Actual jackpot. Finally, a good quantity of stuff. A longbow wing blueprint, a ballistic rangefinder mod spec, piranha Gauss cannon. I gotta create room for all this. Drop the organics for sure. Wow, we've got a that's enough to give an entire faction an edge. I don't really need the domestic goods, I suppose. I'll just leave the rest. 1,400 heavy armaments. Damn. That's gonna be some money. That's gonna be some big money. All right, ad's gonna start in like 5 seconds. How's it been another hour already? And then we gotta explore the rest of Tragedy. It seems like there's a lot of commotion going on here. There's people fighting, duking it out. There's a nav buoy and a sensor array? Who built this? Does someone secretly live here? We'll have to find out, I guess. I don't know who could secretly live here. Oh, you do Gimbaldash? Okay, cool. My stream was delayed thanks Twitch. It happens. Sometimes. Okay, let's put on the space music. All right, I'm gonna get a snack, and I also need water to hydrate while the ad's going. So back in like 3 minutes. Space music. I hope you've all willed some nice loot into my loot tables. Because I expect to find good stuff here, okay? Specifically, like 3 good ships that are gonna make our fleet into a superpower. I guess I'm just gonna have to go buy some ships now that I'm about to be rich off of heavy armaments. You know what's funny, actually? Hold on. That new mule, without being at a space station, can you add expanded cargo holds? Oh yeah. No, it needs a dock. That needs a dock. Well, it's still nice to have the extra 370 capacity because we wouldn't even be able to hold all the loot. We're actually using the space that the new mule provides. What is this? Why is there a kite class shuttle inside the local star? 41,000? Who is this? Investigating. What are you investigating? An orbital habitat. Now we're cooking. Who put that there? An abandoned orbital habitat. A cursory scan indicates it has been cold and dead for tens of cycles at the very least, possibly hundreds. Closer inspection may yield some salvage. While making a prelim assessment, your salvage crews find occupied sleeper pods on backup power. Open them. One by one, the pods begin to open. As the thawing process completes, most of the occupants come through alive, if somewhat dazed. 129 crew join your ships. We've just pressed them into service. Wake up, bitches! I know you've been taking a nice little nap for maybe the last few hundred years, but you work in my fleet now, or I could leave you out here in the vacuum of space to die. Your choice. Get in there with the pirates and start getting to work. Actually, work should be really easy in this fleet because we have too many crew members, more than the skeleton crew requires. Therefore, the work should be easier for everybody. We got freaking pirates. Now we got cryo sleep dudes. And the best part is we've got loot. That's it? Okay, well, they can't all be 1,424 heavy armaments. I guess. All right, whatever. Double dip it. Sad. Now I got way too many crew. We got 905 with a necessary skeleton of 603. So if we did find the big ship, we could add it to the fleet immediately with this much crew. Ooh, and an active gate. Ooh, and an active gate, a loot box. That's a Vanguard heavy frigate, which is interesting. It's not great. A Cerberus, a Hound, a Phaeton, a Nebula. Oh, this field sucks. Too bad. A 1D mod Vanguard heavy attack frigate with an erratic fuel injector. I don't think that's a problem at all. It's a pirate design. Not my favorite. 3 small composite, 5 small ballistic. An ancient and tough heavy frigate featuring robust construction, a combat burn drive, and no modern shields. Instead, the Vanguard is equipped with an integrated damper field of archaic design but tuned to modern standards. Allows the Vanguard to allocate 100% of flux buildup to weapon systems. leaving defense to its heavy armor enhanced by the obscure physics of resonant field dampening. Yeah, I'm just gonna scrap this. I don't feel like messing with it. Take the harpoon, though. Recreational drugs. Thank. I don't think we need this ungodly number of small machine guns. Honestly, we don't even need to salvage anything. Oh, there's a pod. Oh no, Frost Thermidor has joined your fleet level 5. They were inside the ship. Hey, that feels somewhat useful. I don't need you, Frost Thermidor. Combat endurance, plus 60 seconds peak operating, impact mitigation, plus damage to cruisers and capital ships, plus damage from ballistics and ballistic weapon range, and target leading for auto firing. This is not the worst. Pretty good combat traits. But it's $2,500 a month. And I don't even have a ship for you to pilot. So I'm just gonna be paying you for nothing. There's more pods? 38 more crew found in the wreckage? And they're somewhat dazed. Don't mind me just accidentally interdicting. All right. Nothing. There's a lot of crew here. Yep. Many crew. There's a neutral sensor array and a neutral nav buoy. And another little fleet up here. Who are you guys? What are you doing? Just a little prospector guy. An equipment cache. Drifting and forgotten until now. Hello, Aurora-class cruiser blueprint. Okay, I guess if we ever make a colony, which is a big if, we're going full high-tech, I suppose. I do love me an Aurora. Now that's a good ship. Now that is a good ship. So slick cruiser. Aurora makes for a really nice, like, personal driver, daily driver. Your fleet approaches Chitose. One of the survivors' settlements on the surface is hailing you. Answer the hail? You open a comm link. Your comms officer configures a protocol to interface with whatever jury-rig system the other party is using. A ship! A ship! A ship! A ship! Gods, are we glad to see you. For the longest time, we were wondering if there was even anyone alive out there. My name's Lindsay Rosales. I can't wait to shake your hand. Right, so there's something only you can help us with. There's a nearby pack of knaves and scum that needs dealing with. We'd clear the whole rotten nest out ourselves, but alas, their defenses are a little too entrenched. You, on the other hand, with your spaceship, you could drop a few bombs on them and blow them straight to hell. And in return, we'll give you 8 transplutonics. It's like somebody stopped me on the street and said, if you listen to my entire life's history, I'll give you 10 pennies. No, man, and my time is worth more than this. With the rudimentary defenses present, you estimate it take no more than 15 fuel to completely destroy the settlement. Assuming, of course, that intervening in their conflict is a good idea. Nah. I decline. Bah, fine. Have it your way, Captain High and Mighty. You cut the comm link. The outcome of whatever feud her and her neighbors have down there is none of your concern. One of the survivor settlements is hailing you. Is it the same one? Let me do a little survey here. Common organics. Poor farmland. Damn. Widespread ruins. Decivilized. Your salvage crews find occupied sleeper pods on backup power. Oh no, the pod's open. Unfortunately, it's been too long or something went wrong and there are no survivors. At least not with any brain activity. 96 harvested organs just pour out. Okay, we're gonna pretend like we didn't do that. Thank you for the weapons and the garbage. What can I drop? Some of these weapons. We've got too much garbage. The nice, even though we're over cap, it'll just consume supplies until we're like back in line. So I think it's fine. Heavy machinery is more valuable than supplies at this point. All right, who else is out here? Who else is hovering around in my space? A minor weapons cache. There's just a lot of little stuff. I like tactical lasers. Hello. Who are you guys? Are you neutral? I'm gonna say that we got everything. This was a strange place. I think we went there first, right? It was just empty? Yeah. Hell of a time to join the stream. Yeah, I can't believe there's that many people like living out here. That was a really populated little system considering we're on the edge of known space. Who's here? Something is here. Something large? Just a debris field. Oh. Oh, a couple data points. Significant risk. Your salvage crews find a functional memory bank inside the debris. It contains info indicating an orbital habitat is some distance away from the Ib Nork star system. Very cool. All right, what did I detect out here? An equipment cache. I like that. I like the idea that I'm just going around. People left this so they could come back and get it. You know what I mean? And that one sucks. And I'm just taking it and deorbiting it. Whoops. You guys didn't need that, right? You would have hidden it better if you needed it. Another equipment cache. Interesting. A Tempest class frigate blueprint and a Prometheus class tanker blueprint. So a couple of blueprints. Make our own low-tech field tankers. And these mod specs, we got the ballistic rangefinder. Extends the range of typical ballistic weapons to match similar but larger weapons, greatly benefits hybrid weapons. Point defense weapons are unaffected. The range bonus is based on the size of the largest ballistic slot. Up to 900 range. Weapons that can fit into both a ballistic and energy slot get an extra 2 to 400 range. Sounds good. And then phase anchor. Reduce the phase. Okay, we don't have any phase cloak ships. But if we did, we could activate phase cloak for free. And other terms and conditions may apply. Okay, at least blueprints are fun. It's always cool to find some, even if we don't use them. Is that someone real floating through? Don't scare me. Why do you scare me? I need to get through this slipstream here. My money. All the derelicts I keep finding are stinky. Oh my, dude, look how many pings there are here. What's here? Did I stumble on a bad boy, bad guy land? Are there space pirates here? Oh my God, what the hell is all this? Someone's looking for me. Well, if it ain't a derelict shipyard. Vanguard class heavy frigate, a Gemini class combat freighter, a dram, an enforcer, a Cerberus, and a dram. So kind of a bunch of garbage. A Gemini is not a bad thing to salvage, though. Midline freighter. Gladius heavy interceptor wing built into it. It's clean. 4.5 maintenance per month, 1.5 fuel per light year, 370 cargo cap. That'll let us carry some more stuff. Probably just want to put 2 flat cannons on this thing. And then can't do expanded cargo holds yet. So just leave it like that. She's clean. Oh no, another level 5 officer. Dude, I can't. I kind of clicked through that a little too fast. I already have an enforcer. Do we want a second enforcer? Faulty power grid glitch sensors? Meh. I don't really want one. Hello. Oh, you thought I was gonna be a small fleet. What am I supposed to do, man? I'm just gonna kick this guy out? All right, we might be biting more than we can chew here. Oh, now that's a fleet. I hope they're neutral. Now that is a fleet. Five fighter wings. Trying to see how many actual combat ships they have. Like 11 frigates. They're not especially strong. The fighters plus the Venture will carry. we would struggle against the fighters. There's actually 2 fleets here. I think that they might be friendly. A heron. The heron would be really, like, the fighters are really the scariest bit. 1 crew just died? And for nothing. There's a warning beacon here. Lots of little fleets. Are you chill? Yeah, you guys are chill. There's a lot of activity. Do the other fleets get mad if you salvage around them? I don't think so, no. A monitor frigate blueprint and another revenant phase tender blueprint. Didn't we find one of those already? Well, I may as well survey these planets. This one's habitable. Not much else to it. But it is habitable, only 125% hazard rating. So, I just don't know why it's so busy here. And there's a green warning beacon. And just a bunch of, like, old dead ships. There's another mule! Oh my god, and it's got 2 special modifications built into it. Augmented drive field and the shield conversion in the front. Damaged weapon mounts. Hell yeah, free mule. Add that to my collection. So no more omnidirectional shield, but it's got a larger shield and it has a max burn increase. Thumper? Why a thumper? There you go. Congrats. Mules together strong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 mules. Oh my god. Nobody ever starts a campaign of Star Sector and makes it their goal to get 5 mules in their fleet. By the way, another habitable world, this one with extensive reserves. 2 separate habitable worlds here with 125% hazard rating. So there's not really any natural resources to speak of other than the ruins and the sparse ore. But you could actually set up like 2 colonized worlds here. And salvage the ruins, which is going to give us some big juice. Not what I had in mind. The juice, the hyper shunt tap. A miniaturized wormhole interface which can be activated to tap into a nearby coronal hyper shunt, providing a colony with virtually unlimited power. Operation requires an industrial quantity of transplutonics, which are at first used to open the wormhole, and then, once the power drawn becomes self-sustaining, it's consumed in a complicated ablative process which maintains wormhole stability. Any interruption in supply requires a full shutdown of the tap. Increase the max number of industries at a colony by 1 when demand for 10 transplutonics is fully met. Infinite power. And then a second corrupted nanoforge. And then a casual 1800 domestic goods, which I do not have the space for. Did you see there was a Star Citizen update? Was there an update? Or did they just put out an Idris and call it an update? Got him. I think people were more concerned with the other things going on in Star Citizen. But yeah, did they do anything else besides just here's the Idris? I don't care about the big ships at all. They mean nothing to me. They make me feel nothing. I have 2 skill points to spend. We could get hull restoration. I think you know we need to. All your ships are almost always recoverable if lost in combat. Ships lost in combat have a 75% to 90% chance to avoid demods. Chance to remove 1 demod per month from a randomly selected ship in your fleet. Faster for low deployment point ships. Chance to quickly remove 1 demod from newly acquired ships. Plus 15% max combat readiness for all ships. Minus 5% per demod. That's insane. Just... I pick it every time because how can you not? Why wouldn't you? And then from this point, I kind of like to branch into leadership. And there's a few good leadership ones, but crew training is insane. If you have crew training plus hull resto, and you have a plus 30% combat readiness, and all of your ships get to 100% combat readiness, you can fight way above your weight class. I like the industry tree as a whole. I do too. I also do like going carriers, so picking like fighter uplink and carrier group are fun, but we don't have any carriers yet. I think officer training is pretty respectable, or management, depending on which one you like better, but we've already got the ECM bonus. I like flux regulation as well. I don't know, it's a tough call for where to put the second point. Eventually I want combat stuff, but we could probably respec into that. Let's go... I'm surprised combat readiness. I want to make sure that I have a full grasp of every perk. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure I knew the numbers. Ships in combat with 70% or greater combat readiness have greater maneuverability, auto-fire accuracy, and damage reduction. They deal more damage. And ships below 50% combat readiness suffer penalties to those same stats. The bonuses scale linearly from 70% to 100% and 50% to 0. So maneuverability is plus or minus 10%. Damage is plus or minus 10% taken. Damage dealt is plus or minus 10% fighter refit time. So basically, if you have greater than 70% combat readiness, you're 10% more maneuverable, take 10% less damage, deal 10% more damage, and have faster fighter refit time. So the longer you can stay above 70% combat readiness, the longer you get those buffs. Chilling Sicilian, you good, bro? You good? You're gonna burn through supplies? I don't think it's gonna be that bad. I have 722. Maybe it is, I don't know. But there's been plenty of other places to grab various supplies along the way. But we'll just take whole resto for now and see. This should equalize pretty quickly. These guys left a whole bunch of treasure for me. Heavy Mauler blueprint, Pelum catapult blueprint, Gazer blueprint, Xiphos wing blueprint. Various blueprints. Where was the other little equipment cache? Here it is. A wolf? Strike frigate. Antimatter blaster, pulse laser, Sabo SRMs with 2 D-mods. D-mods don't mean much now, do they? But I don't really want another wolf. I'm trying to get... Ooh, Prometheus. Never mind. I'm trying to get rid of wolves now. I feel like we've largely explored everything in this. I've never seen this game before, but I think you're doing great. You've never seen Star Sector? It's 14 years old and still being updated. If it's not on Steam, then it doesn't exist. True. Kind of true. Only one world here, volcanic world. Give it a little scan. So yeah, in that last system we were in, there were actually 2 inhabitable, habitable worlds. That's what I was trying to say the first time. Not a lot of natural resources, but you could definitely set up some colonies there. I'm losing a lot of money. I am losing a lot of money. 47,000. I need to ditch these level 5 pilots that I don't want. All right, that was a baby system. Nothing to it. Just want to make sure we have enough fuel to get back before doing anything stupid. Hello, Project and Curses. Thanks for the raid. Hope you had a nice stream. How you doing? Uh-oh. Getting pushed through the cosmic hyperspace storm. But what were you guys getting up to? Thanks for coming over, saying hi. We're in the middle of hyperspace exploration. Starting to get a little low on supplies, actually. So maybe that chatter... Good call. Good call. What's up, Omega Dracon? Doing some Helldivers, saw the Star Sector and wanted to drop in. Nice. Yeah, I saw the Helldivers had like an update, if I'm not mistaken. But for those of you just joining, we're got a fleet assembled. It's a really bad fleet, but it's mine. It's improving now, actually. We're getting rid of a bunch of the damaged bits of the old ships. It's cobbled together with duct tape, and we're exploring deep space. The core worlds in here are currently embroiled in war and chaos. One faction has risen above the others and conquered many of the other factions' core worlds, and we're just out here kind of minding our own business in the fringe of space. exploring uncharted sectors, mapping them in order to gather data that we can either keep or sell to the highest bidder. We're playing with a mod called Nexarellan, which allows different factions to expand their holdings and actually grow dynamically. It turns it into more of like a 4X style of game. And we're accumulating loot. We found a jackpot of heavy armaments just recently that I'm going to take back and make a fortune on and try and get some upgrades, maybe get rid of some of these mules. I don't need 5 mules, but I've been taking each one that I found because it gives me a little bit more storage space. But yeah, we've got ourselves a little functional exploration fleet, and then we can occasionally get in there and duke it out in combat from time to time. Pop some missiles off. This is probably my best ship right now. It's just a missile cruiser. So we're looking to augment it with some support. Got a couple destroyers, some frigates. And we're just in uncharted systems, doing some scans, some pulses, looking for loot, lots of treasure around here, and sometimes hostile forces. We found some motherships and some other crazy things that we were not quite prepared for. But yeah, we're just surveying worlds. Now I'm starting to think maybe I can't afford to survey too much because we are getting lower on the supplies. So it's going to be time to head back and restock shortly. So we're basically just opening loot boxes and trying to get lucky. Very major update for Helldivers. Awesome, I hope it's fun. Nice to see they're still sticking with it, because that's kind of what I think it got so many people into it in the first place, was them staying really up to date, keeping it in the discourse, keeping it in the conversation. The storyline happening in the background. What are the arrow snake looking things on the map? It's probably the slipstreams. They're like pockets of space that you can ride on for speed and fuel reduction. The barren, bombarded world. Extremely hot, no atmosphere. Ultra-rich ore, abundant rare ore. It's not bad. If it had the ultra-rich rare ore, that would be even better. So eventually we can colonize one of these worlds if we wanted to, or more. Have your own faction, produce your own ships, produce your own fleets, defend them from hostiles. Manufacture your own fleets to your own specifications, really. Pretty deep sandbox. See, there's an ultra-rich rare ore. But the danger had 250%. So there's actually quite a lot of ore in this system. But unfortunately, ain't much else. Yeah, the modding community for Star Sector is very active. Very big modding community. All right, I think we need to turn around and go home. We have like 282. After I survey these, we're gonna have even fewer. Oh, I gotta go all the way up there. Because, yeah, I'm down to like 250 supplies. Gonna end up running out. It's gonna be very embarrassing. It's gonna cost 40 to do this. Probably end up just coming back, to be honest. All right, let's transverse jump and start heading home to make sure we don't go to 0 supplies, or else my ships are gonna start to degrade in a vicious cycle. I don't trust you. All right. Who settled here? Tharos, Luddic Church, Waterworld. The AI is expanding too, man, because now they've got... Oh man, the Persian League settled an arid world up here in Delta Novi. And then the Persian League also settled in Alpha Moyle. They're actually expanding now. Which is kind of crazy. Extremely hot, no atmosphere is my Tinder profile. Yeah, right. More like dense atmosphere. And extremely high gravity, am I right? A distress call. We have plenty of fuel, so fuel's not really the issue, it's mostly the supplies. So we're just going to skip all this and then head back. Dense atmosphere cannot support life. Toxic also. Don't forget that. But yeah, there's a slipstream that you were just asking about. That's a big slipstream. Space worms go through here and create fast travel for you. Or something, I don't know. I just made that up, but it's probably true. It's always space worms. Whoa, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff going on. Let's go say hi to the Luddic Church out here. Brave enough to settle a new world. Hello, pilgrims. They got a comms relay? Good for you guys. All right, here's the deal. I gotta cut a couple of these captains loose. I don't even want you. I can make my own captains. You're gone. You're gone. That'll save me $5 grand a month. I dropped you off. I didn't have to drop you off, but I did it for RP reasons. Now, I want to get a price check on heavy armaments. So of course the pirates and the terrorists want the heavy armaments and are willing to pay the most. I'm not surprised. Okay, so they don't really want to buy anything here for very much. Not surprising. They have affordable enough supplies, but really it's just going to point me to where I want to go to buy them. So let's go to Sidor or Zmay. Where do I want to sell these? I want to sell these in Zmay. So let's just go to Zmay. To the highest bidder. They also want the organs. That works for me. Wait, let's check the bar. The shady person. I don't suppose you know what I do. Nope. Level 1 operative specializes in saboteur. Destabilize a market. Sabotage an industry, destroy commodity stocks, infiltrate a Luddic cell, counterinsurgency, procure a ship, find a pirate base, or recruit an op. Haven't seen a spy this entire campaign. When you actually, the thing is, I don't want to pay them $2 grand a month, but by the time you actually want them, you can never find them. So is it worth just going ahead and doing it? Define a procure ship. You're hired. Excellent. She slides a data chip across the table. I'll be in touch. You want to watch a world burn? I'm your woman. Torch someone's fully stocked warehouse of luxury goods, cause chaos, sabotage a planetary spaceport. I can do all that. Okay. Do what you do. Chat with the tough-looking man wearing the powered armor suit. What do you want? He's got schematics. I don't care about taking a Buffalo Mark II class destroyer. He's like, get over here. I got a secret. You want a Buffalo Mark II? No. No, you keep that. Dude, they're selling more mules here. How does a spy mechanic work? I don't know. I never use them, to be perfectly honest with you. I know that they're in my intel screen. And I can click on them. And then I can click on new mission or do internal security mode, where they will periodically travel to player faction colonies with Pather cells and destroy them. Also find unlocated pirate bases. That's helpful for when you're making a colony. I did know that, but I don't really know what missions I can do. Chat, is this Nexarellan? Is this a Nexarellan feature? Okay. Yeah, this is a Nex feature. Here's the thing about this. Normally, I don't like when mods add like gameplay features like this, so to speak, when I just wanted it to be a sandbox reshuffler. However, the single most annoying thing about colonizing a planet in this game are the random pirate bases that you have to track down by going to every single bar that's across the galaxy to get a tip on the location, and also the random Pather cells. So I don't hate that this exists, because I think that those two issues with creating colony are like just so obnoxious. The fact that there's not like a way to order your own patrols, as far as I know, to go search and destroy those pirate bases drives me crazy that you have to do all that yourself. Like, if you have a whole faction with like 5 colonies, why can't I just tell them like, hey bros, you guys have Omega giant fleets, just go kill those guys. Why do I have to go do it? A single ship can be procured from a faction, but persuading officials to lose a military-grade warship through a judicious combination of bribe, blackmail, and forgery requires an expense considerably in excess of market price. It should only be used for hulls which are proven difficult to obtain through other channels. Okay, I was just curious. Destroy commodity stocks. Anyway, I'm not gonna actually like use them right now. I was just curious. I just want to keep them. All right, we need to go acquire supplies. Heading to Jmei. And we're gonna make some bank. Maybe I should be riding without my transponder turned on. Oh, we got a little friend. Hello, Ludic Pilgrims. Where are you guys going? Tritakian and Hegemony are now cooperative? They were just at war with each other. Oh, how the diplomacy ebbs and flows. But yeah, I think I find for me, when I get to the point where I'm actually building colonies, I kind of don't know what else to do at that point. I understand that one of the big objectives with Next can just be eliminate the other factions, which I think does give you a goal, at the very least. But I think most of the fun is just in trying to establish my initial fleet. Which right now is not anywhere close to where I would want it to be long term. Because I think the colony building is pretty fun, but I also think it's largely a kind of number go up. Can you become self-sustaining and make money? And then once you can become self-sustaining, then I'm not really sure what to do once I like have a colony, I guess. But getting to that initial self-sustaining is pretty fun. Hey, can the Persian League go away? I'm trying to do some illegal trading here. I'm trying to like, you know, I got some heavy armaments. But you didn't hear it from me. Man, look how sneaky we are. Your fleet approaches. Traffic control seems to spend its time trading crude jokes with pirate raiders when not trying to bully bribes out of docking vessels. An artful arrangement of gutted starship hulls festoons the station, and close examination reveals vacuum-desiccated remains attached using asteroid miner pythons. What is a python? Piton? What is that? I've never seen this word in my life.
Piton.
A piton is a wall climbing metal spike that is driven into a crack. Oh, that's what it is. That's what that is. That's what those are called? Apparently that's what those are called. The messaging is unambiguous. Your fleet goes into orbit around Kantuzin. The local port authority seems to take no issue with your explanation for why your transponder can't be turned on. You've arrived at a suitably lawless starport to offload the formerly marooned pirates you rescued. All right, get rid of them. The pirate crew cheers as they are off-boarded, shouting boasts and singing an off-color song about the variety of substance they plan to abuse. Others, grim-faced, mutter grisly plans to revenge themselves upon Phineas and his crew. A handful of pirates wish to remain in your employ, offering to forego the usual signing bonus due to your generosity. Those who have approval from both your security chief and their section leaders are allowed to remain. I'm looking for 33 units of harvested organs. How do I give? Okay. I need an extract. Nope. Deliver the harvested organs, 1,000 per. There you go, 33K. Easy peasy. All right, I think that's a good deal for harvested organs. Now, for the rest of you, Chad, I got here with 14 supplies left. Oh, we're gonna have to go buy some from Conid. Why am I losing 54 per day? Ship repairs? We'll briefly hit 0. It'll be fine. It'll probably be fine. All right, anyway, the real reason we're here. 1,180 credits per unit. Look at this payday incoming. That's 400 grand right there, and I've still got almost 1,000 heavy armaments left. I'm just gonna keep the rest and sell them to Svarga for like 780 credits a pop. We can just deliver these when it makes sense. There's some organs. I'm just gonna get rid of these transbotonics. I'm gonna offload A few crew, but not that many. Should I give the pirates all of the gamma cores? Hey guys, you guys want to be friends? You guys want some cool blueprints? Okay. I need to go somewhere and buy. We need to go to Conid. That was an unfortunate time to unpause. Now the question is, now that I'm being hailed by the Persian League fleet, will my pirate mules hide the cargo? Or is it just not worth the risk? I've got AI cores. I think let's just talk our way out of it just to be safe. Got like 10 AI cores. The patrol commander appears to have a venal streak. What? Why don't I know what any of these words are?
Venal.
Showing or motivated by susceptibility to bribery. Okay. And some vague promises of favors owed and eventual compensation convince him to look the other way. My apologies, officers. I'm using that story point to get out of this. I have no supplies. I know, it's fine. We're about to buy a bunch. Because these are as cheap as they come. There's 12 hundo. And then... oh, somebody filled the other heavy armament. So we just got 952 heavy armaments. Wait, we're just gonna hold on to them, I guess, and wait for a good deal. Like a deficit. I could honestly just hold on to a bunch of this stuff for a rainy day. Go back to Warmuna Dock. Stash it. We could sell the volatiles maybe at Mance. But yeah, nobody's really paying big bucks for most of this stuff. The trading equilibrium has kind of been reached. That's gonna start in like a minute. Just a heads up. How many griffins is too many griffins? I think I'm gonna have to buy some ships and sell some ships. Okay. Let's go check the other stations. Man, we are burning through some supplies right now, that's for sure. Now it's back to something more doable, but I am gonna have to thin down the sheer number of mules that we have. So many mules. I got 1,240 units of volatiles that need to be delivered to Lost Station in the Warmuna Dock star system. The offer is 172,000 credits. Honestly? Payable on delivery within 90 days? Is there a time limit? We can only hold an additional 86. I'll be back for that, because we're going to go to Warmuna Dock anyway. Hello? Do you have any ships to buy? Ad starting, turn your volume down, add watchers. I got a little bit of a headache, so I'm going to go get some ibuprofen real quick. Think about buying and selling some of it. I'm going to get rid of the mules. I am going to get rid of the mules. It's going to happen. Ooh, good gas price. All right. Buy the fuel. And then I'll check on the rest of the market stuff here in just a minute. Turn it up, you got it. All right, maybe not that though. Oops. Ads just started. All right. BRB, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hope you're having a nice night. Bucky, thank you for the 28 months of sub. Stream nodders, ads, nopers. Good call. All right, BRB, and then we're gonna start refining this fleet, make it actually, like, hopefully better. Instead of stinky 5 meals everywhere. Okay. Oh. Hello. What was I doing? Looking to buy, looking to sell. Looking to buy, looking to sell. We got kind of a full inventory of garbage. There's not really anything to buy, is there? Just ships. I'll check both of these out of curiosity. I'm sure people have asked you this. Have you thought about Eve Frontier? Actually, you're the first. I know nothing of Eve, but I think you've talked about it before. I actually don't know anything about Eve Frontier, so feel free to tell me what it is. I have no thoughts. Brain empty. Alliance vote war with Renaissance Brotherhood fail. So they were deciding whether to go to war with the hegemony in the Ludic Church. Where's the screen that shows you the actual, like, market faction size for each faction? May Customs. Cybermod Jack. Persian League facility codes. Illegal weapons. Tattooed mercs. I'll get the mercs. And then there's augmented drive field spec. I thought I already bought this, but I'll just buy it again because I apparently didn't. And then what do they have ship-wise? There's a Valkyrie troop transport. Troop transport would be nice if we wanted to start extorting various stations. You know what I mean? Or you know what I mean? With the ground support package. My partner is a huge Eve person, and he said the Frontier is some weird survival game side game of Eve. Yeah, I haven't heard of it. I'll look it up. There was an official overview trailer in December 2024. Is it like, does it exist or does it not exist? It's kind of weird how little there is on it, actually. They have a bunch of, like, keynote address. It reminds me of Star Citizen. It's like people talking about the game, kind of. What is Eve Frontier actually? And part 1 is 1 hour and 21 minutes. I don't know if we have time to watch that right now. There was a teaser 8 months ago, but I think that's CG. And then there was an official first look 5 months ago. It's closed beta right now, I think. There's this, a Reddit post. Eve Frontier is like a fever dream reimagining of Eve using the same game engine. It also has blockchain. It has blockchain under the hood for database management with expressed intent to let people RMT out if they would like, which understandably carries a ton of historically negative crypto baggage and a number of very reasonable legal concerns. Now that some of these things are not NDA, as CCP has stated them in public channels, here are some of the fever dream bits. The game physics engine now includes things like occlusion, which means if you don't have line of sight on any object, you can't see it on overview. So people can sit in belts behind the biggest rock, either mining there or watching for prey to warp in. This implies you can friendly fire your allies if they're between you and the target. So huge blobs and anchoring are dead. It's individual piloting. The server operates on 0.25 second ticks instead of 1 second ticks for more responsive manual piloting, and you can do things like skill shots with low tier weapons as opposed to just Dread or Titan lances. Okay, so a bunch of like Eve specific things I don't fully comprehend, but the next comment is, ignoring the elephant in the room, this sounds kind of dope. It's a big elephant. It is a big elephant. The thing is, I don't know what it means. Like, they just want your account to be a proto NFT that you can sort of like sell through real money transaction to somebody else if they just want to buy your account or something? Is that what I'm understanding? Which sounds just like a weird, like, hey, we know that you're planning on quitting. We just want you to be profitable when you do. Like, it's, to me, that's kind of just weird from like a messaging standpoint. For like a new game. I think I'm gonna buy this Valkyrie troop transport. It's only 30k. That gives us the option to use the ground support package to do some marine raiding. I'm not necessarily gonna use it right now. But yeah, I feel like certain companies just can't help themselves, where it's like they wanted to make the game they already made, but differently. And there's a lot of valid reasons to do that and want a do-over. So I don't blame them for trying to make like Eve, but again, from scratch. Because I think that they're, like, when you put it like that and ignore all the other stuff, like that one commenter said, it does sound good. Because like most people aren't going to get into Eve because it's too entrenched at this point. Imagine everyone just gets to start over and at the same time, like that sounds amazing, right? A lot more people would get into it, and especially if they change some of the things that are stupid in the game now. But much like a certain other game that starts with a POE, who actually just made a second game, but they wanted to just make the first game but do it over again, but the way that they actually wanted to make it this time, and piss everybody else off in the process. I feel like all these companies that want a do-over can't help themselves from doing this like one thing that is so obvious that everyone's gonna hate. And if they could just get off of that anchor that's holding them down, they might actually be successful. But they like choose to die on weird hills, like the blockchain. And it's like, well, I mean, I can tell you right now exactly how and where this is gonna fail, but you will choose to ignore me. So keep doing what you're doing, I guess. But yeah, I mean, yeah, the prospect of like a brand new Eve that started over would be great. It's just gotta be mired in baggage for some reason. There's another Valkyrie troop transport. Are we 2 Valkyrie troop transporters? Because ground support package is close support weapons and countermeasures for ground defense, increases the effective strength of planetary raids by 100 up to the total number of Marines in the fleet. So here's my question. How much do these stack? up to the number of Marines in the fleet. So you're gonna have more than 100 Marines. So I guess 2 is better than 1. And then we could just stash this. All right, 2 troop transports. I'll grab a second friend. Ooh, I'm gonna buy the monitor. Let's grab us a monitor. An oddity among ships, the monitor is a result of the line of thought that sometimes the best defense is indeed the best defense. Features turret mounts angled to provide wide arcs and a unique flux shunt modification to power systems specially constructed to relieve flux generated by shields. Indeed, the monitor makes up for a lack of maneuverability and firepower, with the ability to withstand prolonged bombardment from enemy ordnance. I love me a Fortress Shield Monitor class frigate. Reduce the damage taken by shields to a minimum, but generates hard flux while active. Has 2 flat cannons just built in, and then 2 universal turrets. I'll grab that as well. They've got some interesting options on the black market, but nothing that I really want to get at the moment. Flat cannon 1, flat cannon 2, small universal turret, lots of choices. Probably the classic dual anti-fighter missiles, in my opinion. Or you could do 2 light autocannons. I don't think that's a great choice. You could throw a couple burst PD lasers on there. You could throw a couple of Vulcans. Doesn't really sound that good. LRPD doesn't really sound that good. Pretty sure the ground support package doesn't stack. Does it not? Maybe. I don't know. Would have been nice for you to have said that 5 minutes ago. According to the, I don't know if the fandom wiki is up to date. It just says each ground support package ship will effectively double the strength of 100 Marines, providing max benefit at 1 ship for each 100 Marines. So as long as you have 200 Marines, then you could have 2 ground support packages, supposedly. So it's 1 ship per 100 Marines. At least that's what I'm gonna tell myself to cope. $30 Valkyrie raiding fleet time. Let's go, baby. Does anyone else get to this point in Star Sector where you have like 24 hull mods and you don't remember which ones you have, and reading the list makes your eyes glaze over? I think advanced turret gyros is pretty... Oh wait, where's the point defense one that we bought specifically for this? Integrated point defense AI. Give all point defense weapons the ability to identify and ignore decoy flares. All point defense weapons get the best possible target leading regardless of combat readiness, and damage to missiles increased by 50%. You build this, if you build this in, then all small weapons are classified as point defense and are affected by point defense stat modifiers. See, I don't really need that bonus, but I'm probably gonna build it in anyway. Maybe. Moving from hard Scrabble early game to mid to late is where I fizzle out. Yeah, it gets the number of choices and options does get very big, to be sure. I think the monitor, you definitely want to have like 10 out of 10 capacitors. And then what's another good option for the monitor besides integrated point defense AI? I still feel like what I was looking at a second ago, advanced turret gyros, turn rate of all turrets by 75% is pretty solid. If you build it in, increase damage to missiles and fighters by 25%, increases damage to smaller ships by 5% per size class of difference. All right, so it's only gonna save us 2, but I'm gonna build that in for the big damage bonus to fighters and turrets. Save us 2 OP in the process. And then obviously I don't have all the mod specs yet, but of the ones that I do, its uptime is 360 seconds. That's a reasonable amount of time. I don't know if I need hardened subsystems. Top speed is only 95, but unstable injector is a bit risky with the weapon range reduction. I don't know. Chad, do you have any suggestions for what else to throw in here into a monitor? Mod-wise? Or should I just build in the integrated point defense AI and then have 10 capacitor, 10 vent? Aux thrusters? With the build-in bonus or without the build-in bonus? Let me see what its maneuverability is like normally. How big is its shield? Shield's pretty good. I think if you use shield front, you get a 360-degree shield. Well, you could, I guess that would be 4 for extended shield, and then I think I have the shield front. The shield will also deploy twice as quickly, reduce the amount of damage taken by shield by 5% if you build it in. That's pretty good. Yeah, then you are a bubble, and the shield goes up faster, which is nice. I'm a fan. With a small reduction. Auto repair unit? I don't think I have that. Don't think I have that. Yeah, I don't have hardened shields either. Alright, let's build in shield conversion front, because I like the speed. I like the increasing the speed at which the shield deploys, and then we get 10 cap, 7 vent, integrated point defense, advanced turret gyros, shield conversions. This thing's gonna be kind of a monster. So like, put it up against like a couple of condors. See what happens. What's the button to make the AI control? T? No. U? Alright, it's U. U! Alright, I'm not piloting this. I just want to see what the monitor does. When all the fighters show up. Pew! See, it needs the missile launcher, the swarmers. Wait, how are the engines flamed out? Monitor, are you okay? Monitor, are you okay? Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the light dual machine guns on here for any of those reasons. I probably put some swarmers on it, but I forgot how much they cost. All right, we'll come back to you. Yeah, we'll come back to you too. I believe it's time for us to head back up to our little home of Warmunadoc. We could also sell fuel here if we... Actually, that's not a bad idea. Sell some fuel to Kanta's Den. And then go stash these until the price goes up. Yes, hello? I'm a suspected smuggler? What? That's impossible. Me? Smuggling? I didn't even do anything recently. I mean, ever. I haven't done anything. I have a bunch of AI on board my ship. Do I trust the pirate mules to hide it? Or is it better to just use another story point? What's up, Dr. Gnome? I think I'm gonna use another story point. The patrol commander, we owe you a favor, patrol commander. What are, like, I don't even understand why I'm wanted there. What did I even do? That's why you have 20 story points, right? What did I even do? Is that guy chasing me? Chill, man. Who's attacking this station? All right, I'm here because you guys need gas. They also want supplies. Not, okay, not all of them. I gotta keep some for myself. I'm keeping you guys funded, man. They also want crew? Nah. All right, we're back up to over 1.5 mil. Take me to Komana in Sidor. Where's the best fuel? Also in Sidor. All right, we're gonna stock up. Get me out of here. Hit me with the transverse jump before somebody tracks me down. I'm losing 47 supplies per day for some godforsaken reason. Guilty of being sus. I am apparently extremely sus. Anyway, where's the little intel thing on how big each faction is? Is it diplomatic profile? Here we go. Maybe not. I was trying to see if you... Where do you see how big their market sizes are? I like how they have little personality traits, though. Tritakian can opportunistically declare war at suspicious reputation level. Hates AI. Predatory can opportunistically declare war regardless of disposition at favorable reputation or lower. Double disposition effects from alignment. Will never opportunistically declare war. Good for you guys. Z? X? Maybe X? Oh, yeah, it is. So hegemony is a market size of 31, Independence 39, Luddic Church 45, Path 32, Persian League 87, Pirates 43, and Tritakian 16, boys! 16! It ain't good, Chief. That ain't good. All right, I'm gonna load up on fuel and supplies. And then the heavy machinery is pretty cheap too, but I think this is a good spot. 170K, oof. It's okay, we got a bunch of money in here. We're just looking for the right time to spend it. Or Munadoc will give us a ton for domestic goods. But I'm looking to offload the heavy machinery as well as the uber heavy weapons. Nobody wants them yet. Okay, what are you guys selling ship-wise? What do you got? I got 1.3 mil. D-mods are not really a concern now. We can eventually heal all the D-mods. I don't hate the Tarsus, but I don't think we need another small freighter. A Dominator. Oh, you know what I just thought of? You know how the game hates me because it hasn't given me my birthright inheritance? The Legion 19 or whatever battle carrier, the battle cruiser that I find every single time. Every campaign we've ever streamed of Star Sector, when I go exploring, I always find that Legion special, yeah, the meatball. Yep. This is the first time I haven't found it. I feel like it's abandoned me. Okay, so where am I going? I think it's just time to go to Warmunadoc, but since I need to get rid of these AI cores. And I would like to give them to the cheeky Tritakian to keep them afloat. So maybe a quick trip back to Mance. How much can you customize ships in this game? The ships, you customize the hard points and their mods. You don't customize the frames. So there's a very large variety of different ship types, and then there's way more than that that you could possibly comprehend in terms of mods, like as in the modding community. Massive amount of full factions in the modding community that you can just download at any time, add them to your game with crazy, ambitious designs. So in terms of customization, any ship, you can take it and select, this is the Griffin. Or I guess it'd be easier to show you this. So like, this is a troop transport ship. So it has 2 small hard points on the nose and then small ballistics down the port and the starboard sides with a turret range displayed by the graphic indicator. So you customize what types of weapons you want, and there are many types of weapons. I only happen to be carrying these ones, so you can't see all of them unless they're accessible via the shop or in your inventory. And then each weapon costs ordnance points, and then each ship has so many ordnance points. So you can basically put more powerful weapons on your ship, but you will take more ordnance points away from being able to put capacitors, which is basically like how much your ship can do without overloading, and vents, which is how much your ship can kind of like reduce that overloading level and keep it below the overloading threshold. And then on top of that, you will find dozens of modifications, and they're called hull mods. And these can customize the ship in a variety of ways, from making them turn faster, faster turret gyros so that the turrets can track easier, extra missiles, heavy armor, powered up shields, make it faster. There's usually drawbacks for some of the better ones. And then you can also choose to build some of them into the ship using story points, and some of them have bonuses for doing that. And then some of them have special hull mods that are specific to that ship. Like this is a troop transport, so it's beneficial if you're trying to do some ground assaults by like putting boots into stations and trying to like extract resources and stuff like that and stealing from factions. And then on top of that, you can give them a pilot, and then the pilots can be mentored so that they level up faster. And you can also choose to give them different skills and abilities, choose what ship they pilot. They have like a aggressive, steady, cautious style personality. And you can also like choose to make various skills elite. So depending on the combination of what weapons you choose, what hull mods you choose, what pilot you choose, you can have two ships that are identical in terms of their class, but behave completely differently. So I don't know if that helps or makes things more complicated. I think I want to mentor the missile person. And when you mentor them, you can also kind of make them more cautious or more aggressive, which is nice. I think with a missile boat, steady is fine. I don't really need an aggressive missile boat. So this will double the rate of their XP gain and increase the range of skills they have to choose from whenever they level up. So it's very helpful from that perspective alone. So I generally like to mentor all of the pilots that I'm training up, but I usually like to know whether I want a certain type of pilot, because I haven't decided. To me, you can't really go wrong with steady, but there are some ships that I think are better with an aggressive pilot. I try to avoid cautious whenever possible, but that's just a personal preference. How'd you build the brawler? It worked out good. I think I took a chat suggestion. I'll just go ahead and keep you. Wait. Why are you assigned to the Valkyrie troop transport? Whoops. I'll leave you as steady. So we have 1 aggressive, 2 steady. I think that's good. There's also reckless, which I usually also avoid. I'll show you in a second, Sagebite. Just give me a sec, okay? Give me a second. And then I might hold off on you. Gunnery implants is target leading accuracy for auto-firing weapons, lower recoil. And now, what do I want to add to that? Damage from shields down, damage from ballistic weapons up, hull damage down, energy weapon bonuses at close range, flux dissipation, or peak operating time. I am a big fan of field modulation, but I think maybe if I knew for a fact I was going to do ballistics or energy, then it'd be easier to pick one of those. I can't figure out what to do with my cautious pilot thought carrier, but she never gets close enough to use fighters. cautious pilot, I would put on like a Pelum support missile boat that just sits way in the back and just dumps a bunch of missiles from extremely long distance. That's probably it. But yeah, some of the carriers have longer range than others. I think damage control is respectable as well. I don't know if I have a preference here. I think I undervalue ordnance expertise, flux dissipation. I'm gonna do field modulation. I feel like I always pick it, but I'm gonna pick it. I think it's a good one to make elite also, with the overload duration down, can be really helpful, and the hard flux. Anyway, all right, the Brawler. The Brawler ended up, I don't love the missiles on the side, just being the Sabo SRM doubles, but it's mainly effective because it has an assault chain gun paired with a heavy machine gun. So heavy machine gun takes down the shields, assault chain gun goes pew pew through the armor. And then I had to throw on unstable injector so that it could kind of maintain speed. Plus 30 speed is huge. And then reinforced bulkhead since I'm getting it up close and personal. And then I have a pilot in there with helmsmanship for more top speed and maneuverability and impact mitigation for the armor damage taken down. So it's pretty robust for a little dude. It's felt pretty solid. I've liked it. I've been watching it work. Listen, Tritakian, I'm trying to help you guys. I'm here with more AI cores. I'm trying to keep the underdog in the fight. In fact, I'm going to give you guys the beta core because I'm not even going to bother making a colony and putting a core in it unless it's an alpha core. What's funny is I believe the AI in Nexarellan will actually use these cores to govern their own colonies that they expand, and it will make their colonies better. They will actually use them, is my understanding. So you do actually give them tangible buffs and benefits when you sell these. They don't just disappear into the ether. It says assigning a beta. Yeah, okay, that's just flavor text, but it does do it. So Tritakian might be hypocrites, but let's try and power them up with a beta core. It's pretty rare. It's no alpha core, but it's pretty rare. 390k and 6 rep points. So we're actually favorable reputation with them now, which means I could be commissioned by them if I wanted to be, but that everyone's fighting against them, so they'd probably get me killed. What level do you have to be to buy from military markets? Black market has a Medusa. Man, I love the Medusa. I do love the Medusa. I think I have one in every single one of my fleets. But why not now? Just gonna sneak on in here. Am I gonna buy another Medusa, or am I gonna try and be different? I'm gonna buy one Medusa. I'm gonna buy one Medusa. Because I think the most stupid fun build in the game is the disco. Sometimes you just gotta go full disco ball. I don't think they have what's necessary for it. All right, future me's gonna have to contend with. Actually, let's go check the other Tritakian hub and see if they have any ships. Medusa laser build, I think, is really funny. And I find it compelling. Where'd the music go? Okay. This is interesting for a different reason. I'm celebrating! The woman leans close. A new find. She lifts her drink and turns, grinning. Drink! To my good fortune. Enthusiasm for this self-toast is only moderate, though a crew of spacers well into their off-shift shout encouragement. She downs a drink while the spacers hoot, then turns back to you. You look like you know your way through a jump point, she says. I know the location of a champion blueprint. And so could you, for just 310,000 credits. Just need to hop over with your fleet and take it. I'd go myself, but I have too much love for civilization. Do we need a champion blueprint? For just 300,000 credits. Am I ever even gonna manufacture a champion? I don't think I am. I don't think I am. Sounds cool though. Probably a good deal. Alright, what are you guys selling? Salvage rigs. Ooh, there's a Tritackian brawler. 2 medium energy and 2 small synergy blueprints. Or hard points, rather, with plasma jets. I don't see the Tritackian brawler too often. They got some more omens. Chat, what if you just... Has anyone ever tried to have a fleet of just like 12 omens? All together? Overwhelming the enemy with electricity? Unlimited power. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about getting a brawler. I would rather have a brawler than a wolf. Maybe. Perhaps. I don't remember if I like the Tritackian brawler. Let's try it out. How many ships can one dude buy? We got a build-in. Increase the durability of the ship's engines by 100% and the ship's hull integrity by 10. Sensor profiles reduced. Support variant, graviton, and an ion beam with sabos. What about just a stock assault variant? Why do I only have one Sabo SR? All right, we'll just put this on just to test. What would I do? Probably like Ox thrusters on the brawler because you need to be able to turn on a dime. Extend the range of beam weapons by 200 but reduce their turn rate. Oh, getting some beam weapons on this would also be funny. What's its normal shield coverage? Shield arc is 270. You could just go double flux so you could spam the 2 pew-pews. It's kind of basic, but it would work. Beam weapons deal more damage. What's its peak operating time? 300 seconds? It's 5 minutes. It's not that long. Yeah, let's just go flux coil, flux distributor. And maybe even integrated targeting unit. I don't know. This thing can hold a lot. Like, it's got a lot of ordnance points for such a small ship. Let's throw it up against a mule. So its special ability is plasma jets, which looks like a Gundam. Pew 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 pew. And then you back up. Can I vent faster than you? We both vent at the same speed. Uh-oh. All right, you'd have to rely on a couple of rockets. Yeah, this is not my favorite build, but you are brawlers. You could face tank a little bit here. Yeah, pulse lasers are, they take a while. Good harasser? Yeah, it is a pretty good harasser. What if we did boom, 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 boom? Damn, I only have one tactical laser. What about double ion pulse?
Founded by Kyle Brennan and
With Sabo,
Corp has become one of the most influential and
take out.
organizations in Argon space.
Actually, you could throw in.
Private security and consultancy.
Shut up. Shut up. All right, well, now I have 2 extra points. This is gonna burn through flux like crazy. But I just want to see what it does. Only 20 rounds. This is what testing grounds are good for. We get in close and we go. Oh man, my flux. But when we do hit it, the EMPs though. The EMPs. What's wrong? Your weapon's not working? Your engine's not working? That's a really wide route you're taking here, brother. I'm faster than you, what's wrong? Well, EMP support is a lot of fun, but the flux management is especially difficult. Because now it's like he can't even do anything really. Now that's a brawler, but I can't kill him either. Just doing a little testing out of curiosity, because I haven't used these weapons in a while. So these have way more range. And they're beamy weapons. Zap, zap, zap. Whoops. Zap, zap, zap. I'm just testing to see if anything goes through his shield, because I forget which EMP weapon goes through his shield a little bit. It's not this one, I don't think. Well, a little bit went through. Maybe when the when the flux is high? I'm seeing it arcing a little. So that's interesting, just not really befitting of a brawler per se, but cool nonetheless. All right, I'm just gonna make it the double pulse laser, like annoying wasp build. It'll get the job done. I would say, I guess targeting unit just for range. I don't know. It's fine. I need a pilot in this one though. Probably the wolf pilot for now. But actually that wouldn't do anything. I need a new pilot. We need to hire someone. Chad, I've been buying... Who let me buy all these ships, man? Actually, while I'm here, can I have... these and these weapons, and also those weapons? Thank you. Suspicion very high. Just for buying like 7 black market weapons? You guys are sticks in the mud, man. How about I sell you some heavy machinery? Will that make you feel better? On the good boy market. I brought it down to medium. You know what? I'll also sell you guys some class 1 survey data and some class 2 survey data because I'm just so darn nice. But nothing above that. All right, we gotta go to our home. We gotta go home. We need to travel to Wormunadoc. And stash some ships. I could sell some ships too, I suppose. Tritachian corporate trader. Let's go kill those guys. Just kidding. I don't know if we have good weapons for. I wanna try a meme build for the disco ball. Well, that's a scary fleet, but not gonna hurt me. I want to try the actual disco ball build and see if we can get that going. Hello, I'm home. My favorite system. I have missed you. So before we land, we should sell something. I forgot what we were here to sell. Domestic goods? Yeah. Wormunadoc Command. was something else we were here to sell. Chat, any Stellaris gamers want to weigh in on whether the update is fixed or still broken? And whether or not you're having fun.
Religion has not always been looked upon kindly in the
I forgot why I'm here, pirates. There was more than just these domestic goods. I guess the drugs also? They're also paying a ton for crew, but I need those. We got 1.7 mil, and I'm still sitting on almost 1,000 heavy armaments. Just gonna wait for the demand to go back up before I try and sell them. Ooh, I just saw you guys have some flak cannons. I don't know if I have enough of those. I can never have enough graviton beams. Okay. Sheeps? Meh. Take me to Voslag. It's worked well for me without mods. My last playthrough recently did not have issues. Stellaris update good. It's fun. I somehow haven't encountered any bugs. Well, hopefully they've like smoothened it out a bit, because from what I saw when Shin was playing it, there were a lot of issues. So hopefully some patches have come out. All right, here's my secret abandoned station. Shh, don't tell anybody where it is, please. It's for my eyes only. Don't tell anyone, because there's so much stuff here. Only for me. I just like the planet rework personally. It's mostly fixed. Yeah, we might try some Stellaris out eventually. Not like soon or anything like that, but eventually. Alright, I guess the troop transports are going in storage, since we're not really using them yet. I don't need 5 mules. I think 3 is a reasonable number. Though I might, like, strip these ones for parts. And then the ad's gonna start in like 10 seconds, just FYI. I already snoozed it once. All right, put the mules back. Is it exec time? 50 maintenance a month is a lot. I need another cruiser first. Not the Executor class elite battleship. I need another backup cruiser. There's no backbone. Is it Executor time? It's just 7 max burn. Just have to get a tug. I feel like it's a whole can of worms. It might be phase elite tender though, time actually. That because we can fix the increased maintenance in the fuel injector. Because I don't know if you noticed, but our fleet is looking awful demod free. It's almost completely demod free. So we probably will take the phase tender and fixer upper and maybe drop one more of the mules. All right, we'll do some more organization in a sec once the ad stops, since it just started.
As part of a last gasp
Hold on.
attempt.
Shh. There we go. All right, I will be right back in just like 2 minutes. Give me 2.5, 3 minutes. Appreciate you watching. Late night gamers. Gonna fix our fleet. And then figure out where we're going next. Hopefully with a little more firepower. Oh, there's macaroni and cheese. And I just ate some of it. And it was delicious. Okay, we gotta make some calls. There's so many just random ships here that need to be fixed somehow. Let's start with this. And what am I gonna do with this exactly, you might be asking? That is a great question. Honestly, you could do a lot with the Medusa. There are many choices. The one that I find the most stupid but enjoyable is the support beam Medusa. Do you prefer stove mac and cheese or baked? I mean, both. There's very few wrong ways to make mac and cheese. If you gave me Kraft mac and cheese, I would slam that too, you know? I just take it when it's offered. If somebody wants to go all out and do their like custom super secret family recipe mac and cheese twice baked with 6 different cheeses in the perfect ratio and a little crust on top, that's, you know, great, go for it. But like, I'm a simple man. I just want the mac and cheese. That's all. That is all. You know what my problem is? I only have 4 tactical lasers. That's a problem. Why do I only have 4 tactical lasers? That's not enough lasers. What if I just threw some PD lasers on here? It's not gonna really do the same. I wanted more beams. But I don't have any more tactical lasers. Okay, well. This is supposed to be my little storage stockpile. I feel like we don't even have anything stockpiled in here. It's crazy. I don't even know what I would want to drop on this. You could just be really annoying and throw a couple salamanders on here. I think I like salamanders too much. Somehow I've never tried Beam Medusa. Well, the good news is it sucks. It's not very good. But it is funny. I think you need probably just regular harpoons. Wow, we really don't have a good missile stockpile at all. Which is crazy. So, expand the missile racks. This is gonna get very expensive. Then... advanced optics for the beam weapon, increase range by 200, but lower the turn rate. Then, the other beam bonus... not available, incompatible with advanced optics. Okay. So I think we need high scatter amplifier, not advanced optics then. Beam weapons deal 10% more damage and deal hard flux to shields, reduce the portion of the range of beam weapons that is above 200 units by 50%. So they're gonna be shorter range. So then you throw on probably what, integrated targeting unit? Oh man, we're gonna need more capacitors. Obviously I would probably build one of these in, so let's just assume that one of those is built in. And then we have 16 vents. Yeah, this thing's gonna suck. But the double graviton can actually be kind of annoying. It has the potential to be annoying. Because if you run a simulation against like a larger ship, and then it has a built-in phase skimmer. Actually, this is not the fight that I want, because we're not going to have any point defense. Yeah, we don't have any. We have like 1 point defense on the tail. How close do I need to be? For the gravity? Oh my, we need to be so close. It do be kind of working though. We're just struggling to kill the fighters. But yeah, if we could kill the fighters, it's actually like doing a good job getting through the shields. I guess I could just target them. If I target them, then the tactical lasers kind of get it done. Missiles away! Now that's a barrage. Not so fast. Not so fast. But yeah, it's a little pesky to like have to deal with that. And have to the AI would probably be able to micromanage these fighters a little better than me. Didn't get the missiles in. And he's got those harpoon MRM pods. Whoops. I got baited. Anyway, you get the idea. It's not really, I'm not really a ship that's supposed to be able to take this cruiser 1v1. But at the same time, I've got his shields pretty juicy. Get a couple of hits in there. I just kind of stick around. Yeah, I do just kind of stick around. So it's like the double graviton plus the hard flux. The range is not great. The tactical lasers are not great, but you know. I think tactical lasers are kind of fun because no one ever uses them. Ideally, you have 2 more tactical lasers on these 2 universal hardpoints. Ideally. I think you can still kind of do something to this effect. Tactical laser here and there. And then on the backside, just do some simple PD lasers. I don't hate having a burst PD just on the tailpipe. That can get rid of some pesky missiles. On the front, though, I'm a little bit less sure. Because if you do missiles, you almost have to put in expanded missile racks, which I think is kind of annoying. And the fact that the gravitons... Actually, I don't know what the gravitons range are. You might be able to complement them with some good ballistic weapons that do anti-armor damage. Why do I... Chat, why don't I... Are there any small ballistics that do armor damage? That I don't have? My arsenal kind of sucks. I know that there are, I'm being facetious, but... Where the hell are they? Why don't I have them? Actually, you could throw both of the tactical lasers on the front. Because these don't really reach anyway. Now we're cooking. Oh yeah, now we're cooking. So now I don't have missiles, but that means I don't have to have expanded missile racks. So I just get in here with auto fire. Zap these little dudes. And we got some disco ball brewing right now. It's like a baby Paragon. And then take out the fighters. Uh-oh, I'm dead. Just kidding. What's up, nerd? You losing all your little babies, little loved ones here? That are trying to zap me and stuff? Oh, now your flux is high too. Uh-oh. Why did I think they weren't gonna track me? Pilot error! You get the idea. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. All right, we're gonna stick with this. Just a big support Medusa. I can't. It looks like this named the Kardashian. I can't. The Orphan of Earth. That's a super edgy name. Let's go. The Orphan of Earth. Ooh, this thing is that's a wadded up paper ball, ready to be tossed into the trash can, brother. Oh yeah, we were trying to fix this monitor as well. I don't remember what I wanted to put on it though. I wanted to put, yeah, I do. Swarmers. Problem with swarmers is you need more missiles. They run out. So missile racks is 8. And you can't do missile autoloader, so 8's kind of a lot. I guess they have 80 ammo, so I mean, you don't have to. And then, I don't know, none of these speak to me. Integrated targeting unit is fine, I guess, for the flak. And then you're full. All right. This is gonna be the pesky bee. This is gonna be... the fading away. Honestly, this needs like... we need to go to a dock. And then we can do some repairs. So that way it won't look roasted and toasted. The main thing we want is expanded cargo holds to increase the cargo capacity. This is a cruiser-sized hauler, which is pretty sick, actually. So that means it's going to get a plus 100 or 30%, whichever is higher. So we're already at 828 cargo cap, and that brings it up to 1,076. This thing is pretty juicy. And if we build it in, it doubles the cargo capacity increase if you build it in with mods. So story point, go. And now it holds 1,277 all by itself. So it's got, I think if there's D mods on it, they'll be fixed not too long from now. What else would I put onto a phase tender mod-wise? Its max burn is already really high. Efficiency overhaul is pretty good, right? Reduces supply use for maintenance, fuel use, and minimum crew by 20%. It's classic. It's a tanker also, so fuel's good. Yeah, I mean, it holds like a 1,197 fuel cap. And if you build that in, then you get double the fuel capacity bonus. So that's already at 1,556. Holy. And then it goes up to 1,843 with the build-in. And then on top of that, you can have efficiency overhaul to reduce its own maintenance. Oh man, that's like pretty perfect. That is sick. 1,277 cargo, 1,843 fuel. Oh, the maintenance is down. Fuel per light year's down. I think for as much as it does, is worth the maintenance. And then that's going to go down once increased maintenance is fixed. So it won't be too bad. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. Quick simulation against the fighters. Poof. Rip. Kind of just like shredding the men with the missiles especially. And then I got Fortress Shield as well. Let's see what the AI does. It's like a sharpshooter. Pew, pew. Just nailing those incoming missiles. With the flak cannons and the perfect accuracy and target leading. Oh yeah, that looks good. That's like just fun to watch. It's fun to. I love point defense, man. Just watching point defense is like a happy thing, you know? Just absorbing all those little baby missiles. All right, anyway, I can watch that all day. I don't think we need to put a captain in there, hopefully. I built in advanced turret gyros and the shield conversion. Not sure if those were my best choices, but made sense. We're keeping... I don't know if we need to keep the dram anymore, so let's just toss the dram. Dram, you served me well. But we've got other ways to store fuel. You know what I mean? You kind of you kind of get in the way. Ditto for the beloved Wayfarer, our starter vessel. It's been good, little guy. It's been good. I just think you're a little outclassed now. It had to be done. You know it had to be done. We don't need 3 mules. This one's the best one because you got the stuff built in. Brother, why did I use a story mod to do augmented fuel drive? We do have... Wait, did I find it like this? There's no way that I did pay for a shield conversion. Did I find it like this? I would have built in reinforced bulkheads. Wait, no, why did I... Wait, did I find this one? Or was I just... Wait, that... Okay, wait, those are not... No, it's expanded cargo holds. There, yeah, this is the one that I probably did. And expanded cargo holds. All right, so get rid of the one that's like funky. It was nice, but you're gone. Since I do want to have a lot of cargo, we can hang on to this guy. Honestly, this is not a bad ship to just have in combat. It's got fighters, it's got an MRM pod, dual flat cannon. Like, it's honestly just not a bad ship in its own right, just for fleet support. Einstein's Demon? Okay, sure, why not? It's got Gladius heavy interceptors in here, decoy flare launchers, IR pulse laser, 2 light machine guns. We have many choices when it comes to types of fighters. Though I think that the thing that makes the most sense is, you know, expanded cargo hold, since that's kind of like the thing that it does. My story points? What story points? 201,000 bonus XP? Psh. 544 capacity. Yeah, the Gemini is pretty sweet. And then we got expanded deck crew. And recovery probably recovery shuttles. That's the racing mule. Oh, illegal street racing mules. Okay, that makes more sense now. What else goes on a Gemini? Expanded missile racks, integrated targeting UI, reinforced bulkheads is what they suggest. There's nothing wrong with having more missiles. It's just you gotta free up 12. Double the missiles, double the fun. Harpoon MRM could become... Honestly, you could do a Pelham. That would be kind of annoying, or not very good, though, I feel like. I love this game. New update? Always, brothers, always. Only the 100th person to ask that question in this chat. There's always a new update. Every time you look, refresh tomorrow, new update. Refresh next week, new update. Can't stop. Could throw the AI fighters on it. I think it's just a really high cost. It's just kind of a really high cost. I guess these could be on different groups. Run simulation, please. Against 2 lashers. I'm probably gonna die. What's the button to send? Z? Okay, Z controls the fighters. Go get them, boys. Chat, he blew up my fighter. I don't think that's allowed. They blew up my fighters. I'm pretty sure that's cheating. But anyway, yeah, there was an update in March, so I don't know if you'd call it new. They're tag teaming. They're teaming up on me. I'm overloaded. I'm dead. Okay, so I can't take on 2 lashers. I can probably take on 1 lasher though, maybe. The Gladius is not that good by itself. The problem with the AI ones is that it costs 10 ordnance points. But if they're AI, you don't need recovery shuttles. So that would actually work. Autonomous AI heavy fighter, the Lux is armed with an IR laser and a flare system to confuse opposing point defense. Best used to open a path for strikes against heavy targets. That's always a good thing. The replacement rate gradually goes down while the carrier's fighter wings are on average not at full strength and is slowly regained. It goes down more slowly while fighters are ordered to regroup. Fighters that return to the carrier, for example, after a bombing run are relaunched quickly and do not require full replacement time. Sure. Yeah, let's do that. Get the Lux Heavy Fighters Squadron. There's 4 of them. Let's see what that looks like against the exact same situation, even though I don't plan on fighting 2 lashers with this thing. It'd be nice to just kind of compare apples to apples difference. Go, boys. Get him! Get him! All right, come back to me. My minions. Go, Flak. Go. Protect us! Ah! Asking for your fighters to regroup, and one of their corpses is yeeted at you instead. That's not what I had in mind at all! Alright, well, they blew up my fighters. It's not cool, brother. Come back, my minion. Wait for your loved ones to regroup. I'm getting double teamed. I'm dead. All right, well, anyway, you get whatever. Maybe they're stronger. I don't know. Okay, perhaps. It's not supposed to be a frontline fighter. It's just supposed to be a guy back here who can send some fighters. I would put like a cautious pilot in here if I had one. This is where I'd put my cautious pilot if I had one. Okay, we shouldn't need unstable injector in this anymore. Reinforced bulkheads is good. Now that we have a whole bunch more choices, I don't know if armored weapon mounts is what I would want. Heaven forbid if the mule needs to get engaged in combat. What would I want? What would I want? Probably something that just makes it tankier. I mean, armored weapon mounts does make it tankier. It does increase the ship's armor by 10%. All right, you know what? I take it back. Man, this one's so sad. The auto cannons. Sometimes you need a combat mule. Just the way it is. Gazer DE, M, DE. I don't have any of those. How have I looted so many weapons and I still am not having, like, basic additions to the arsenal? We barely have any missiles. I guess sabos, I don't know. But we don't have enough for expanded missile racks. And then you got a mining blaster and good luck. Armored weapon mounts. They're pretty similar now, except these have the Gazer DEMs. All right, this thing, get rid of the basic baby sabos. Does it need unstable injector? It'll be a little slower. What's the range on this? 450 and 450? Do we have another like 450 range? Ballistic weapon that's small? Their auto fits are all the missiles we don't have. We could just throw some annihilators. I mean, it's pretty normal. Do we even have annihilators? We do. We have one? Dude. Where are all the missiles? Who has them? There's like harpoons and that's it? How have we not collected annihilators by this point? I got one annihilator rocket pod. Chad, have you guys considered just putting a salamander MRM on every single ship, every single missile slot, and just blot out the sky? Let's go hammer class torpedoes, because why not? That way I can put in armored weapon mounts are already built in. This is a part of the game that I kind of get bogged down in a little bit, where like half my ships need a full refit to be operational, and then I look at this screen and I'm like, Aren't these weapons magazine based? Isn't assault chain gun? Or is it just infinite? I guess it's infinite. Okay, never mind. What do I throw in then? How about blast doors? All right, this thing is gonna have reinforced bulkheads, blast doors for another 20% hull integrity, and armored weapon mounts for 10% bonus armor. So if you can kill it, then Godspeed. Okay, looks good. This thing looks fine. Nothing wrong with it. This thing looks fine. This thing, don't really want the gazer. I haven't been using these missiles at all while I'm piloting this, which I think is funny. I haven't used them at all. Not even a little bit. Like I just remembered that they were on my ship. You know what? Throw a salamander on there. Two ordnance points left. Hit me with... You know what? I don't hate resistant flux conduits, just dissipating 25% faster flux. I don't hate it. Freaking Terminator drones. All right, this ship has honestly been fine. Like, we need to wait until the demods are fixed anyways, and this ship has honestly been fine. They're funky, but they're getting it done. All right, let's get organized. We got the laser support disco ball. We got Brawler, the sequel. Twinsies. We got support monitor and the Omen. And then we got, this is not even a combat ship. It's just a big chungus cargo. This looks a lot cleaner, does it not? We got some extra support firepower. I just feel like we don't have enough finishing moves to get the kills. But we have a lot of ways to take shields down. Okay, it looks good. Hang on, chat. No. No, yeah, we're good. Could go big hammer back on Griffin. I think the Squall with the double breacher pods. Not in love with the triple salamanders, but I haven't actually shot the Hydra. Maybe I've shot it once. Let's just shoot it for fun. Because I forgot what this thing actually, like, does. Pew! They just go and they zap. I don't love it. It's not my favorite. Like, obviously this is not meant to 1v1 a vulture. I mean, a, whatever the hell, venture. Brain not work. It just feels so weak. Whereas the exact same venture versus the Squall MLRS is like dum 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 pressure. I mean, now his like friends are getting in there, but other than that. Get in there, breachers. Not bad. Gotta get through the armor at some point. Oh dear. Am I dead? It was at this moment I knew the Griffin is not supposed to go head to head versus a Venture class cruiser. First time chatter, please stop talking. Thank you. Okay. Now, I thought I just put all this stuff up, but apparently not. I feel confident in saying that if the developer is out there listening somewhere, Star Sector is one of the best indie games that's ever been made, but also it is one of the worst directories to stream in on Twitch. I would put it like, as someone who streamed Undertale like 5 years after it came out. Okay. And Factorio and Dwarf Fortress. I put Star Sector up there in terms of like worst Twitch directories. Right? Like all the other ones I just mentioned, way better. Much better. There, for some reason, Star Sector as a community on Twitch is the most know-it-all, stuck-up, make assumption community that's out there. I don't know why. What's wrong with Dwarf Fortress? Nothing. Person who doesn't listen to the stream but just tabs back in when they hear a keyword that makes their brain wake up. All right, let's get out of here. We can actually buy some more supplies from Nikon first. Yes, I tabbed in. Yes, hello. Oops, not you guys. I don't want to buy too many because I want to loot some. I think 1,500 is a good amount. We still have plenty of storage. And we have full tank of gas. Kind of want to go back to where I was before. Trying to remember. One of these was unfinished. Oh, it was this one. $45K monthly expenses. Your travel radius now? Yeah, it's larger than the entire map. He was saying the community on Twitch. I was wondering what's wrong with it. The games that I mentioned are games that have deeply niche or niche, depending on your desired pronunciation, because they're both correct. Passionate fan bases who've been playing said game for so long that there's also a large quantity of people in each of these and those communities that play those games exclusively and make it their entire life. and personality. And then that is exuded in them clicking on a random stream and then kind of like walking in without taking their shoes off, if you know what I'm saying. And stomping mud all over the place. Making a lot of assumptions and deciding that whatever stream they happen to click on, you need help, and it's up to them to give you that help. And not only that, but it's just like literally less than 3 messages in from the first message as well. So games like, this is why I mentioned Dwarf Fortress and Factorio, because they're games certain people have played for a very, very long time. And they probably refresh the directory, if not daily, then every like couple days. And if they haven't seen you before, I'm sorry, are you new? Like, okay, in this case, that first chatter's message was, is this easy mode? Okay. So, I don't know, if you don't understand what I mean, then I don't know how else to explain it. I've been asked, just streaming this game 3 times, I've been asked half a dozen times over 3 streams, are you new to this game? Like, you must be new. There's just like kind of a weird and unnecessary kind of looking down your nose type of community. Not this community. I look down my nose at you, chat, but you know, I'm talking about like first-time chatters who kind of crawl out of the directory. But I'm used to it because I've been playing Star Sector since, well, 2011. Been around for a long time, but if you like playing a certain way in your single-player sandbox, it's kind of automatically assumed that you must need help. And not only do you need help in general, you need my specific brand of help. But I just think it's funny, that's all. Because it's like, I don't know why it's specific to this game. That's like, I've played a bunch of other similar strategy and simulation games. This has been out since 2011. I mean, it didn't look like this in 2011. It was called Starfarer back then. But generally, I think in Star Sector, it's assumed that if you're using certain ships or not using certain other ships, then you are bad and need help. But it doesn't occur to most people that the ships that are kind of stinky are just more fun. That's why they're in the game. But yeah, single player meta is also just always kind of weird. Whereas when I play X4, I'm like, please, please, chat. I don't know what I'm doing. Please help. And you guys are like, I've never seen this game in my life. When I actually need you, you're not there. Why doesn't X4 have a similarly passionate group of know-how gamers? It's fun to troll you when you actually want help. Oh, do you mean you don't actually know the answer either? So you're just pretending to withhold information for the trolling? X4 requires a bigger brain. Oh, that's true. Star Sector is a complex game, but it's not a complicated game. So I think you may be onto something in that there's just a larger portion of people who figured out how to play this and sort of assume that it is complex, or that it is complicated rather, and that you therefore need help, whereas X4 is genuinely a complicated game, sometimes to its detriment. Yeah, the UI in Star Sector is mostly legible, unlike in X4. But I genuinely think it might be kind of related to that. You might not be wrong. Where it's just like Star Sector is actually easier, but looks hard. So people just kind of assume like, oh, if there's someone new, they need to know everything right now because this game, they're gonna get scared. They're gonna get scared off because this game's too complicated. But it's really like not that complicated. Unless you're playing Iron Man mode, you can just like save and reload every single battle until you win. There's nothing wrong with that. Whereas in like X4, you could genuinely like screw yourself over or just not understand how to even interpret the information that's on the screen. Right-click the ship, go to Properties, Behavior tab, set the default order to Repeat Order, then right-click the station to buy. It's not the back seating one, Yiners. It's the fact that it's, for whatever reason, it's just been like a repeated trope of first-time chatters. I think that's what it is. It's turned into a, like a meme. Like there's a sweet spot in games that are wide and not too deep that attract a lot of passion. I mean, it's a deep game, but the core gameplay loop is, you know, pretty simple, but that's what makes it addictive. Just like Mountain Blade, right? It's kind of like run around, get into some fights. In this case, I'm surveying, but get into some fights, build a bigger army, get in bigger fights, right? Kind of just keep doing that. So it's that simplicity that I think makes Star Sector and by extension Mountain Blade so addicting in the first place. The sandbox with streamlined gameplay. Railing people on paths that look like the only way to play. Well, that's kind of what we were talking about the other day, which is that in Star Sector, I basically suggested that though it is a sandbox, it doesn't feel like there are a significant number of different ways to play. And to kind of illustrate that point, I said, all right, Chad, those of you that play Star Sector, would you say that when you start a new game, do you feel like you more or less play the same way each time you do a new campaign? Whether that be a focus on trading, bounty hunting, specific ships that you gravitate toward, especially specific skill points that you might invest in. Because I do, like I feel, and most people said, yeah, like I'd say 85, 90% of people said, yeah. So because of that, because when you play, and you play over and over again, and you end up playing the same way, that becomes the right way to play for you, whichever that preference is. And so you sort of assume unknowingly that because that's how you play and it works for you and that's how you do it every single time, you kind of don't even see outside of that bubble to some extent. Because I think if you asked most people who play Star Sector, there's not really like a defined meta outside of if you watch specific content creators. Like if you don't watch specific content creators who tell you what the meta is, I don't think it's obvious what the meta is in Star Sector. You can go like, huh, I had a bad experience with this ship, or I had a really good experience with this ship, but I don't think that the meta becomes self-evident. You just have a preferred way to play, and that becomes your meta. I think there's just a lot of personal metas. I think the system is empty save for the planets we just surveyed. Spooky. Doom the Dark Ages? Each time I start a new game, I change the mod list. Well, I mean, that is good, but mostly the mod list will just change kind of like what faction you play with. It's cool that there are so many of them. Starbase? Dude, Starbase. Bring it back. For me, the goal of Star Sector is always the same: make money. And therefore, I have to trade because I can't make money faster than trading. And then I do that until I have enough money. And if I didn't have the stupid like debt thing, obviously the money, if the money wasn't ticking down, I could stay out here almost indefinitely with this build for the most part. Might get a little hairy in some situations. Like these where I'm going through multiple systems and not really finding any resources. This system looks a little bit more promising. Because something is on the other side. Hopefully something good. Just multiple debris fields. Boom. Okay, and then we boogie. Have you tried Space Haven? Maybe? Is that the one that looks like RimWorld? There's actually a lot of those. I don't know if that narrows it down. There are a lot of those space games that look kind of like RimWorld. I think I did. I think so. It's like isometric spaceship game. I think I did. I don't remember much. I'm using all my ad snoozes, so you might get a pre-roll because I don't feel like doing a mid-roll break right now. Hello, I am here to survey. Insulated engine assembly? Okay. Thank. I thought I had that already, did I not? Oh, no wonder we're using up so many supplies. It's like 80 supplies. Just to find trace volatiles. And literally nothing coming up on the scope, so I'm gonna go check the star. Bwomp. Oops, I don't want to go too fast through here. Cosmeteer is Rimworld-like. I don't know if I agree with that. What parts of it are Rimworld-like? Anyway, there are a lot of the Rimworld-like sort of... I'll show you what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, Space Haven is kind of like oxygen not included plus save our ship. Yeah, we did. I did play that. I think. I'm trying to find the other ones. Okay. I'm thinking of Stranded Alien Dawn, I think. And then there was that, the one recently that came out that kind of like people were really excited about, and then everyone stopped talking about. Stardeus? What was the one that came out like pretty recently? Norland. Like, people were like, are you gonna play Norland? Norland! And then nobody, everyone just kind of stopped talking about it. And there's at least 2 more besides Stardeus. Anyway, I digress. I think this system sucks! I want to get in a fight, but there's nobody to fight out here. I was hoping to find something. I'm just burning all my supplies. And this is with the survey bonuses. Beep boop, beep boop. Alright, the only other thing I could check is the outer system jump point. I almost got Norland, but read some stuff about the gameplay loop getting boring. Anytime there's a game that could be quantified as RimWorld-like or RimWorld adjacent, I just pretty much know I'm not gonna be into it, for the most part. I don't think that there's really been a good one that is, like, earned its spot. In the same way that a lot of the roguelikes that are similar to pre-existing successful roguelikes have kind of earned their spot. Extraction shooters have to be better than Tarkov. Kinda. It's kind of where it's at. The problem is, RimWorld's the only one that had the dedication to, like, keep iterating on the thing long enough, like Project Zomboid did, to make you care about it eventually. I feel like a lot of them are just kind of like flash in the pan. Seemed like a good idea at the time, but then doesn't get followed up on after a couple updates. And an active gate. Oh, who's here? Somebody's here. I'm gonna fight you. Also, the ad's gonna start in like a minute, so not good timing. Who is this? Who are you? Just a random prospector? I wanted to fight you. Scarab, Heavy Frigate, Cerberus, Vigilance, Mudskipper, Cerberus. Why are you guys reveling in all this trash? What are you doing with all this garbage? I guess I'll just salvage these tiny little baby ships. All right, chat, the ad is gonna start in like 1 minute, and I just want to find a fight. I don't know if I'll find one. Give me a fight. I'm not gonna, if I find a fight, I'll pause for the ad. If I don't find a fight, I'm just gonna keep looking through the ad. Oh, who this? This is probably just a prospector. Man, these are neutral. I want to be good. I don't want to fight them. My money. It'd be nice if there was some use for metals. I think there is a use. Gods, are we glad to see you? We have a favor to ask. We want to reach the stars. All we need is a little supply and machinery, if you'd be so generous. There are local ruins you should explore first. Spoilers. Spoilers. Ooh, 76 hyperspace topography, and we got a new ability? It's a lot of organics, brother. Okay. Hardened shields. That's a good mod spec. That is a significant amount of organics. All right, the ad just started. Chat! Where are the bad guys? All right, answer the hail. They need 100 supplies and 50 heavy machinery. I'm going broke. Thank you so much. I see many babies named after you in the future. The people of Noka go to work building their new settlement. They got a spaceport, perhaps a leftover from the collapse that just needed some tender loving care. Independence plus relation. Oh wait, they're like a whole lot. They're a whole thing. We just I should own a percentage of the profits, yes? I'm an angel investor that just showed up and gave these guys a bunch of free shit? And what do they do for me? Nothing. They're gonna name babies after me. I ain't doing that. That's too far away for 65,000 credits. Too far away for 74,000 credits. Goodbye. Well, I guess they have trading goods now, so you can just like restock. They'll sell me the supplies I just gave them back to me. So generous. I'll buy them. I think that's all I'm buying. You guys sell ships too? Where did you guys make these? How did you make an Eradicator with no D-mods? I just gave you some money and you guys are like, bam, combat ships. Well, guess what? There's a freaking settled world here in Gingolks on the edge of space. Good for you guys. Good luck trading. It's gonna be tough out there. Refueling station? Maybe. They only have like 300 fuel, but it's, you know, it's better than not having anything, I guess. Do they have communications too? Do we have comms? Extensive ruins here. Open the pods. 125 harvested organs. Delicious. Oh. What that? Dealmaker Hollow Suite. So we just popped an extensive ruin and found a Dealmaker Hollow Suite. Generated an interactive environment designed to stimulate negotiations with prospective business partners. The self-adapting micro-motion smart sensor systems built into high-end VR suites allow real-time tracking of the veracity of expression, providing a technically ethical advantage in business dealings. The built-in marketing materials are keen to emphasize this is not AI, merely a sophisticated, weighted network in full compliance with domain regulation. Colony income increased by 50% if you install it in a commerce building. Well, that's pretty sick. That's pretty cool. Hello? Mining station? We haven't found one of those yet. More? There's 3 ruin planets here. This is the 3rd one. Hello, Beta Core. An abandoned mining station. There are pods running on backup power. 29 harvested organs. We're taking everybody's brains. Taking all their brains. Wow, so generous. Thank you. No, keep going. Yeah, that's good. Oh, another hollow suite? And soil nanites. Eridani Utopia terraforming. Farming. Increase farming production by 2 units. Enable soil enrichment and recovery at a rate far beyond that at which unaided natural processes perform. Domain Nanite Safety Regulation 4324 subsection 81 prohibits use on worlds with transplutonic ore or volatiles deposits. Big loot. I've been searching all over for them. Well, they're mine now. And you can't have mine. So we actually got some solid loot. The problem is I'm never gonna make a colony. My preferred loot right now is like a cool battleship or cruiser or something that I can use. That's what I want. What's mine is mine, and what's yours is also mine. True. All right, we surveyed Gingolks. I couldn't find anybody cool to fight. I give up. I'm hungry. I go eat. I quit. No combat. Wait. This is fake. These guys are not real. Wait, these guys are real. But they're not. Wait, they're Ludic Path. I actually can fight them, but they're so small. This doesn't count. How do you deploy from the side? Oh yeah, hang on. Deploy left. Deploy right. Deploy left. Deploy right. Done. Cut him off. It's exactly like Mountain Blade. Yeah, you just run around trying to refill your army, but you never actually get to get in a good fight. Beat up the little guys. That's what I plan to do. They're escaping! Don't let them escape. Kill them. What was the camera feed? I forgot what the camera feed button is. I want to participate. Go get him, drone. Get that guy. Oh, he exploded. I'm helping. I took nose damage for no reason. Oh, there's the last guy. See? I participated. That was my kill. I got that guy. Was it worth it? No, but I rescued 2 of them from space. Who? Why is there a dormant giant remnant fleet here? Where do these guys come from? They weren't there when I came in. I ain't fighting that, that's for sure. Holy. 3 cruisers? You can win. They do have like 5 D-mods each for some reason. No. Maybe next time. Alright, save and exit. Making bacon. Making bacon. I'm out. All right, gamers, I'll probably be back tomorrow. With what? I don't know. Because I'm looking at some new games that I want to try too. Maybe we'll try Roadcraft. I don't know. Maybe we'll try Roadcraft. I haven't decided. I haven't ruled it out. But I want to try some new stuff. I'm looking for some new games. All right, gamers, I'm going to send you on an in-the-stream raid. Go say what's up to Sim. He's a cool dude. Check him out. Toss him a follow if you haven't already somehow missed him in our previous raids over the years. He's playing some Hotel Architect right now, building a hotel. Simcopter Hotel. So go give him some love. Check him out. Have a great night, great morning, great evening, wherever you are. I did see Captain of Industry just got trans, but that game is too big brain for me, and I don't say that lightly. But it's really cool. It is a fun game, but whew, it gets overwhelming. I'll definitely want to check it out again at some point. But I got some things that I want to do before then. Nessaman, thank you for the sub for 50 months. I think I missed it earlier, but I do appreciate it. Sorry if I missed it. Thank you for the tier 1. 50 is a lot of months. Much appreciated. Good night, guys. I'll see you again probably tomorrow, but check back later. Now get out of here. GG. Good night.